Chapter 873. The world of Livian did not have the 24 hours a day that everyone was familiar with, nor did it have the strange time on the celestial continent. It had a more uniform 36 hours a day, where day and night were almost the same, and the nights were quite long. There were a few thumb-sized orbs hanging in the sky, but they were too small to be called moons. They were the other planets in the system and could be seen at night in Livian. However, they were very far away from each other and could not be seen with the naked eye. It was only after Ivan and the others explained that everyone understood why the planets were so close to each other. The black fog released by the void beasts will block the spiritual communication between us Eldars, making it difficult to communicate between planets. Even in the Leviathan world, we have to spread spiritual energy over a large area through the spiritual energy towers to communicate between the 6 fortresses. It's even more difficult to communicate between planets. If we don't think of a way to reduce the visual distance, we won't even know when a planet will fall. Sigh. I've never tried the Eldar's ability to be so limited that we can't communicate and can only use this method to see. By the way, this visual distance of the planets is real. I've used my divine title to erase the delay caused by the speed of light between these planets. Anyway, it's fine as long as you understand what I mean. Everyone nodded in confusion as they listened to Ivan's long-winded explanation. They understood the reason, but only to a certain extent. At night, the Bloodwing stronghold was still as busy as usual. The inner walls were slightly slower in repairing, while the outer walls that had collapsed had already been repaired before the battle started. At this moment, there were 2 more watchtowers hanging on the walls. They were stone towers that were a few meters higher than the walls and were built with circles of silver-white stone bricks. There was a door on the walls that led to the top. At this moment, there were already some spirit guides that were suitable for long-distance scouting standing on the watchtowers. Their hawk-like sharp gazes were looking at the plains in the distance. Their eyes were emitting a faint radiance, as if they had cast some kind of vision-related magic on themselves. Once they discovered something, the alarm would immediately spread out. So serious, Yuanshi was holding his head in his hands and slowly strolling on the undamaged walls. Beside him were Ivan, Nightmare, and a few other men. Half of the girls stayed with Yun Nuoshing, while Chu Yingzhan was bored and took Osier and Cynthia for a stroll. There were patrolling soldiers everywhere on the walls. When they saw them coming, they would salute them and slam their fists on the ground. Yuanshi felt the pain for them. Ivan, who was beside him, would smile back and sigh in his mind. War has invaded this world for tens of millions of years. Those who had lived through the era of peace have faded away with time. The people of this generation, other than maintaining their own beliefs, are fighting. Fortunately, some of the customs of the Leviathan world have been preserved, and not all that is left is fighting. I quite like this world. I used to like the customs, the people, and the peace here very much. Ivan let out a long sigh, then smiled and said, "So, no matter what, we will return peace to this world. Not just Livian, but Gray and Maury's beside it. Those planets will also be better. If the war of 10 million years can't be resolved, then 100 million years will be. One day, we will be able to resolve it." There was endless fighting spirit in his words. Yuanshi and the others could not help but smile. After a while, they turned around and looked at Zero and rolled their eyes. Zero was especially helpless. Half of this matter was related to him and Yun Nuoshing. Dong, dong, a melodious and solemn bell suddenly rang in the Bloodwing fortress. Yuanshi and the others were stunned. They turned their heads and saw what happened in the Bloodwing fortress. The flames in the Bloodwing fortress suddenly extinguished at the same time. The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Yuan Shi and the others subconsciously thought that something unexpected happened and adjusted their bodies to battle mode. Ivan smiled and stopped them. He smiled and said, "Don't be so excited. Look." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the 4 streets of the Bloodwing Fortress. On both sides of the streets, the lampposts inlaid with spirit stones lit up again. Only these 4 important streets were lit. The lights were lit from the outside to the inside. The lights finally spread to the center of the fortress. There was a magnificent church there. The lights led everyone's eyes to the magnificent church. In the dark night, the faint lights made the surroundings slightly hazy. The dim light brought warmth to everyone. The church emitted a faint holy light like a bright lamp in the night. It was incomparably sacred. Everyone in the fortress, including the city guards, clenched their fists and placed them on their shoulders. They bowed deeply to the church with a solemn and respectful expression. The lights seemed to have lit up the 4 longest streets. Looking at the solemn expressions on the faces of the surrounding soldiers and the people below, Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but think of the word pilgrimage in their minds. It's a custom left by the children. At the 4th hour of the night, they pray to their God and deliver the gospel. This scene is actually very common in Leviathan's world. Every time, it would last for 10 minutes. Well, that was a long time ago. Now, it only lasts for 1 minute every night. There's nothing we can do about the special situation during wartime. A lot can happen in 1 minute. This is also one of the few customs left in this devastated world. Ivan sighed deeply. Yuan Shi felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. He rolled his eyes and said, "How's your Pope?" "He's fine." Ivan was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "He's fine." After Zero dug out the power of the Void Beast, he's much more energetic. The child will be completely healed tomorrow. The pilgrimage at night soon ended. It lasted for only 1 minute. The lights in the Bloodwing Fortress were lit up again. Everyone in the fortress returned to their own places and did what they were supposed to do. The few soul shooters on the watchtower were still keeping their eyes wide open and watching the movements in the plains. Speaking of which, you guys have been fighting the Void Beasts for tens of millions of years. Haven't you found any weaknesses? Yuan Shi turned his head and said, "It's a big problem for the general class big guys to rush to the front of the fortress, isn't it?" Ivan nodded. The small Void Beasts were just cannon fodder. Even the general class Void Beasts were no exception. Their only purpose was to let the mountain-like Void Beasts rush to the front of the fortress and destroy it with one slap. The smaller Void Beasts would be able to rush into the fortress and slaughter them. If the fortress was completely destroyed and the Void Beasts were not killed, when the Void Beasts rushed into the plains and mountains behind the fortress, the Leviathan world's army would basically be annihilated. The power of the Void Beasts is chaotic and disorderly. There is no common point. Sometimes the Void Beasts on the left and right side use different forms of power. Naturally, there is no pattern and there is no weakness. The only thing we know is that if they rush to the front of the fortress and let one of them in, the rest will be finished. Ivan pointed to the other side of the fortress. "We've tried it before, but we missed one and let it rush to the plains behind us. At that time, the war was intense, and there were battles almost every day. No one cared where that one went. Besides, a Void Beast is only slightly stronger than an elite warrior. Guess what happened in the end?" Yuan Shi and the others pondered for a moment before shaking their heads. Only then did Ivan grin and say, "Half a month later, a wave of Void Beasts came charging from the inner region, numbering in the tens of thousands. There were also many junior generals among them. They attacked the Bloodwing Fortress from both sides. That was the most difficult battle in history. The Bloodwing Fortress almost fell. They can split or self-replicate. Yuanshi opened his mouth. His voice was a little bitter. Something like that. You don't want to know the details. Ivan's cheeks trembled. He said gloomily, it was like using itself as a hotbed. It spurted out, or like squeezing out pimples. It burst out black mucus. It stuck to the cave and the ground. It condensed into small bodies on the ground. Like rolling mud, it became bigger and bigger. Then it became a new void beast. And it was a batch of, I want to say snuffers. Stop it! Yuanshi and the others roared. After witnessing the whole process, your mind has become twisted. Oh, it's disgusting. Don't let me remember. Ivan's handsome face was slightly dark. A few veins could be seen on his forehead. Everyone was speechless. You have completely remembered it, haven't you? Well, this void beast is a product that does not belong to this world. This is the most important conclusion. Ivan sighed. When I say that it does not belong to this world, I don't mean that it does not belong to this star system, nor does it not belong to this star world. It does not belong to this void. It is not a creature born in this void. Yuanshi and the others were stunned. Their hearts skipped a beat. Zero was a little calmer. Why do you say that? Let's put it this way. When we Eldars create a world, the creator will put a stamp on it. It is used to say, this is my creation, like a declaration of sovereignty. Yuanshi nodded. Something like that. Ivan glanced at him, nodded, and continued. Then everything that is born in this world, not only life but also planets and stars, will hide the aura of this world in places that can't be seen. This is somewhat related to that poke. Things that are born from the sovereign stamp will have a stamp on them. This means that they are second-class derivatives of the owner of the stamp. Nightmare crossed her arms and nodded. You can say that. Ivan glanced at them in surprise, then continued. Similarly, any life form born from this void would also have the presence of this void. The power of the primordial realm of the 8 elements realm is temporarily lurking in the depths of our souls and will not move. This is the ability of intelligent life forms like us to adjust their own life form, thus avoiding the danger of explosions caused by friction between the various powers of the primordial realm. As for those fragments, without their own intelligence, they would not have such micro-adjustments. These void beasts are the derivatives of the energy leaked out from the fragments. So even if they have intelligence, they would not have such a function. It is very troublesome to explain the actual situation. Anyway, as you all know, the void beasts do not have the aura of the 8 elements realm or the 5 elements realm on them, because they are not life forms in the conventional sense, but just energy, so the power of the primordial realm that should appear on all individuals will not touch them. So the things thrown down by the 8-element realm are all high-risk items. Yuanshi's cheeks twitched. And that void beast, it doesn't have the presence of this void. Zero tilted her head and asked. Ivan nodded and frowned slightly. This is a very strange thing. It makes us wonder if there is another void in this world. If there is, where is it? How is that void connected to our void? How did the void beast come here? Can we go there? Is there any exchange of information? Is that void also structured according to the world structure? If not, what is that void like? What form are the life forms there? Are they all void beasts? Or is it actually similar to our void? And the void beast is just a special race? Are there only 2 voids? Or are there more voids that have not been discovered? Yuanshi and the others listened to his speculations and felt a little ashamed. They who knew the truth could only keep quiet and pretend that they did not know anything. Oh, they also had to pretend to be shocked so that others would not notice any clues. In fact, Zero was indeed a little surprised. There were countless people in the vast 1,000 worlds. except for the people of the eight-element realm. Very few people in the other primordial realms, even the Protoss, could realize that the world they were in, the entire void they were in, was actually just a part of a bigger world, a part of the greater Yuan realm. This fact was nothing special to the people of the eight-element realm, but for those who regarded the five-element realms or other primordial realms as their entire world, it was a very bold idea. This idea that challenged everyone, including their current understanding of the world, required a lot of courage to be born. The appearance of the Void Beast was an opportunity and also a piece of evidence that allowed Ivan to make a bold conjecture. He didn't waste too much time from his birth to confirmation. He believed that there was more than one void in this world, and in fact, this was the truth. If there was more evidence, the large group of people around him were all evidence. This news has been reported to the Heavenly Court. Don't listen to the impressive name. It's actually just an intelligence hall, surrounded by a group of old men from the spirit race. The extremely handsome guy curled his lips and said, "It will probably take a while to deal with it." A while. Yuan, she sensed that something was wrong. How long is a while? Not long. Ivan scratched his head. About 100 million years. There are still more than 50 million years before the preliminary arrangement is completed. The air was silent for a moment. Yuan Shi and the others widened their eyes. Immortals can also be said to be long-lived species, the kind that is almost immortal, no matter how many primordial realms the god race. Almost all of them are immortals. They won't die without special circumstances. 100 million years is indeed a while. You guys have to calm down. Look, I've lived for more than 60 eras, and idiot number one has reincarnated billions of times. If you guys can become god emperors and deities in the future, you'll get used to this concept of time sooner or later. Zero smiled faintly in their souls. We're different. Everyone was furious. Who the hell would treat 100 million years as a while? Don't treat 100 million years as nothing, okay? Are you scared? Oh, I forgot that you guys are still quite young. Qiao smiled kindly and said, "Don't look at us like that. We've lived for billions of years. To be able to join the dangerous battle formation, we all need a long period of combat experience. We're the first battle echelon of the spirit realm. Those who join this echelon are all energetic and hot-blooded young people." Yuan Shi and the others couldn't help but choke. Billions of years. Young. What were they? The two young in these two sentences shouldn't mean the same thing, right? They looked at Ivan and the others who were laughing and couldn't help but roll their eyes. In another place, there was an ocean of flames. Light purple, crimson pink, brown, light black, and light grayish-blue flames were connected together like a colorful ocean. In the ocean, there was a relatively large floating island. Although it was called a floating island, the island was formed by solidified flames. It was very stable on the surface of the ocean of flames. Several buildings on the island showed completely different colors, and they were very colorful. In the sky above this only island, there was a small sun. It was a small crimson sun. If one looked carefully through the layer of light, one could see that there was actually a light cocoon about 3 meters in size inside. Exuberant vitality came from the light cocoon, and along with the sunlight, it shone on the island below. At this time, in the building below, there was a pavilion that looked like a courtyard, but there was a big silk bed next to it. 2 or 3 meters away, there was a tea table and a few chairs. At this time, on the big bed, there was a beautiful figure with a standard, delicate oval face. Her slender legs were crossed. Her elbows were on her legs. Her chin was on the back of her hand, and the corners of her mouth were curved in a happy arc. Her light purple eyes carried a trace of inexplicable and mysterious charm as she looked at the chair less than 2 meters away. On the chair, was Yun Nuoshing, who was sitting restlessly on the chairs next to her sat Ming, Kai Xia, Lan Exan, and Yishi. The netherworld ruins sword was hanging on the chair, and Little White was lying on Ming's head, looking at Yun Nuoshing in the middle. The gazes of the 5 people, 1 beast, and 1 sword gave her a huge sense of oppression, as if she was being watched from all directions. Yun Nuoshing was a little confused, and her expression was a little innocent. When she used the 1,000 Dreams Sutra to sleep, she just happened to feel that Ming had woken up, so she came in to take a look. How did it become like this in the blink of an eye? Well, she admitted that she had been avoiding entering her soul world. What Zero said at that time, he was not the only one who heard it, but also the girls in her soul and Little White. She thought that she should leave some time for Zai to recover. When she came to the 5 elements realm, her soul had already recovered, but she didn't jump in immediately until now. Now, it seemed that she couldn't avoid it anymore. Cough. Yun Nuoshing coughed heavily, raised her eyes stiffly, took a deep breath, looked at the light purple eyes, and said with a dry smile, "Well, Zai, if you have something to say, just say it. The night is long, and you shouldn't drag it out like this, right?" "Oh." Zai tilted her head, smiled seductively, and said, "Then, little star, what do you want to say?" Yun Nuoshing shuddered, and when the latter name came out, he also broke out in a cold sweat. A feeling of impending doom descended on him, and he couldn't help but shudder. After shuddering for a long time, Yun Nuoshing saw that Zai's eyes didn't change at all, so she gave up trying to avoid it. She sighed and scratched her head. "You know, I'm not him. Although it's half a past. I don't know how many past lives, but at least I'm not him now, so." Yun Nuoshing raised her eyebrows and looked straight at her. "So you can't kill me with your eyes like this." Tisk. Zai rolled his eyes, sat up straight, and sighed. Mei Mao glanced at him. "But you'll recover your memories sooner or later, won't you? Sooner or later, you'll get your memories back. You'll becoming quarter moon, or at least half of your body." Yun Nuoshing was stunned, and her pretty face turned slightly pale. "Then, it doesn't make a difference whether it's earlier or later." Zai grinned and pounced on Yun Nuoshing, who didn't react in time. "Don't." Yun Nuoshing's face instantly turned pale when she saw a figure pouncing on her. She couldn't escape in time, and was pressed to the ground. Zai's claws moved like the wind, and he scratched the former's head with all his might, and said with a smile, "Now, let's calculate in advance. You said that I've sealed the debt for almost 60 eras?" Yun Nuoshing howled and cried bitterly. "You said that you won't hold it against me. Ugh, save me." "That's what you said, but it's hard to actually do it. 60 eras, 60 eras." Xiaobai watched the show from the side and made sarcastic remarks, which directly provoked Zai to hit even harder. "But I didn't know anything about this. I won't take the blame. I won't." Yun Nuoshing roared, and like a serf who had been suppressed for decades, she threw Zai onto the bed and took the opportunity to sit on the chair to catch her breath. At the same time, she grabbed a chair from the side and held it in front of her and bared her teeth at Zai. "Don't come over. I'm very powerful. I'm really very powerful. Even I'm scared when I fight." "You're scared that I'll eat you?" Zai got up from the bed and rolled her eyes at Zai, who was not far away. Yun Nuoshing thought seriously for a while, and then nodded seriously, causing Zai to fall on the bed. After a while, she glared at him bitterly. Seeing this, Xiaobai stretched, jumped down from Ming's head, and slowly crawled to the side. Since the matter had developed to this point, it was considered to be over. Everyone understood, so they stopped watching Yun Nuoshing's inhumane behavior and slipped to the side. Lan Xin and Kai Xia continued to play chess, while Yishi sat at the side and watched the two play chess. Ming pounced on Yun Nuoshing, and his grin made the latter feel a little helpless. Zai snorted and grabbed the blanket with her jade-like hands, rolling herself up like a spring roll. She tucked her head under the blanket and didn't say anything. Everyone glanced at her and didn't say anything. In fact, if Yun Nuoxing hadn't accidentally entered tonight, everyone had planned to drag it out a little longer. When she heard Zero say that Yun Nuoxing was the Shadow Emperor, Zai immediately rolled under the bed and didn't crawl out for a long time. Everyone knew that her emotions were complicated. Tonight, she had pulled Yun Nuoxing over by luck and asked him to help her out. However, it seemed that the effect wasn't ideal. There was only one point to it, and that was that Zai still had to untie the knot in her heart. In fact, it was not a particularly big knot in her heart. It was just that she had been sealed for nearly 60 eras, and she knew that the person who sealed her was already dead. She was also told to look for a person she had never seen before, and so on. Then, one day, she suddenly realized that the person she had followed by accident was the person she was looking for, and in fact, that person was herself. The resentment, grievance, and confusion that had been sealed for a long time erupted like a child throwing a tantrum. Then, there was this scene tonight. Chapter 874. On the other hand, Violet Knight was still gloomy by himself, and Yun Nuoxing had already prepared himself for a long talk that night, but it ended after a while. As expected, Violet Knight's nerves were really strong. She didn't need him to ask her anything, and she was done with being gloomy by herself. Violet Knight reckoned that if it were any other girl, she would have to talk about everything from childhood to adulthood, from ancient times to the future, from dating to the future, and from the future of the realm of the gods. As for why she thought of all that, even Yun Nuoxing didn't know. That was all she talked about with Yuer for the whole night, and the direction of the conversation was really unpredictable. Ming, are you all right now? Sitting in a corner of the courtyard, Yun Nuoxing looked up at the starry sky that was created using several types of divine flames in the soul realm. In his arms was a girl who seemed to be an angel that was glowing all over. When the latter heard his question, she looked up and smiled softly. Wrapping Yun Nuoxing with her wings, she nodded and said, "I'm fine now. Don't worry, big brother." "Oh, then what happened back then?" Yun Nuoxing asked, lowering his head in confusion. At that time, Ming paused for a moment, and the expression on her pretty face was a little strange. Her golden eyes stared at Yun Nuoxing. "It seems that when I collided with Liv Lei, my consciousness was knocked away." "Yun Nuoxing?" "That's what it felt like. With a crash. I felt like the world was spinning as if I was thrown out. When I opened my eyes, I was already there." Ming gestured with both hands and said, "Fortunately, it was only my consciousness that was thrown out. If it was my soul that flew out, I don't think it would be that easy to come back." Hearing that, Yun Nuoxing's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the gigantic void beast that he saw in the image. It was 1,000 feet long, and its body was wrapped in chains. However, those chains were used to shackle a person in its abdomen. At present, he only knew that the person was a young man. Other than that, there was no other information. He was worried that Ming might have fallen for it. "Don't worry, big brother. I wasn't stopped when I came back. My consciousness was just a very weak ball of consciousness. In that turbid place, it was hard to notice. It took me some effort to get out. On that planet, aside from the quiet space inside, there was a very strong wind blowing on the surface. The wind was as chaotic as a tsunami, and it could circle the planet once in a few minutes. I was swept up in the wind and circled the planet dozens of times before I could barely get out. After that, nothing much happened. I drifted slowly through the stars and came back." Ming said. Yun Nuoxing was horrified. This experience was quite miraculous. He had never heard of anyone's consciousness being knocked out. At the very least, Humans shouldn't have such an experience. If someone was knocked out, it should be the soul or the entire spiritual body that was knocked out. Only a consciousness was knocked out. That was probably a special talent of energy life forms like the angels. Big brother, this on my head is... Ming rubbed the mark that appeared on her forehead and looked at him in confusion. When her consciousness left, she didn't know what happened to her body. When she came back, she felt that there was an additional mark on her forehead. She could feel Yun Nuoxing's power contained in her forehead. It was very powerful, many times more powerful than any energy she had ever seen. However, she didn't know what this mark was for. It's nothing. It's just a little thing. A little thing for protection. You can treat it as a talisman. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He scratched his head and laughed. His gaze shifted to the side, and he felt a little guilty for some reason. Ming couldn't believe this kind of suspicious statement, and flickering gaze no matter how much he wanted to believe it. His delicate eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Just as he was about to turn his head, he heard Yishi's voice from the other side. God's life oath. Big Brother Nuo didn't know what happened at that time. He was worried that something would happen to you, so he made this for you. I don't know the details, but it's a God's oath. Anyway, if something happens to you, Big Brother Nuo will instantly appear in front of you to block the death calamity for you. Xiao Shi Yu. Yun Nuoxing panicked. He suddenly felt a headache. He didn't want Ming to know. If he knew, he would usually in the spiritual world that was filled with a sea of fire, the temperature suddenly dropped to freezing point. Ming sighed softly. Mei Mao looked at Yun Nuoxing faintly. She reached out her jade finger and poked his head. She said softly, Big brother, let's talk when we have time. The corners of Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched. He only felt extremely bitter in his heart. Yes, she had even changed the way she addressed him. Her gaze was clearly blaming him. He knew clearly what she was blaming him for. He shouldered everything by himself. He put on a brave front and took on everything by himself. He took on everything and carefully protected them behind him. Ming didn't think that this feeling of being protected was bad. However, they could also bear some of the burden. Most of the time, Yun Nuoxing was forcing himself to keep moving forward. Even if he was powerless, he still had to protect them under his wings. In fact, they could also share some of the burden. That way, he wouldn't be in so much pain. He wouldn't have to go from small things to big things every time. Then, when something happened, everyone would worry at the side. It was fine if he fell asleep, but what about the others? Sometimes you have to consider other people's feelings when they worry about you, stupid brother. Ming sighed in her heart. It was a pity that Yun Nuoxing was a blockhead. This stupid brother of hers loved to worry. She knew that she wanted to correct him. However, when she thought about how Xian hadn't corrected him after being with him for so many years, she guessed that she wouldn't be able to do so either. This made her a little angry. While she was angry, she didn't know what to do. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in distress. He didn't think that he had done anything wrong at that time. Suddenly, he felt a strong sense of crisis. Then, when he suddenly saw his sister wandering in that dangerous place, he hurriedly increased the level of invincible rule. He glanced at Yishi. At this time, Yishi was playing chess with Lan Xian. She sensed something and turned her head back. When she saw Yun Nuoxing looking at her, she rolled her eyes at him and whispered, Brother Nuoxing, don't blame me. I have to correct your suicidal thoughts properly before something happens to you in the future. You are not allowed to refute. There is no room for you to refute. You have no room to refute. You have committed suicide. You don't care about other people's lives, and you don't even care about your own life. You think about how ridiculous the word protection is in your heart, but you act faster than anyone else. Ha! Ha! Every time you risk your life. Seeing that he wanted to refute, Yishi glared at him fiercely and scolded him harshly. Yun Nuashing shuddered and shrunk his head. He lowered his head and muttered, feeling wronged like a little wife who had been bullied. Yishi is right. You have to restrain your thoughts of looking down on life. Back then, Ing-Er was exactly the same as you. He was inflexible and couldn't be corrected. I couldn't do anything to him. But now, Purple Night rolled up from the bed. She had been listening to the conversation just now. At this time, she suddenly laughed. In the future, every time you do something like this, I will drag you into your soul and ravage you once. Yun Nuashing immediately shuddered. He lay on the ground and shouted, "Kill me!" What can I do? My body moved on its own. Looking at him rolling on the ground like a child, the girls couldn't bear it. Xiao Bai closed her eyes angrily and said, "You Ing is the same as you." When these words came out, the determination in the girls' hearts became much firmer. Kai Xia couldn't help but say, "You idiot! In your previous life, even if you changed your appearance every time, your temperament didn't change much." Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "That's different. That's not me. That's not the same thing. That's you. That's the same thing." The girls roared, scaring Yun Nuashing so much that he curled up into a ball and didn't make a sound. After that, Yun Nuashing was punished by the girls to carve the words, "Don't play with your life again," into his soul 100 times. Only then did they let him go. The 18 hours of night didn't pass very quickly. The sky was still very dark, and there was no moon in the sky. Only half of the dim yellow light in the Bloodwing Fortress was left hanging. Yun Nuashing quickly regained consciousness. Although he hadn't recovered to his peak state, he was still very refreshed after sleeping. When he opened his eyes, he saw Qin Yen wiping his head with a handkerchief. Yun Nuashing was slightly startled. This scene was a bit strange. "You're awake." Qin Yen was also startled when she saw him open his eyes. After a while, she continued to wipe the sweat on his forehead with the handkerchief. Yun Nuashing's eyebrows moved slightly and squeezed out a drop of sweat. Only then did he feel that his body was sticky. He felt as if he had just woken up from the water after sleeping. It was reasonable to say that the temperature at night in Leviathan wasn't high. That's not right. As a demi-demon, his cultivation shouldn't be affected by external factors. How could he be sweating while sleeping? You slept for 20 hours. There's still a while before dawn. After wiping the sweat on Yun Nuashing's forehead, Qin Yen took back the handkerchief and sat down by the bed. She pointed to the side, where Bing Er was lying on the edge of the bed and sleeping. Bing Er is using her own power to help you recover. She fell asleep 3 hours ago. You seem to have had a nightmare. You can't sleep well. Yun Nuashing half propped himself up and saw that the bed was a bit messy because of him sleeping. When he heard Qin Yan's words, he was startled and asked doubtfully, "But I didn't fall asleep. The Thousand Dreams Sutra was operating well. The nightmare didn't appear." Qin Yan shook her head to show that she didn't know either. "You just tossed around for a while, and then stopped." Yun Nuashing thought for a while and seemed to understand something. His face twitched slightly. It was probably because Zi Yi pounced on him and ravaged him that his body automatically resisted. Turning his head, he saw 3 little heads lying on the edge of the bed. It wasn't just Bing Er. Little Moon and Yor were also guarding him. Yor was still a bit naughty when she was sleeping. Her little hand pulled on his long hair and loosened it. She even mumbled in her sleep, "Woo, Brother Yun, you big idiot." Yun Nuashing. Who did I offend? Hearing his helpless muttering, Qin Yan turned her head and looked at him doubtfully. Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly and told her what had happened in the soul, just now. After Qin Yen heard what he said, Mei Mao glanced at him and said indifferently, Ming and Ziyi are right. You have to restrain those thoughts. If something happens to you, everyone will be worried. Even you, sigh. Fine, I'll reflect on it. I'm guilty, but I can't control it. I really didn't. Sigh. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing could only scratch his head in distress. He really couldn't control this matter. His body, subconsciously, he didn't even have consciousness. It was simply a series of conditioned reflexes. Moreover, these kinds of actions were carved into his bones. Because you're an idiot. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He turned his head in a daze. Qin Yen, who had just said this, was now staring at him expressionlessly. That exquisite, pretty face of hers rarely had any changes in expression. She had always been indifferent. When she said something that made him want to vomit blood. She was also indifferent. After looking at each other for so long, he couldn't help but look away, looking at each other without saying anything. Yun Nuoxing awkwardly looked away and looked at the ceiling. Qin Yen also looked straight ahead silently. She looked at the dim yellow light outside the window. She was silent, and her breathing was very weak. She was like a jade carving. If she didn't open her mouth, no one would be able to sense her existence. They stared at the patterns on the wooden ceiling in a daze. The room was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuoxing came back to his senses. He took a deep breath and rolled off the bed. He gently carried the 3 girls, Bing Air and Little Moon, onto the bed. He tidied up his clothes and walked towards the door. Where are you going? Qin Yen asked softly. Wow. The sudden sound from the room startled Yun Nuoxing. He jumped up and turned around. When he saw Qin Yen sitting there and staring at him, he couldn't help but stare at her. You're here? Qin Yen. Huh. Hey, you're always so quiet. I can't sense your existence if I don't pay attention. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in embarrassment. Qin Yen was a little speechless. Yun Nuoxing smiled and said, Let's go out for a walk. Do you want to come? Qin Yen thought for a while. Mei Mao blinked and nodded. She stood up and quietly walked to Yun Nuoxing's side. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pushed open the door. The two walked out side by side. There was still more than an hour until daybreak. Within the Bloodwing Fort, there were still some shops that were lit. Moreover, most of them were shops that sold armor and weapons. There were also some ordinary grocery stores. In the distance, there were also restaurants and tea houses. Dim yellow lights hung high above, illuminating the road below. Although it was called a fort, it was actually a city. However, the residents of this city were mostly powerful warriors and soldiers. Guarding this important border pass, everyone had to become a warrior that could instantly pick up a weapon and enter the battlefield. They didn't have any specific purpose for coming out to roam. The two walked side by side and wandered. There weren't many people on the street. Most of the people had gone back to rest at this time. The remaining people walking on the street were mostly powerful warriors. Nighttime didn't mean that it was safe. This kind of patrol was still very important. Ivan had said that the void beasts were used to appearing stealthily. No one would know when they would suddenly break into the stronghold. When those patrolling soldiers and shopkeepers saw Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing, they all stood up straight and bowed solemnly, which gave the two of them a fright. After the patrolling soldiers left, they couldn't help but ask a middle-aged uncle by the side of the road. You guys are... The uncle's explanation made Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing speechless. When the meteor hit the ground, Ivan and the others had said that it was friends from outer space who had come to help. Yesterday's battle was seen by everyone. They subconsciously thought that they were friends of the gods. They were incomparably powerful. Thus, the scene just now had occurred, friends of the gods, or something. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This name was a little intimidating. Qin Yin smiled faintly and instantly restrained it. It was so fast that Yun Nuoxing didn't catch it. He thought that this girl was just as indifferent and expressionless as before. Along the way, they attracted the attention of many people. The rate of people turning their heads was very high. However, there were only a dozen people on the street. After walking for a short distance, they saw another group of patrolling warriors trotting across the street. When they came in front of Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing, they also stopped in an orderly manner. They smashed their fists together, saluted, and hurriedly ran past. The security was so tight that one could feel that this was a stronghold. The shops on the street were obviously more weapon shops. Among the weapons in these shops, only a few of the 18 types of weapons that Yun Nuoxing could recognize appeared here. He couldn't recognize the other strange weapons. What surprised him was that these weapons didn't cost any money. They were free. This is the grace of the gods. The natural resources of Leviathan were already exhausted in the first era of the Holy War. It is the grace of the gods that we can still replenish our resources at this time. The shop owner was a rather young man. When he saw Yun Nuoxing and Yun Nuoxing, he immediately recognized that they were friends of the gods. He saluted them and then freed one of his hands. Wisps of silver light flashed across his body and finally traveled along his arm to his palm. A moment later, the silver light emerged from his palm and turned into a ball of light. After a while, it condensed into the shape of a weapon. When the light dissipated, a solid weapon with a metallic luster appeared out of thin air. The quality is okay. The shop owner casually looked at it and then put it on the counter. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. The gods taught us how to create resources out of thin air. Everything that we created was used in the Holy War. Weapons, food, city defense. These were all brought by the gods when they descended. We also threw everything into the Holy War according to the will of the gods. Did Ivan and the others say that? No, every action of the gods has its own meaning. These are just our wild guesses. Yun Nuoxing and Qin Yin were speechless. The Holy War has lasted for a long time and has never ended. We also don't know when it will end. The enemies of the gods are very powerful. Even the gods have fallen. We are not willing to just linger on under the protection of the gods. Everyone wants to contribute. Those who can go to the battlefield will go out and kill the enemies. Those who are not strong enough will go to the rear to create resources to support the warriors and the gods on the front line. The shopkeeper took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. When will it end? That was everyone's initial thought. Later, this thought was also forgotten by time. It's already a blessing to be alive. Even if we die in battle tomorrow, we won't have any regrets. This world has been going on for far too long. It will end. All of this will end. Yun Nuoxing smiled. The shop owner smiled and bowed to Yun Nuoxing. Thank you for your kind words. After leaving the weapon shop, Yun Nuoxing and the other man continued to wander around this otherworldly street. The area in front of them was dark, and the lights did not illuminate the area too brightly. Yun Nuoxing thought for a moment, and then turned to another street. They did not have any particular destination, and were just strolling around. They were curious about the local products here, and they even had the leisure to pick out those shiny little accessories. It was said that they had some special effects, but Yun Nuoxing and the other man did not really care about those effects. They only bought them because they felt that these shiny little things looked pretty good. Unsurprisingly, these did not cost money. Yun Nuoxing and the other man did not really care about that effect. The Holy War? Well, It's not that I can't understand such a special period. I'm just a little curious. What will happen if the Holy War ends? Yun Nuoshing could not help but think. Yun Nuoshing bought a pendant for Qin Yen. It was made of a metal chain called Ku in the Leviathan world. The chain was soft silver black, cold to the touch, and light to the touch. There was a golden hexagram hanging at the bottom of the chain. Visible energy flowed through the hexagram. It was said that it could be used to resist the power of the void beast. Qin Yen was a little stunned when she saw Yun Nuoshing waving the pendant in front of her. Her pretty face seemed to be in a daze for a moment. She subconsciously raised her head. She wanted to say something, but it seemed like she was asking him to help her put the pendant on. When she realized that something was wrong and wanted to lower her head, Yun Nuoshing had already smiled helplessly. He grabbed the pendant and put it around her neck. He did it so quickly that it took less than 2 seconds. Qin Yen looked down at the pendant hanging in front of her chest in a daze, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Then she suddenly thought of something, and the smile quickly disappeared. She looked straight at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Yun Nuoshing scratched his cheek with his fingers and laughed dryly. "I usually wear it for Xian, Feng, and the others. I also have 2 hanging on my body. I'm used to it." "Oh." Qin Yen nodded casually and said, "Aren't you going to buy some for them?" "Yes, I'll buy them all. I'll buy whatever they like." Yun Nuoshing smiled and patted the pendant on his chest. The atmosphere was inexplicably strange. Qin Yan's jade-like hand gently stroked a strand of hair. Her eyelids slightly lowered as she stared at the ground. Yun Nuoshing scratched his head, feeling that something was wrong. Boom! A violent explosion resounded in the distance, causing the silent duo to be flabbergasted for a moment. They simultaneously raised their heads and saw a brilliant golden light blossoming in the distance, as if it wanted to illuminate this pitch-black night. A huge barrier had appeared outside the Blood Wing Fort. The golden barrier was frantically flickering, as if it would collapse at any moment. Behind the barrier was a boundless darkness. Chapter 875. Rumble! Rumble! The earth shook as if it was trembling. The rumbling of the earthquake was accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of heavy objects smashing into the spiritual light barrier. Every time the spiritual light barrier flickered, it would cause the hearts of everyone in the Blood Wing Fort to tremble. There was also the sound of clanking chains echoing in the sky. Hearing this sound, Yun Nuoshing and the others narrowed their eyes. "Chains! Don't tell me that big guy has come out?" Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. That day, at the place where Ming's consciousness had stayed, he had seen a super void beast that was over 1,000 feet long. He wasn't sure how strong it was, but it shouldn't have been too difficult to kill a general-class void beast with a single slap. And that super void beast had a layer of chains around its abdomen, with a youth whose figure couldn't be seen clearly. Old. Boss. Something big. Over at the city wall. Oh. A big guy has come out. Big guy. 100,000 flames. No, 1,000,000 flames urgent. Quickly come and save me. An earth-shattering howl came from Yun Nuoshing's soul. It was like a demonic sound that penetrated his mind, startling him. However, after hearing this howl, Yun Nuoshing judged that this guy could last for at least half an hour. Thus, he straightforwardly said, "Hold on, I'll be there soon." "That little star. A big guy has come out here. A very, very big guy. It's the one we saw yesterday. Walala. Bang. Dang. Quam. Rumble. Wah. Chains. They flew through the sky. The spirit light barrier has shattered. We have to go out and risk our lives. If any of you can escape, come and help us. Wah. Yun Nuoshing hadn't moved yet when a series of clanging sounds came from his mind. He could barely determine that it was Yao Hua's voice, but it didn't sound like his situation was good. Just as Yun Nuoshing wanted to see the situation of the others and was about to connect to their soul seeds, a cacophony of voices rushed into his mind. He was so scared that he hurriedly blocked it. Then he listened to them one by one and determined, yes, something big had happened. Something big had happened. There wasn't just one chain void beast. At least 6 of them had appeared. Moreover, it was as if they had agreed to sneak attack at night. This time it's really wow. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched, and he patted his head. Little Shi, Ziyi, Ming, Kaixia, Xinair, Xiaobai, stop sleeping. Something big has happened. Come out and help. As soon as he finished speaking, a large group of people popped out of his mind and stood to the side. Fortunately, after the city wall made a move, the people on the street had already rushed over. Otherwise, they would have been scared. Yi Shi, Ziyi, and the others still hadn't steadied themselves. After looking at each other, as if they had discussed it beforehand, they didn't even have time to say goodbye to Yun Nuoshing before they all charged out with a bang. That speed and that efficiency gave him a fright. Yun Nuoshing didn't waste any time. He exchanged a glance with Qin Yan, and the 2 of them nodded. He grabbed Qin Yan's hand, and with a flash of light, the 2 of them shot out and appeared on top of the city wall in the blink of an eye. Rumble! As soon as they appeared on the city wall, they were greeted by a huge black palm. The 5 fingers were like octopus tentacles without suction cups, and there was a huge hole in the center of the palm. From the hole, a huge black chain with a thickness of 30 meters burst out and whipped the golden barrier. Thunderous rumbles echoed, and the entire barrier shook under the attack, flickering continuously. Barrier of spiritual light. Absolute defense. Everyone, pour all your power into the barrier. On the city wall, Yifan, Yuan Shi, and the others were desperately pouring their power into the barrier. Nearly 10 of the top powerhouses of the 5 elemental realms were supporting the barrier with their power, making its illusory figure a little more stable. But it was only stable under the momentum of the giant void beast's palm and chain. The barrier couldn't hold on for long. It was only a matter of time before it shattered. Mother of Asterisker, have these beasts gone crazy? There has never been such a crazy offensive. 3 waves in a day, and even king-level powerhouses came out to ambush us. What is this? The extremely handsome guy couldn't help but curse. Even with his disheveled hair, he still had a different kind of handsomeness. You still have the strength to speak. That's good. Yifan revealed an extremely bitter smile. When he turned his head and saw Yun Nuoshing appear, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He hurriedly said, Yun, come and give me a hand. The barrier of spiritual light won't be able to hold on for long under the attacks of king-level powerhouses. We've already asked those who aren't strong enough to evacuate the stronghold. They rarely appear, but every time they do, we've never been able to protect our territory. If the 5 great spiritual gods were here, we could still give it a try. But now, Yun Nuoshing waved her hand and interrupted him. After pondering for a while, she took a light breath and muttered, I didn't think that it would come in handy one day. It's worth a try. Boss, hurry up and throw out whatever you have. Ugh, we really can't hold on for much longer. Nightmare was sweating profusely, and the veins on his outstretched hands were bulging. Yun Nuoshing nodded and made a lifting motion with her right hand. A golden light flickered, and something suddenly appeared on her palm. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, and then their jaws dropped. Yuan Shi and the others knew what kind of godly weapon he was holding. When it came to defense, they would probably think of a shield or a barrier ball. However, what Yun Nuoshing took out was something that looked like a sword, except that it was shaped like a sword. It was an object that was more than a foot long, and it was golden red in color. It floated on top of Yun Nuoxing's palm. The top of it was like a sword hilt, but there was no sword guard. The sword guard was a cage-like object made of 6 orange-gold curved metals. And in this small cage, there was a silver-red bead. The bead was emitting a faint light, and a great pressure was being emitted from it, causing everyone's expressions to stagnate. At the bottom of the cage, there was an irregular cross-shaped spike, and the spike was constantly tapering from the top to the bottom. At a rough glance, this thing looked like a knight's spear, except that this spear was a little smaller. However, upon closer inspection, this thing looked like an awl. What kind of expression is that? Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and turned the golden red all around in her palm. She grabbed the tip, muttered to herself for a while, and said, "This thing needs to be used by someone. When it's used, it can't be moved. As for the range, it won't be a problem to cover the entire Holy Kingdom." Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing suddenly shouted in her soul, "That big guy didn't enter the city, right? Ah, did he enter? If he did, throw him out for me. I'm going to go big, for defense. For defense. It wouldn't be a problem to bring in all 6 strongholds, but this thing can't be entered or left. Nonsense. I can control how you go in and out, but I can't control how that big guy goes in and out. Hurry up and throw him out. Don't look at me like that, okay?" Yun Nuoxing was about to cry when she saw that everyone was full of doubts. She wasn't the one who created it. It needs a person to be, the energy core. Don't worry, at most, the energy will be drained. This is the limit, and there's no need to worry about the energy being drained too fast. It can hold up a barrier for 2 hours, which means that after 2 hours, the energy of the person who becomes the energy core will be drained, and they just need to recover. So now, who will be the core? I'll do it. As soon as Yun Nuoxing's voice fell, everyone began to think about the strength of their own battle power in the team. Before they could think of anything, they heard a voice. Everyone quickly turned their heads and saw Qin Yan, dressed in a black dress and long black hair, walking out from Yun Nuoxing's side. She was naturally the one who spoke just now. "My battle power is slightly lower. You are both stronger than me," Qin Yan said softly, directly stuffing back the words that everyone wanted to say. Yun Nuoxing pondered for a while and nodded heavily. She pressed her hands on Qin Yan's shoulders and said, "You are a brave girl." Everyone was stunned. Qin Yan was also stunned for a moment. However, before she could react to what he meant, Yun Nuoxing hugged her tightly in his arms, causing her to let out a small cry of surprise. Her face instantly turned red. Little Moon, who was standing at the side, also blushed. She pulled Yuer's face to the side so that she wouldn't peek, while she herself stared with her eyes wide open. Now isn't the time." Yuan, she staggered and almost fell down. He was halfway through his words, but he didn't continue. After he pulled Qin Yan into his arms without any distractions, Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned that the person in his arms didn't struggle. However, he couldn't care too much at this time. Her right hand held the awl tightly, and she spat out obscure words that sounded like roars and roars. Only one person at the scene could understand what she was saying. Even if Yuan, she, and the others couldn't understand, they could guess what she was saying. That was the language of the mythological era. Yun Nuoxing's chanting became faster and faster, and the red light emitted by the red pearl on the awl became more and more dazzling. After a moment, Yun Nuoxing's high-pitched chanting stopped abruptly, and a soft shout echoed throughout the entire city wall. "Bloom, eternal barrier." Following the soft shout, Yun Nuoxing gritted her teeth and fiercely stabbed the awl into Qin Yan's back. The loud and clear sound of something hitting the ground fell into everyone's ears. They hurriedly turned around and saw this shocking scene. Qin Yen furrowed her brows in pain, and her lily-white hands gripped tightly onto Yun Nuoxing's arm. After a moment, she was stunned. Half of the awl had already pierced into her flesh, but there was only a faint, weak pain like that of a needle. Furthermore, no one saw the scene of blood spurting out. The awl opened up a blue light hole on Qin Yan's back and slowly sank into it. A blood-red light flashed through the blue light hole, and after a moment, it closed up. After the blue light hole closed up, a blood-red light faintly bloomed from Qin Yan's body. She nervously grasped Yun Nuoxing's arm, and the red light turned into lines that gushed out of her body. After a while, the dense red lines wrapped around her whole body until she was wrapped in a cocoon of light. Only then did Yun Nuoxing pull herself out. Then the cocoon of light suddenly rushed into the sky. The red light contracted slightly for a moment, and then suddenly bloomed. The blood-red light spread across the entire Livian world at a speed far faster than light. In the sky above the center of the entire Holy Kingdom, a faint blood-red light suddenly appeared. After appearing, it quickly became solid, and then quickly spread in all directions. In just a second, it appeared above the 6 fortresses. When the blood-red barrier appeared in the sky, everyone was stunned. Yao Hua and the others knew what was going on. They worked together and used all their strength to blast the king-level void beast out of the stronghold. They shouted, "Quickly enter the stronghold." Before his voice fell, everyone who had just been reminded had already rushed into the fortress. Then, the blood-red canopy fell from the sky and formed a complete sphere, enveloping the entire Holy Kingdom. Bang! 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 After the blood-red canopy formed, the king-level void beast also rushed over immediately, raising its huge palm and chain to smash the canopy. However, the huge force that smashed the canopy of light to the verge of collapse did not cause the slightest ripple of energy to appear on the blood-red canopy. Smash all you want. If you can break the concept of eternity, it's my loss. Yun Nuoxing sat on the ground. Casting the eternal barrier consumed a lot of his power, but after that, it was all up to Qin Yen to maintain the barrier. Those who can't understand eternity, even if their power has reached the level of the natural order, will not be able to break the barrier so easily. Now, we have an absolutely stable 2 hours, and we can use it to rest. After 2 hours, we will have to fight it to the death. Of course, it's not a problem to fight it to the death now. Apart from the void beast, everyone else can enter and leave. This sentence was directly transmitted to everyone's soul, and they were all stunned. Ivan and the others wiped the sweat on their foreheads and sighed. 2 hours is still a time, and it will be dawn by then. Dawn. And then Yun Nuoxing was a little stunned. Was daybreak still their weakness? Then we can at least see the sun tomorrow. Ivan said with a smile. Everyone, Nightmare was exasperated. That's today's sun. F*CKU. Yun Nuoxing couldn't take it anymore. He jumped up and slapped Nightmare to the ground. Don't talk about this. Damn it, Qin girl is hanging up there. 2 hours. Hurry up, I'm going to rest. You guys think of something. If it doesn't work, I'll slash it with my sword, as usual. Can you slash it? Yuanshi was a little worried. This big guy is much stronger than all the void beasts we've encountered before. The energy reaction on its body is frightening. Also, I don't think this can last for 2 hours. Ling said faintly. Everyone was shocked and quickly turned their gazes away. The king-level void beast suddenly stopped its attacks after failing to break through the blood-red barrier for a long time. Then, it slowly retreated. This action made everyone's heart skip a beat. This king-level void beast knew how to retreat. Did it have some sort of spiritual intelligence? Roar. A moment later, the void beast roared at the sky. The loud sound shook the heavens and the earth, and it caused waves of echoes in the surrounding mountains. Then a weak wave spread out, and the king-level void beast's body slowly shrank. Clatter! The sound of chains being pulled could be heard. Everyone watched as the void beast shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The black fog on its body also turned from thin to very solid, surging out like a black tide. Its body shrank from the size of a mountain to the size of a junior general within a minute. The clattering black chains were also revealed in front of everyone, and it didn't stop. The chains were also slowly shrinking as its body shrank. Something's not right. Yun Nuoshing's expression changed slightly. He suddenly pulled out the sun god bow and pulled it with 2 fingers. Energy surged out, and a slender crystal arrow suddenly formed. Then he released it fiercely. The crystal arrow carried an unparalleled amount of energy and rushed out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it rushed in front of the shrunken void beast and suddenly exploded. An energy storm thousands of feet in size swept out, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse. The terrifying energy shock wave slammed into the blood-red barrier, but it only caused slight ripples. There was no real damage. The black fog was torn apart by the shock wave. At the center of the explosion, a 4 to 5 meter tall figure was emitting billowing black fog. Yun Nuoshing's arrow could easily kill half a general-level void beast, but it was completely unharmed. No, it's not shrinking, it's... Ling's eyes widened, and a golden light surged out of his eyes. He could see that from the moment the gigantic body had shrunk to its current state, all the energy was rapidly gathering towards the figure that had been chained to the abdomen of the king-level warrior. Quick attack! Quick! Ling suddenly shouted, causing everyone to quiver. They couldn't care less about what was happening. They gritted their teeth and shouted angrily in unison. The energy in their hands was thrown out in all directions as if it was free. Rumble! Bang! 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 Hundreds and thousands of condensed energies suddenly erupted not far away, sweeping up terrifying energy shockwaves that shook the mountain range until it collapsed. Even more energy ripples erupted, shaking the mountain range and the earth into nothingness. Within the energy storm, a series of sizzling sounds could be heard. Countless black mists circled around, canceling out those energies. Boom! 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 The black fog kept changing its shape, turning into solid fists and palms. They met the energy that was rushing towards them. In an instant, the heavens and the earth rumbled and shook from the terrifying impact. Huge fissures as deep as the abyss appeared on the ground. By the time all the storms had dissipated, the black fog had also been completely annihilated. However, the black fog had also blocked all the powerful attacks. The surrounding ground had sunk by more than 10 meters, like a cliff. A young man's figure appeared at the original position of the king-level void beast. He stood in the air, his long black hair swaying messily in the wind. His clothes fluttered, and black fog flowed on his body like a close-fitting armor. There's a person chained in the abdomen of the king-level void beast. Ling's voice was grave. That person, no matter what he was before, has been completely corroded by the pure power of the void beast. His body, mind, and soul have all been corroded. The only thing left is an empty shell used to carry the king-level power. I just saw it. All the energy has flowed into that body. That huge body has shrunk to the size of a normal person. The degree of condensed energy. Ling gritted his teeth. His voice leaked out from between his teeth. It's at least 10 times more powerful. Idiot number 1. Hurry up and strengthen your barrier. Little Qin. Without needing his reminder, Yun Nuashing shouted at Qin Yin. The latter was now the carrier of the entire barrier. Strengthening the eternal barrier's strength was just a matter of consciousness. The moment they finished speaking, a light so dense that it was almost purple gushed out of the cocoon that Qin Yin had turned into. The entire eternal barrier also turned pale purple at this moment. Then, the king-level void beast that had shrunk to the size of a human, or rather, the person below, also launched an attack at this moment. Without the slightest bit of skill, he simply threw a punch out of thin air. Dong! The sound of a heavy collision rang out. That punch seemed to have the strength of 1,000 caddies. Even the massive body of the eternal barrier was unable to cause any ripples to appear on it. But now, with just a single punch, it caused ripples to appear on the fortified purple barrier. Even space itself was trembling. F***CK. This power is definitely enough to shake the laws. Yun Nuashing stared in shock at the ripples on the pale purple barrier. She sucked in a cold breath and pulled out the Netherworld Ruins sword. She shouted, "Go! F***CK him up." As soon as Yun Nuashing finished speaking, she turned into a black shadow and dashed out. Her speed and strength were all raised to the limit. The Netherworld Ruins sword in her hand was like a giant tablet. That speed and full force slammed directly on the figure of the young man. The power that was enough to tear the king-level void beast apart only sent the young man flying a few meters away like a rubber ball. Ha! Bang bang! Boom! Boom! As the figure retreated a few meters, dozens and hundreds of bursts of energy behind Yun Nuashing suddenly whizzed past Yun Nuashing like a group of angry dragons leaving their nest. Finally, they landed heavily on the body of the young man. Perhaps only Yun Nuashing and a few others could withstand such a terrifying power. The young man, whose body was possessed by the void beast, merely flicked his sleeves lightly, and the bursts of energy were all shattered. While Yun Nuashing and the others were attacking, the other 5 strongholds also focused all their firepower on the human-sized void beast at the same time. The fierce battle broke out again after less than a day. The sky was also slowly turning bright. This dawn was exceptionally chaotic. Chapter 876. Boom. Clang. 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 Chi. In the air outside the Bloodwing Fortress, Yun Nuashing's body was like a shadow that constantly appeared and disappeared. Both of his hands gripped the huge Dark Ruin sword tightly. Violent star energy and elemental energy swirled around his body as he clashed with the Dark Ruin sword at lightning speed. Every strike contained a power that could tear the heavens and earth apart. However, the Dark Ruin sword easily dispelled all of his attacks. Even as he dispelled Yun Nuashing's attacks, he even used the Dark Ruin sword to deflect the power back to Yun Nuashing. In the sky, the violent forces collided with each other, causing cracks to appear in the space around them. The youth's disheveled hair covered a pair of scarlet eyes. Yun Nuashing's heart skipped a beat when he occasionally met his gaze. Such a violent aura was a little too violent. The unstable elements in the energy were too chaotic. Yun Nuashing, who was well-versed in energy, could clearly feel the chaotic aura coming from his opponent. The degree of chaos was too unbelievable. It was so chaotic that even maintaining one's own existence was a problem. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such an unstable energy in the world. For numbers to have meaning, they couldn't all be zeros. For a flame to burn, there had to be something for it to burn. For a person to live, there had to be something to maintain the complete structure of the human body. Even if he was soaked in an excessive amount of life force and only had his head left, Yun Nuashing would still be able to pretend that he was still alive. In order to move one's body, one had to have consciousness. A puppet's consciousness was also consciousness. Even if a puppet was an inanimate object and a simple-minded idiot, it still had instinctive consciousness. However, the person he was facing, the dark ruin sword, had no order at all. A string of numbers that were all zeros, flames that ignited out of nowhere without any support. In other words, this kind of energy was self-contradictory and self-destructive. It was even denying its own existence. This kind of energy that had no order and was completely chaotic was even more incomprehensible than the pure void energy. The latter was only zero and nothing existed. However, the former was completely chaotic, including itself. Dark elementals shouldn't have such chaotic powers. It's strange, even if it's a mutated dark elemental. I must have forgotten something important. Zero stood on the city wall with a frown on his face. He had used up all of his strength in the previous wave of attacks. Right now, he could only sit on the city wall and recover his strength. Clang! After a fierce confrontation, Yun Nuoshing and the King General humanoid creature both retreated 100 meters. At this moment, it should be called a puppet, a powerful puppet. Yun Nuoshing shook her numb left hand and gritted her teeth. Her arm was crippled, and she couldn't feel it at all. The power of rule. Every attack contains the power of rule. He sealed my left hand on the level of rule. Yun Nuoshing took over the nether void sword with his right hand and let out a gloomy laugh. His eyes darted around, and no one knew what he was thinking. Eat my palm. Boom. Behind the puppet, Yuan Shi, Nightmare, Ivan, and the others suddenly appeared. Their fists and palms were wrapped in unparalleled power, and a layer of holy energy surged out. Finally, they slammed into the back of the puppet, which was half a beat slower. The monstrous power was ferocious and unparalleled, and it directly created a huge energy storm in the air. However, Yuan Shi and the others who attacked still had serious expressions on their faces. Their power seemed to have caused a huge commotion, but it was all blocked by the puppet's physical body. In the storm, a dark fist suddenly came crashing down. Get out of the way! Yun Nuoshing roared angrily. Her figure flashed, and she appeared in front of Yuan Shi and the others. She slapped out with her palm, and a gust of wind blew them away. Then she grabbed the nether void sword that was floating beside her and slashed at the puppet. Clang! The two terrifying energies collided like the earth and the moon, causing the entire sky to tremble. Yun Nuoshing's hand trembled, and a huge force surged through the nether void sword. She was sent flying by the punch. The aftermath of the two energies spread to Yuan Shi and the others, directly shattering their defenses. They grunted as they were sent flying. In the end, they were all caught by the fastest spirit god of the spirit clan, Xianya. Wah, that hurts. When everyone was thrown back to the city wall by Xianya, only Yun Nuoshing was left in the sky, stubbornly resisting against the puppet. Nightmare rubbed her sore shoulder and couldn't help but grin. She had been injured by her own power from that punch. The battle in the sky was like a fireworks show. Most of it was the scene of Yun Nuoshing's energy exploding, that king-level puppet. Other than giving everyone a very powerful force that was equivalent to the power of laws, and it also had a weak spiritual intelligence, there was nothing special about it. From the beginning to the end, it hadn't used a single skill, but its fighting skills were very shocking to the onlookers. Every punch and kick had the style of a martial artist who had practiced martial arts for many years. Moreover, this kind of skill was engraved in the puppet's bones, and it was subconsciously executed. Practice makes perfect. Hearing everyone's words, Zero nodded in agreement. However, idiot number one's skills can't be broken so easily. The puppet's skills are engraved in its bones, and our skills are engraved in its soul. Even subconscious movements are enough. The only difference is that the power that the puppet uses every time is at the level of the power of laws. Can't, little star, and you use the power of laws at the level of heavenly gods. Yuanshi couldn't help but ask in their souls. I've said before that our power isn't used for fighting. You still want to use a support-type power of laws to clash with a combat-type power of laws. Zero rolled its eyes. How can the 5 elements realm withstand the power of laws at the level of heavenly gods? That time, we only used a little bit of the power to shift the stars, a very little bit, about 1/1,000,000th of the power. It was only used for regulation, but it already caused slight damage to that world. If it was used against an enemy, I'm afraid that it would directly penetrate the rules of the 5 elements realm. Therefore, we didn't reserve any power of laws for combat. Who would have thought that we would have to fight to find a fragment, and to such an extent? Yuanshi was instantly speechless. Woo, 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 woo. Beside them, the unconscious Yu was lying in Little Moon's arms, groaning in pain. Yuanshi glanced at them and couldn't help but sigh. Although they were all top-notch fighters, it had been half an hour since the start of the battle. Yu had charged too crazily and was carelessly hit by the King General. She instantly lost her ability to fight. It was the same for the others. At this moment, Ozher was treating them. Yuanshi, Nightmare, and Chu Yingzhan, who were stronger, had charged a few times. However, looking at the effect, it seemed that they were causing trouble for Yun Nuoxing every time. Every time they were forced to retreat, they would be pushed away by Yun Nuoxing. If they had a direct confrontation with the King General, they would probably end up like Yu. However, if this continued, Yun Nuoxing's power would also be exhausted. Boom! Just as they thought of this, the wall next to Yuanshi and the others suddenly exploded, giving everyone a fright. Zero waved her hand to wipe away the smoke and dust, revealing the broken wall inside. Yun Nuoxing was half lying and half embedded in the wall. Her pretty face was slightly distorted from the pain. Brother! Little Moon was a little nervous. After entrusting you, to Ozher, she quickly ran over to Yun Nuoxing and pulled her out of the wall. When she saw the golden-red blood flowing down Yun Nuoxing's face, she hurriedly wiped it off with her sleeves. Bang! 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 The light purple eternal barrier shook, and huge ripples continuously appeared. After losing its target, Yun Nuoxing, the kingdom-level puppet, rushed over to smash the barrier again. This time, it used all its strength to smash the barrier. This barrier, which stood on the level of the natural laws and had the attribute of eternal, was soon on the verge of collapsing under the puppet's violent attacks. Little Purple soul-hugged Yun Nuoxing's thigh. Her purplish gold eyes shone brightly in the morning sun. The purplish gold color slightly illuminated a small area nearby. Zero noticed this and could not help but be startled. He looked at the little girl deeply, and his mind churned slightly. Yun Nuoxing panted for a while and slowly opened her eyes. She swallowed a mouthful of blood. Her colorful eyes burned with amazing energy. With a puff, 6 colorful wings spread out from her back. The energy in this area suddenly became chaotic. Hey, idiot number 1, I have an idea. Zero spoke up in time to stop Yun Nuoxing, who had activated her second form and was about to rush forward. Everyone turned to look at him. What idea? It's a very bad idea. Maybe it can get rid of those 6 King General level monsters and blow up the entire Livian planet. But with the Eternal Barrier, the Holy Kingdom shouldn't be a problem. Zero laughed. Say it. Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. Her blood was boiling. In her battle mode, she gave people a great sense of pressure, especially her disdainful gaze. It was even more stressful. Zero nodded and said, Remember that time in the ghost forest when I used that kind of condensed energy at the end? Everyone was stunned. Yin Nuoshing frowned and nodded. I think you can condense it, with the help of your origin formation. It should be enough to condense it to the size of a planet. As soon as she said that, the temperature in the air dropped to freezing point. Little purple Soul sneezed from the cold and looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others strangely. She even tugged at Zero's pants with her little hand. You want to blow up this planet, don't you? Yun Nuoshing said, gritting her teeth. Everyone was speechless. What kind of bad idea was that? Zero shook his head helplessly and looked at Ivan. You should be able to protect the mortals in space. This is the worst idea I can come up with. Mobilizing 6 kingdom-level puppets at once. I heard you guys say that this is unprecedented. I think it's either we're all done for or we'll just die together. Even if we can't stop them, we'll leave a place for the void beasts to nurture. Why don't we just take everyone to the second battlefront and destroy this place? It's just a suggestion. If you think it won't work, then forget it. We'll think of something else. Maybe they'll retreat after a while. After saying that, Zero hugged his head and squatted in a corner. If you want to beat them up, don't hit their faces. After saying that, Ivan and the others' eyes flickered. Yun Nuoshing hesitated for a moment. She didn't rush out and fight the kingdom-level puppet to the death. She reached out and strengthened the eternal rampart. The huge ripples caused by the kingdom-level puppet's attack suddenly weakened a lot. This was a very difficult decision to make, even though everyone knew the situation. 6 kingdom-level puppets. If it weren't for the eternal rampart, the 6 fortresses would have already fallen. The Bloodwing Fortress had the strongest defense. This was mainly because there were too many powerful combatants in the fortress. However, even Yun Nuoshing and the others had a hard time dealing with the kingdom-level puppet. The puppet's strange and chaotic power countered almost all powers. Even Little Star, who was incomparably powerful in everyone's eyes, had been defeated by it. Zero had even used up all of his power in one round of Berserk, but he still hadn't been able to stop the kingdom-level puppet from transforming. In such a situation, falling into enemy hands was the only possible outcome. The only difference was that everyone could still watch the eternal rampart slowly collapse under the siege of the 6 kingdom-level puppets. Even though most of the people in the Bloodwing Fortress had already evacuated, where could they escape to? Once the fortress's entrance was breached, millions of void beasts would be able to flood in. No matter how far they escaped, they would only be able to struggle at death's door. Furthermore, according to Ivan, the powerful beings in the Livian world had the power to cross planets. However, those who tried to leave the Livian world would be attacked by the void beasts. Furthermore, a single person would have to make preparations before leaving. With such a large group of people, who knew how long it would take to prepare? The kingdom-level puppets were still relentlessly smashing the barrier. However, with Yun Nuoshing's active defense, the barrier had become much stronger. The puppets could no longer easily shake the barrier. Ivan raised his head, looked behind the Bloodwing Fortress, and sighed deeply. He was very clear about this situation. After fighting against the void beasts for tens of millions of years, every time a kingdom-level puppet appeared, it would lead to the fall of the fortress. It had been like this for tens of millions of years. The kingdom-level puppets rarely appeared, but when they did, they were definitely a huge force that could destroy cities and fortresses. What they had encountered was only a huge body. Even the 5 great spiritual gods had not been able to destroy it. At most, they had been forced to the state they saw today. Ivan gritted his teeth fiercely and thought about it again and again. In the end, he still could not think of a good way to get through this difficult situation. He scratched his head in distress. After a long while, he took a deep breath. Cynthia, inform everyone. Give up on Livley. we will collectively support the Holy Kingdom and move to gray. After saying this, the golden light on Ivan's body dimmed a little. Liv lay, and all the planets in this starry sky were his territory, the world under his jurisdiction. All the intelligent creatures in it were his children. Now he had to give the order to blow up an entire planet. His heart felt as uncomfortable as if it was blocked. It will get better. This is just a strategic retreat. Everything that has been lost will be taken back. Nightmare patted him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Ah." Ivan raised his head in astonishment. Seeing everyone's solemn expressions, he could not help but say, after blowing up this planet, we will have to send a report to the heavenly court in the spiritual realm later. Woo-woo, we have to write a self-reflection after acting first. Maybe we will be grounded and find. Maybe it will even affect our performance for the next 1,000 years. Everyone was stunned. So you won't be sad about blowing up this planet at all? If it's blown up, then so be it. You said it was a strategic retreat. After the war, I can still rebuild it. But if we blow it up rashly, we will be criticized and educated by the higher-ups. Ivan waved his hand and sighed. Zero suddenly felt that the guilt was so weak that it was almost gone. The existence of the void beasts has a great impact on our divine authority. It would be best if you can blow it up completely. Ivan sighed softly and glanced at Yun Nuwashing. He nodded and said to Osier and the others. Then he turned and walked to the side. I will go and inform the children. You can go ahead and prepare. Leave the rest to us. Zero nodded and looked at Yun Nuwashing. You should be fine, right? There is a problem, but it will be fine in 3 to 5 minutes. You guys hold the fort. Yun Nuwashing was expressionless. Everyone was stunned again. If there was a problem, why would it take 5 minutes? Although they had doubts in their minds, they did not ask. Yun Nuwashing was already preparing to take action. Hey, wait. Take this child with you. She should be able to help you. Zero quickly picked up little purple soul, who had retreated obediently to the side, and held her in front of Yun Nuwashing. Little purple soul blinked her big eyes in confusion. Although she did not know what she could do, she cheered excitedly when she heard that she could be of help to her brother. Then she clung to Yun Nuwashing like an octopus and kept rubbing her little head against Yun Nuwashing. Yun Nuwashing looked at Zero expressionlessly. When she saw the latter smiling and not saying anything, she could only roll her eyes helplessly and nod. Then she stretched out the nether void sword and made a gesture with her left hand. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. TSK. There was a flash of cold light, and golden and red blood gushed out. Everyone grimaced in pain. Even Chu Yingzhan could not stand it. Damn it. He's bleeding without saying anything. Is there something wrong with this guy? Before she could finish her sentence, Yun Nuwashing slashed her right hand again. Everyone gasped in unison. Those who did not know better would think that she was going to commit suicide. Even the top experts in this world would not be able to withstand such a large amount of blood. The amount of blood that was lost would soon accumulate into a pool on the city wall. Don't blink. This is a rare moment when the divine body of a receptive spirit is unleashing its full power. Zero smiled and quietly took a step back. Seeing her take a step back, everyone looked at each other and took a step back as well. They quickly stabilized the barrier. Yun Nuwashing stretched out her hands and slanted upwards. The golden and red blood flowed to the ground like 2 streams of water. It condensed 3 feet around Yun Nuwashing's feet. The golden and red blood seemed to have a mind of its own as it slowly drew a golden array about 3 feet in size. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly changed. A gust of wind blew between heaven and earth. Everyone sensed that something had changed between heaven and earth. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth had a mind of its own. It was as if the energy of heaven and earth had suddenly surged, or rather, it was as if the energy of heaven and earth had a mind of its own. It was as if it was being observed from all directions. That kind of consciousness covered every inch of heaven and earth, and it was quickly spreading out. Everyone was shocked. It felt as if everything in the world had suddenly gained a mind of its own. The air, the mountains, the earth, the space, and time all seemed to have come alive. It was a very difficult thing to describe. In their perception, it felt as if heaven and earth were awakening. Yun Nuoshing's figure slowly floated up into the air. Her colorful eyes shone with an indelible light. The golden and red array slowly rotated under her feet. Every time it rotated half a circle, an invisible ripple would spread between heaven and earth. It quickly spread to every corner of Livlay City. It's coming, it's coming. Guys, control your own energy. Don't say I didn't warn you if it's going to explode. Zero pressed down on his long hair, which had been messed up by the wind, and grinned. When everyone heard this, they did their best to stabilize their own energy while transferring energy to the eternal barrier. At the same time, they also transmitted their voices to the others. They weren't the only ones here. His body floated to a certain height, and Yun Nuoshing stopped. The blood that fell from his hands was all injected into the golden-red magic array under his feet, and it was still spreading to the space beside him. Originally, he should be getting weaker and weaker, but his eyes seemed to be burning, and the divine patterns on his body also became incomparably bright at this moment, and even penetrated the obstruction of his clothes. Those light patterns were directly seen by the eyes of the crowd. The cycle of the 4 seasons, the cycle of 1,000 cycles. Yun Nuoshing raised her head and slowly murmured, in my name, turn this body into heaven and earth. Heaven and earth are this body. This body is the carrier of the entire world, divine body of reception, binding release. Bang! As the sound of his voice faded, Yun Nuoshing's body glowed with a dazzling light. All the divine inscriptions on his body started to grow crazily. They extended from his body to the space, to the time, to the void. They were like thorns that grew explosively. Those incomparably resplendent and mysterious divine inscriptions blotted out the sky and covered the earth. Rings of golden ripples spread out like ripples of water, illuminating the entire space in an orange-gold color. When the golden ripples swept past, everyone felt that the energy in their bodies was suddenly out of control. However, with Zero's warning, they quickly suppressed the energy in their bodies. Fortunately, the golden ripples weren't targeted at them, but at the entire world, including time and space. Naturally, it also included the king-class warriors who were crazily smashing the barrier with their fists. The golden ripples spread very quickly. When the familiar ripples appeared in the other 5 strongholds, everyone was stunned. Yao Hua and the others instantly turned pale, while Ziye's pretty face darkened. She viciously smashed her fist on the city wall. That idiot! He's messing around again. The moment Ziye's voice fell, a huge multicolored array suddenly appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire Holy Kingdom. In the center of the array, golden and multicolored divine, runes spread from below like a tree and finally touched the array in the sky. In the name of divine body of reception, Yun Nuoshing, the power of this world is under my control. The majestic voice spread throughout the entire Livian world. It even spread to the surrounding starry sky with incomprehensible nomological power, affecting several nearby planets. Countless people looked up in astonishment. In a trance, they seemed to see a golden and colorful divine rune tree standing between heaven and earth. The moment the voice fell, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. The power of heaven and earth, elemental power, spatial power, time power, nomological power, star power, and even the power of the primordial realm, as well as all the energy of the Livian world, and even the power of the void beasts, all gathered toward the huge array at this moment, as if they were being pulled. Chapter 877. When an energy storm erupted, if no one interfered and there was no resistance, the energy storm would engulf everything it could reach. Finally, it would completely engulf the energy between heaven and earth into this terrifying storm. This was an ideal situation, but it was almost impossible to achieve. When the energy storm reached a certain size, most of the energy that guided the storm in the center would be first annihilated by the energy that was engulfed in and finally disappear completely. And if that guiding force didn't disappear, theoretically speaking, it would reach a level where it would continue to spread until the entire world was engulfed, just like what was happening on Livian right now. An extremely powerful suction force erupted from the Bloodwing Fortress and spread across the entire Livian planet. It even spread to the outer star fields. An energy storm that could engulf the entire Livian planet was slowly brewing amidst this energy imbalance. If someone stood in the starry sky and looked down, they would be able to see that all the energy had condensed into a tangible river of energy. From the boundless starry sky to the Livian planet and the surrounding planets, countless amounts of energy were condensing in the large lavender region of the Livian planet. At first, it was just an inconspicuous light spot, but that light spot was the center of all the energy. Not only was it absorbing energy, but the surrounding energy pressure was also compressing the energy crazily. A 300-meter-long river of energy could be reduced to the width of a finger by the time it flowed into the light spot. The energy was compressed to such a degree that it was almost crystallized, and the 300-meter-long river of energy was just a trickle, looking down from the starry sky. Other than the lavender region of Livian planet, the rest of the planet was covered in dark clouds. At this moment, the dark clouds were surging with various colored rivers of energy that were thousands of meters long. Those were the energies of Livian planet itself, and they were mixed with the black energy of the void beasts. A 1,000,000-meter-long starlight pillar descended from the starry sky, and it was many times larger than Livian planet. When all the energies were compressed together, it's really 3 minutes in the Bloodwing Fort. The whistling wind was so strong that it could blow people away. Those who were still guarding the Bloodwing Fort were all warriors among warriors, elites among elites. They could be called heroes. Even they couldn't stand stably on the ground at this moment. The wind brought up by the energy storm was so strong that it almost sucked them into the sky. Ivan and the others tried their best to lower their bodies and put up a barrier to block the wind, but it wasn't very effective. They were all half-squatting on the ground, holding their wildly dancing hair and looking up at the sky. The brilliant starlight pillar, which was so dense that it looked like a black starfield, suddenly fell from the sky. The golden and colorful divine pattern tree was dyed with a part of the brilliant purple-gold color. That was the power of Little Purple Soul. As Zero said, when Yun Nuoshing fully released the power of the divine body, his soul and mind almost collapsed just by maintaining it. The power of Little Purple Soul helped him. The divine pattern tree spread out tens of thousands of feet. It was like a huge golden tree that supported the heavens and the earth. In the center of the huge tree, below the layers of golden runes, was Yun Nuo planet, which had completely released itself, and the small purple soul that was wrapped in it. Look, it's so bright. Only Zero could still be excited. Hanging above everyone's heads was a huge reddish-black energy ball. Huge chains appeared on the surface of the energy ball, and in the center was a deep purple-black area. The violent energy emitted from the energy ball made everyone's heart jump, especially the energy ball. It expanded from the size of a small fist to thousands of miles in diameter in just 3 minutes, and it was still madly spinning and swallowing all the energy. Almost everyone was so scared that they couldn't speak. The monstrous power made everyone, including Ivan, Yuan Shi, and the others, breathless. Outside the eternal barrier, the king-level void beast still didn't react. It was as if the chaotic energy didn't exist, and it was still bombarding the barrier with punches. The scale of the energy storm that engulfed the entire Livian planet was unimaginably large. Just the power of the energy storm alone was enough to make the planet collapse. The ground sank and the ocean surged. Huge abyssal cracks appeared on the ground, and black seawater poured into the scorching magma, making explosive sounds. The deepest crack even split the magma layer, revealing the scorching core below, the energy density of Livian, and the stars is dropping rapidly. No, it's almost bottoming out. The energy of Livian itself is being crazily sucked away. If this continues, everything except the eternal barrier will be sucked away. Joe said to Ivan with a grave expression, pressing down his messy blonde hair. I can feel it. Old Master, remember to open up your spirit realm domain later, so that the children won't be restricted in space. However, I'm worried that when the energy erupts, Ifan's expression was serious as cold sweat flowed down his face. Qian, remember to write a report for me. Oh, that's not right. We have to survive first, don't we? The extremely handsome man almost shrank his head into his chest. When he heard that, he was so shocked that he jumped up and was almost blown away by the wind. Hearing that, Ivan rolled his eyes and pointed at Zero with his chin. Look at how calm they are. Qian, no, look at them. Most of them aren't that calm. Joe was speechless. Except for Zero, the others weren't that calm. Yuan Shi and the others' faces couldn't be paler. They were so scared that they almost suffocated. They knew that Yun Nuoshing would cause a huge commotion, but they didn't expect it to be this big. This kind of energy was enough to destroy the king-level void beast, but the latter was aiming at the entire Livian planet. He wanted to blow up the entire planet, and he was still condensing his energy. But amazingly, Yun Nuoshing's power was only at the half-demon level. He had never crossed the limit of the 5-element realm, but the energy he was condensing was far more than that. Even novice celestials would be so scared that their jaws would drop. The reddish-black energy ball kept rolling and expanding in the infinite energy. Gradually, it expanded from a few thousand miles to tens of thousands of miles. It was already the same size as Livian planet. Its overwhelming size could be seen clearly from this side of the planet. It was only a few thousand feet above the ground. Looking up from below, it looked like another planet was about to collide with it. It was as if one could reach out and touch it. However, it was more like a reddish-black sun. Its brilliant light dyed the sky of Livian planet red and black. Except for the lack of light, there was almost no difference. Swoosh! Zero and the others, who were looking up at the energy feast, suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking. When they turned their heads, they saw a row of people beside them. It was Yao Hua and the others who had run to the other 5 strongholds. When they saw this scene, they all fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn! I ran to the center. Did I run to the wrong place? Yao Hua was so scared that his face was covered in sweat. He almost spat out his tongue. What he saw in the other fortresses was not as exaggerated as what he saw here. Oh, the immeasurable heavenly venerate. Fellow cultivator, you took us to the wrong place. Lin Sheng was so scared that he even called out his Taoist name. Ivan, what's going on? The other Golden Spirit tribe members surrounded Ivan, who was calmly watching the show and began to ask questions at the same time. "Oh, you're back. Just in time for this amazing feast." Zero looked at everyone and nodded. He waved his hand and pointed at the divine pattern tree not far away. "Open your eyes and watch. This is his most brilliant moment. It's so brilliant that it's comparable to the moment when he self-combusts. All the power of the divine body is released. It is indeed brilliant. I'm almost going blind." Nightmare lay on the ground without any elegance. He stared at the reddish-black energy ball that kept rolling and expanding. He sighed. "It's about time to explode. If it doesn't, my mind will explode." It was unknown if the nightmare demon's urging had an effect, but the constantly churning energy planet suddenly stopped churning. The purplish-black region at its center pulsed like a heart. A moment later, it suddenly stopped beating and slowly collapsed towards the center. An annihilating energy was quietly born from within it. "I suggest you all close your eyes," Zero said calmly. Then he covered his eyes with his hands. Everyone was shocked. Just as they were about to close their eyes, they heard a cold voice slowly descend from the sky. "Star destruction. Damn, this is the enhanced version." As soon as the voice came out, Zero was frightened. She quickly shouted at the runic tree, "Don't blow up the entire solar system." However, this voice was still a bit slow. Everyone only saw that the thick pillar of starlight in the sky suddenly condensed and poured into the reddish-black energy ball, like a waterfall. All the energy from the surface of the reddish-black energy ball condensed toward the center. Its volume also seemed to shrink abruptly. Then Zero was so frightened that he almost started talking nonsense. "Qin Yen, remove the eternal rule defense. That will make the eternal barrier invincible for 5 minutes. That should be enough. Quick, Ivan, let's hurry up and create a new energy barrier." Oh my God, who knew that guy would create an enhanced version of the carnival? That bastard is so afraid that he won't be able to blow up this planet. He's afraid that he won't be able to blow up this solar system. Close your eyes. Get down. At least create an energy barrier to protect yourself. Without any warning, a crack appeared on the red and black sun, and an extremely brilliant flash of light suddenly exploded. Everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen on this scene. That was an energy explosion that was enough to engulf the entire planet. The reddish-black energy impact engulfed everything. Mixed with the thick power of stars, it carried an energy that could annihilate everything and swept out tens of thousands of miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles, until 100 million miles. The range of this bright energy explosion was finally suppressed as Zero wished. Yun Nuoshing didn't completely release the energy. Instead, he trapped the energy that was enough to engulf the entire solar system in this space with a diameter of 100 million miles and completely detonated it. That level of energy impact was multiplied by countless times. The impact didn't last very long. Like an extreme flash of light, it shone back and forth in this space for 3 minutes before the energy was completely exhausted. From the condensation to the explosion, it took less than 10 minutes. Even if it was just 10 minutes, it wouldn't be a problem for Yun Nuoshing to annihilate all the emperor gods on this planet. For this level of attack, Yun Nuoshing only played the role of guiding and compressing the energy. In fact, it was the energy that covered an unknown area that was exerting its power. However, he was the only one who had the authority to mobilize all the energy. The spiritual divine body was more suitable for borrowing all the energy from the outside world to fight against the enemy. This time, Yun Nuoshing only used this talent to the extreme and added the energy impact unique to the star technique. That was all. When everything was over, in the space where Livian Planet used to be, There was only a giant floating island shrouded in a light purple energy barrier. Below the barrier was a layer of golden barrier that isolated the space environment. Everything that was blocked by the eternal barrier, including time, space, and even the void, had been destroyed more than 10 times just now. There really wasn't anything left. In the Blood Wing Fortress, most of the people had fainted from the earth-shattering destruction of the energy. A large number of people were lying on the city walls and the streets of the fortress. If one looked closely, they would find that the people on the city walls were still awake, or at least moving slightly. As for the divine pattern tree, it had disappeared when the energy explosion ended. What? Am I still alive? Yuan Shi's eyes were bright white as if he had been blinded. He propped himself up with difficulty and muttered weakly, "You should be alive. But this place is so white. Don't tell me I've ascended to heaven? I feel like I'm going to hell." Nightmare's trembling voice came from the side. Although he couldn't see it, Yuan Shi could already feel the guy trembling and hugging his knees as he curled up into a ball. "What are you guys talking about so calmly?" Ivan said in a trembling voice. Just now, there was an energy explosion that could destroy a planet in front of him. Well, it was the first time he saw someone who could destroy an entire planet with just energy. "God Almighty, after this battle, I'll resign and go back to write my biography. Everyone, where's your ambition?" The light purple barrier trembled a little before quietly dissipating. The golden barrier still enveloped the entire floating island. It seemed that even though they were scared out of their wits, Ivan and the others still didn't forget to use their own power to protect this place. Qin Yan removed the barrier herself, so there was still a considerable amount of energy left in her body. She didn't faint. She held the golden red awl in her hand and landed on the city wall. She only felt the energy explosion just now, but she didn't see it directly. Her eyes were still normal. When she landed on the city wall, she saw a group of people wriggling like corpses. Their bodies were twitching as if they were having convulsions. "You guys!" Qin Yan was very confused. "There shouldn't have been any energy leakage just now, right? Don't mention it. My organs were all shaken out of place. I need to rest for a while." Nightmare said in a trembling voice. "Oh, minor injury, minor injury. It should be a minor injury. Ugh." Lin Sheng's voice trembled. He had been directly exposed to the energy explosion just now, and his eyes were almost blinded. He had been watching the entire scene with his eyes wide open, so he was lucky not to go blind. As for Violet Knight and the others, they were different from ordinary people. They weren't hurt by the shock waves. Lan Xian looked around in a panic. "Where's Brother Nuoshing?" Kuming's gaze also quickly swept across the Bloodwing Fort. The divine pattern tree in the sky had already disappeared, and they could now see the starry sky. As far as the eye could see, there was a gigantic planet in the distance. However, she wasn't in the mood to look at such a scene. After sweeping her gaze around for a while, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised, and her delicate figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When she reappeared, there were two figures in her embrace, one big and one small. The big one was naturally Yun Nuoshing, and the small one was Little Purple Soul. The latter was still like an octopus lying on Yun Nuoshing's chest, and the two of them were deeply asleep. Their colorful hair didn't turn white, and their life force and astral energy didn't deplete much. In that state, Yun Nuoshing's body had turned into energy. Naturally, she wouldn't let her energy run out. He and Little Purple Soul had only used up their soul energy and fainted. At this moment, he was lying in Ming's arms with his eyes closed. He was as quiet as a normal person. No one would have thought that he was the one who caused the explosion. "TSK, I want to beat this guy up whenever I see him. Violet Knight gritted her teeth as she looked at the sleeping Yun Nuashing. Her voice leaked out from between her teeth. Ah, it's better to beat him up to vent my anger. Seeing that Violet Knight wanted to beat Yun Nuashing up, Ming hurriedly retreated and wrapped her wings around Yun Nuashing. Sister Violet Knight, forget it. Big Brother also had no choice. Violet Knight rolled her eyes and sighed. Fine. You can protect him. Xian, go back to sleep. Seeing Violet Knight rush into Yun Nuashing's soul, Ming felt a little helpless. Lan Xian, and Kai Xia smiled helplessly at her and waved their hands to return to the former's soul. Little White stretched lazily at the side and followed. Sister Yishi, aren't you going back? Ming looked at the little girl with long red hair and asked. Yishi sighed and shook her head. I'll wait until my stupid brother wakes up. Violet Knight is recovering his soul. After all, she's still soft-hearted. Ivan, what do you plan to do now? Zero stood up in the dark and blinked his eyes. He realized that his vision was still white and he was about to go blind. He obediently sat down. Now, Ivan scratched his head and sighed. Let's wait until my eyes recover. Oh, I'm blind. Oh God, this is considered a work injury. Work injury. Qian, help me note it down. Remember to mention it in the report. Work injury. Everyone was speechless. Chapter 878. The colossal floating island floated silently in the stars, orbiting slowly around the fiery sun, following the orbit of its predecessor, Livia. In comparison, its size was more than 10,000 times smaller. Everything else had been wiped out in various aspects of the super energy explosion, with even Ivan claiming that he could not restore it and could only create another one after the battle. That blast had broken the laws of Leviathan. It's impossible to restore it. It has been completely wiped out from this world. Even if we create another one with the same specifications and model, it would not be Leviathan. We'll just have to make a new one when the time comes. Ivan's eyes were still white, but he bared his white teeth and gave a thumbs up. Now, Ivan stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Let's head towards the sun first. There's a planet in the inner circle, and it's very close. Everyone was shocked. You're pointing in the opposite direction. Are you trying to rush out? Ivan said, Oh, I'm still blind. I can't see. It's all white everywhere. The group rested for a while, at least until their vision returned to normal before they started to move slowly. Osier and a group of Eldars went to the other 5 fortresses to comfort the remaining humans, while Ivan controlled the gigantic floating island and slowly drifted through space. Without the obstruction of the Void Beast, their control over the world had recovered a little. However, the base camp was still releasing powerful disruptions, and the little power they had recovered was only enough for him to control the floating island. The Book of the Epics is also slightly affected. As expected of the power left by Father, it has disrupted the order of this planetary system. Zero held a cluster of light in her hand as she looked at the dark, starry sky. Countless stars were twinkling, and a portion of the distorted starlight could be seen in her line of sight. Those starlights were originally normal light, but when they passed through this star system, they were distorted. An unknown power had distorted the distant starlight, including space and time. The space at the edge of the star system had also become chaotic. Zero pointed into the distance. Everyone looked up and saw the phenomenon he was talking about. The stars in the distance were originally in the shape of a dot, but they had been distorted into a long strip of light. It was crooked like a braid, and this shape came from a dot of starlight. Some even changed from a cross to a ring-shaped dot of light. Everyone's vision was too good, and there were countless stars as far as their eyes could see. Their vision was occupied by a large patch of light, and most of these light spots were very distorted and abnormal. I haven't seen the stars for a long time. The Void Beast's power has distorted the stars. Ivan frowned. No, it's not starlight. It's the entire space that's been distorted. Zero shook her head and interrupted him. She stretched out her hand and drew a circle in front of her. Then she squeezed the circle with her right hand and said, "That power has enveloped this star field, which is probably the solar system we are in. It has formed a barrier at the edge of this area. The space inside and outside is separated by that power. Even the starlight and the power of the stars will be distorted when they pass through that barrier. That is why we are seeing this bizarre situation now. The starry sky is not normal at all. If this power is stronger, it may be able to trigger the power of the rules. By then, this star field will be completely sealed off." "Where's the huge planet occupied by the Void Beast?" Chu Yingzhan glanced at Ivan and asked. "Probably." Ivan turned his gaze and scanned his surroundings for a while before pointing in the direction away from the sun. "Over there, I see it." When everyone heard that, they quickly looked over. Zero used the Book of the Epic to zoom in. Then everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was a huge planet, about 100 to 1,000 times the size of Livian planet. They did not know what the planet originally looked like, but all they could see now was a black mass. Below the black mass, there were hordes of void beasts stacked from top to bottom like a human pyramid. They were so densely packed that there was no space left. From afar, it looked like there was something attached to the surface of the planet that was constantly wriggling. The core of the planet was not as big as it looked, but they could not see how big the core was. All they could see were the void beasts, all blocked on the surface. Wow, what the hell is that? Devil Nightmare was so shocked that he bit his tongue and sucked in a breath of cold air. How can we fight this? That place has been occupied by the void beasts for tens of millions of years. Do you think it's a good place? Ivan sighed helplessly. We had a plan a long time ago. If all the spiritual deities of the spiritual realm were to come out in full force, there was still a slight chance that we could wipe out all the void beasts on that planet. If we were not affected by the void beast's power, we could have destroyed that planet directly. Unfortunately, it would be very difficult to rely on pure energy attacks. Everyone nodded silently and glanced at Yun Nuoshing, who was sleeping soundly in Ming's arms. After all, not everyone was like him. That level of energy explosion should be able to destroy the planet. Should we ask him to go over and blow it up again? We can cover for him. It shouldn't be a problem to delay him for 5 or 6 minutes, right? Chu Yingzhan pursed her lips and said what everyone was thinking. Everyone thought for a while and was about to nod when Zero waved his hand. There's no need to think about it. There's a big guy in there. Have you forgotten what we said earlier? The last sentence was said to Yuan Shi and the others through their souls. After hearing this, the latter and the others' expressions became serious. They remembered that these two freaks said that they might use their full strength for the last time. However, Yun Nuoshing had already used her full strength, right? Could it be that she had to use the power of the gods? Well, that's about the situation. So, it's not very realistic to attack directly. Zero knew what they were thinking and nodded. His dignified gaze was fixed on the black planet in the distance. Some golden energy surged in his golden eyes. His line of sight, which had been blocked from the outside, gradually penetrated through the thick layers of void beasts and penetrated below. He saw the stacked void beasts. Black mucus dripped from their ferocious mouths, and their bodies exuded a thick black fog. The corners of Zero's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He had lived like this for dozens of eras, and this was the first time he was disgusted like this. It looked like a pile of rotten meat stacked together, sprinkled with some sauce and rancid liquid. He couldn't think about it anymore. He was about to throw up. His line of sight penetrated through the layers of void beasts. They were so densely packed that his face turned green. After a while, his line of sight suddenly became empty, and he was stunned. In front of his line of sight, there was a metal land. This should be the core of this planet. The surface of the silver metal was dyed black, and there was a transparent barrier covering the sky. Countless small void beasts lay on top of the barrier, wriggling constantly. It was a nauseating sight. On the silver land inside the barrier, there were king-level void beasts that were hundreds of feet long. Their huge bodies were slowly dragged on the ground, and the sound of chains rattling could be heard. The silver light at the core was covered by the thick black fog and appeared dim. The silver land was not very big, and there was a pile of king-level void beasts. He didn't count them, but there were at least a few dozen of them. Furthermore, this was only an area that he could see through his narrow vision. The total number of void beasts was definitely more than this. Ling's golden eyes caught something, and he was stunned. He turned his line of sight and paused on a particularly huge void beast. That was a golden void beast. It had a very strange color, but its huge body was still emitting black fog. It stood out among the other king-level void beasts, and its body was about twice as big as the other king-level void beasts. Ling looked down and saw that at its abdomen there were dense chains binding the limbs of a figure. That figure had long golden hair, and his robes were also golden. Ivan, do you have any colleagues who have gone missing in this star field? Seeing that golden figure, Ling had a bad feeling. That kind of life form, that kind of divine power. It was very likely. Ivan was stunned by this sudden question. He scratched his head and said, "In the tens of millions of years of war, some of the spiritual gods have died. But if you want to talk about missing," at this point he looked at Charles and Osier, and they all shook their heads. "We haven't heard of any missing spiritual gods." "Oh, then I'll tell you the bad news." Zero nodded and said, "I saw a golden void beast on that planet. It's about twice the size of a king-level void beast. Its power is divine power." As soon as these words came out, the air instantly froze. Ivan and the others widened their eyes strangely. Combined with Zero's question just now, he also had a bad idea in his mind. Could it be that a spiritual god was, if I'm not mistaken, it should be... Ling replied in a low voice. Then he projected the image he saw in front of them. When the giant golden void beast appeared, everyone fell silent. When they looked at the person whose abdomen was locked, it was as if there was a low pressure. Ivan and the others' faces were as dark as a storm. Ling and the others had never seen the Eldars look so gloomy. Even when they were talking about blowing up Livia, they didn't look so serious. Ivan and the others were silent for a long time. It was so long that Nightmare couldn't help but ask, but Ivan sighed and said, "It should be the leader of the third team of our echelon." After saying that, he turned to look at Joe. The latter pondered for a while before nodding hesitantly. "I can't see clearly, but there's a 60% chance that it's Toru. He has the team leader's emblem on his clothes, and the only team leader who died was Toru, the leader of the third team. I don't know much about your dangerous battle formation, but what echelon are you talking about? You are the 120th echelon, right? There should be a lot of people. This planet, this planetary sector is in such a bad state. Why didn't you send more people?" Chu Yingzhan couldn't help but ask, "Because we can't send messages out." At the mention of this, Ivan became even more depressed. Now, sending out a request for help to the spirit realm every day is like a routine, but since a while ago, we haven't received any messages from the spirit realm. We can't leave this star field, and once we leave this place, we won't be able to find this place again. It's a desperate struggle. Yuan, she hit the nail on the head. Ivan nodded worriedly. At first, there were only 3 teams here, and we thought that it wasn't anything serious. At first, we didn't find the main lair, and just cleared out the void beasts on a few planets. Later, the war intensified, and the spiritual realm sent an entire echelon of 20 teams to clear it out. The war ended in 1,000 years, and even the great divine soul fought here. After the war, the other teams returned to the spiritual realm, leaving the great divine soul and 5 other teams here to check things out. And then the main lair appeared. The main nest had always been in a hidden state until we suddenly discovered that there was an additional planet here. After that, an even more intense battle occurred. The spiritual realm stationed a total of 3 echelons of 60 teams here, guarding 12 planets, and discussing how to attack the huge number of main nests. There's nothing much to talk about here. We thought that the battle would end soon, but it lasted for more than 10 million years. In one battle, the great spiritual god was seriously injured and retreated, returning to the spiritual realm. And then, from then on, there were no more messages from the spiritual realm, right? And the outside couldn't find this place either. And your 60 teams were stuck here as if they had vanished into thin air. Zero said, just like how we had rushed in by accident. Ivan nodded helplessly. So the war went on for tens of millions of years, and we're still struggling to this day. As Yuan said, it's a desperate struggle like a cornered beast. And even now we're still hoping to receive a message from the spiritual realm. Zero, you said that the barrier had cut off most of the energy, separating the inside from the outside, and turning this place into a prison. Perhaps that's why messages couldn't be sent out or in. Our battle against the void beasts would never stop, and whichever side stopped would be defeated. But how should I put it? Even gods get tired. We've been fighting for far too long, and there's never been a battle that lasted as long as this, nor have 3 echelons in a dangerous battle gone, missing at once. Ivan sighed quietly as he leaned on the wall. What a hopeless future. Lin Sheng let out a long sigh, and then patted Ivan's shoulder with a smile. But at least we still have a sliver of hope, don't we? As long as there's a sliver of hope, no matter how weak it is, we have to keep going. Yes, the future isn't completely hopeless. There's still a sliver of hope. Ifan nodded heavily. His gaze swept across them and finally landed on Zero and Yun Nuashing. He nodded and said, on behalf of our team, I would like to greet you. Thank you for your help, friends. Well, we're trapped here anyway. It's too bad if we're waiting for others to solve our own problems. Zero shrugged nonchalantly. While everyone was talking, the floating island quietly stopped, and there was a slight tremor. Everyone turned around, and a huge planet appeared in front of them. It seemed to be about the same size as Leviathan, but the energy it contained was much denser than Leviathan's. Moreover, the situation of this planet surprised everyone. They thought that they would see a planet that was also covered in black fog, but the black fog on this planet was pitifully small. It was divided into the north and south poles of the planet, and was surrounded by a circle occupying less than 1/10 of the planet's surface. It seemed that the void beasts on this planet had encountered an unprecedentedly strong resistance, and they were actually able to trap them in these 2 places for thousands of years without letting them spread. Such a battle record was glorious. It seems that Gray's condition is much better than Leviathan's. To think that I was worried at first. Seeing that the situation of the planet below was good, Ivan couldn't help but smile. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, many people were slightly disappointed because of Leviathan's fall. If they saw another planet in a desperate situation, even if they had the support of their own spirit god, they would probably be dispirited. Hey, the soul connection of the Eldars. It seems that a comrade has come up, but I don't know which one. Ivan suddenly let out a soft cry of surprise and turned his eyes. In his senses, there was a familiar energy rapidly approaching. He could only determine that it was also an Eldar, and that it flew up from Gray. In your dangerous team, are the teams not familiar with each other? Yuan, she heard this strange statement and couldn't help but ask. Of course, they know each other, but not many teams know each other. Qian scratched his head and showed a bright golden smile. Seeing this, Osier and Cynthia couldn't help but roll their eyes. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? There are very few spirit gods in the spiritual realm who don't know each other, but we don't know which team each other is in. The dangerous battle formation doesn't always exist, but it is formed when there is an emergency, so we don't know who the leader of each team is until we meet each other, Ivan said. Everyone looked at each other and rolled their eyes. How could such a formation work? Not long after, which was 10 seconds after Ivan's voice fell, the space in front of them suddenly twisted, and then a young man with shoulder-length golden hair suddenly appeared in front of them. It seems that blonde hair is the standard. Yuanshi laughed dryly. As for female spirit gods, most of them have silver hair. Osier added. Everyone rolled their eyes and turned their gazes away. The one who appeared in front of them was a young man in a purple gold robe. His attire was somewhat different from Ivan's and the others. He had a head of short golden hair and looked to be about 20 years old. The space around him was covered by what appeared to be a defensive barrier. His luxurious purple gold robe depicted with an abstract pattern of a star system, as if it was the entire starry sky. When the spirit race youth saw the large group of people standing on the walls of the Bloodwing Fort, he was taken aback at first, but when he saw Ivan and the others, his face lit up with joy. His figure flashed as he charged through the golden barrier, landing in front of everyone. He stretched out his fist and punched Ivan in the chest. Ivan, long time no see, about 30 million years. Ivan grinned and also reached out his fist to punch the chest of the young man, who suddenly appeared with a smile. He was quite emotional. Yes, long time no see. You are still the same. Don't mention it. Gray is fighting to the death, every day. He is not as carefree as before. One of our team members has been in a coma for millions of years. That's unfortunate. Let's go take a look later. Hey, why are you here? And you brought a big stone. Just now, Leviathan was blown up, and he took 6 king general-level spirit gods with him, and ran out. This is what was left of that world. 6 king general-level spirit gods. That's really bad luck. Your Leviathan's combat power is a bit weaker than Gray's, but it's good that they ran out. As long as they are still alive, it's fine. Those bastards will suffer sooner or later. Everyone. Yuan, she almost couldn't breathe. He was so stifled that he rolled his eyes. What was with this conversation of meeting neighbors outside and stopping to chat? As if sensing that the atmosphere had suddenly become strange, Ivan and the young man stopped talking and turned around to see Zero and the others looking at them with strange gazes. Ivan couldn't help but scratch his head and laugh awkwardly. This is Kroll Yonquan, the water spiritual god, the leader of the 6 squad. We are old friends. Ivan, these people are... The young man called Kroll Yonquan touched Ivan's shoulder and whispered. It's a long story. Ivan scratched his head and told him in detail about Zero and the others. After hearing the details of Leviathan being blown up, Kroll Yonquan had a look of realization. So what I saw just now wasn't an illusion. Just now. What did you see? What was that? Ivan was startled. Everyone turned to look at him curiously. Kroll pointed at Yunhua planet and made a big gesture and said, when that little brother blew up Laiwayan, he triggered the energy of a large area. We saw him condensing the energy in the sky, and it only lasted for 10 seconds. We thought it was an illusion. Kroll pointed at Yunhua planet and made a big gesture. Everyone was silent for a while. They looked at Yun Nuashing and shook their heads helplessly. Every time this guy used his full strength, it would cause a huge commotion. Who would have thought that the commotion this time would spread to the neighboring planet? Chapter 879. The entire world was burning. Boundless, heavenly fire poured down from the starry sky. Stars turned into giant flaming rocks and fell on the ground. The sky-high flame reached hundreds of millions of miles high, like a giant wall of fire, extending for millions of miles or even further. The ground was burning as far as the eye could see. Red fire, purple fire, blue fire, and black fire were all burning on the ground. Under such extreme burning, not even a wisp of black smoke could be seen. Look, this world is so despairing. It's all broken. Burn it all. Ha ha. Die, die, die. Let's let this realm of the gods be your burial ground. Isn't this what you want? The black mountain peak pierced through the clouds, and the continuous sea of fire burned everything in sight. However, this black mountain peak was protected by a powerful force isolating the flames. At the top of the mountain peak, a group of people looked down at the raging flames below and could not help but sigh, except for a young girl covered in brilliant gold who opened her arms and laughed wildly. No one else could laugh. You're a girl, so be more refined. The black-robed man turned around and gave the young girl a knock on the head. The latter immediately rubbed her head in grievance and muttered, "Brother, have you forgotten how this world treated you before you became a god? From the very beginning, I thought that it would be fine if this world was ruined. Look, such an ugly and exuberant flame, burning and devouring the sins of this world. Let this great fire of the 69th era be the dividing point of this era. From now on, we will set the order. The realm of the gods isn't over yet. What do you mean by sentencing them to death and taking over the world?" The people at the side rolled their eyes. That's right. It's not over yet. Everything is not over yet. The starry sky temple returned to the void, and the invasion of the realm of the gods came to an end. I didn't expect to pay such a terrible price. The black-robed man let out a long sigh. The pillar of creation. Is the situation all right? The calamity this time shouldn't have affected the pillar of creation, right? Brother, you don't worry. I personally checked it. There's no problem. You can rest assured. The girl puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Everyone, it's because you're the one who checked it that we're worried. Brother, what did you do with the pillar of creation?" A figure suddenly appeared beside the black-robed man. Her rainbow-colored gem-like eyes were fixed on the black-robed man. There was a trace of doubt on her ethereal and indifferent face. Her body emitted two extremely strange auras, noble and holy, dark and crazy, and she was both holy and demonic. The black-robed man turned around and looked at the crowd. He then looked at the girl who came forward and asked. He gently rubbed her head with his hand. "A gift for the god realm. A gift to protect the god realm." "Ah, brother, you idiot. What's so good about this world? They already treated you like this, but the golden-haired girl stomped her feet in frustration. She had only said a few words when the man pressed his palm on her head, instantly silencing her. "The world itself is sinful, isn't it? The red, the fire of the world, of the world." The man smiled faintly and turned his gaze to the burning world. His black eyes reflected a trace of madness. The 9 god temples have been established for 4 eras, supporting the realm of the gods behind the scenes. Even if we fall, the realm of the gods cannot be destroyed. This is not for the sake of righteousness, nor is it to save the world. There is a reason why the realm of the gods must exist. It cannot fall. 1,000 years ago, when the astral temple appeared, countless worlds flocked to the realm of the gods. The order was broken again and again, and the sleeping ancient existences were disturbed. We could only run around, unable to intervene in the war. Now that you've touched the taboo, whether it's the Changyuan realm or the Saint Spirit realm, we have the leisure to overturn everything. Let the karmic fire of destruction become the light that burns your sinful bones. Boundless heavenly fire gathered in the sky to form a fiery vortex that covered the entire realm of the gods. Pillars of fire descended from the sky, burning everything in the world. Let all of this fall into slumber. Was it a dream? Or rather, it was a memory of the past. Recently, he recalled more and more things. Many memories that had been sleeping for a long time were added to his blank memory, causing his heart to be slightly confused. His heart trembled when he caught a glimpse of a person in his dream. That face, that aura, he could not forget it. He definitely could not forget it, and there was no mistaking it. Ju Yuan Pavilion. That girl, too. Yin Nuoxing's heart was in a mess. He couldn't help but sigh. He knew it. That girl seemed to be special to him, for no reason at all. That was what he thought at the beginning. But now he understood that she was waiting for him, and the Ju Yuan Pavilion also existed because of that. What a scary memory. Who is she? Unfortunately, although he saw the girl's existence in Quarter Moon's memory, he could not recall who she was. He did not even know her name. Forget it. I'll go to the Ju Yuan Pavilion and ask her when I have the chance. With a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing slowly woke up. He opened his eyes. His blurry vision took 5 seconds to gradually focus. He rubbed his eyes and slowly sat up from the bed. "Brother, you're awake? Do you feel better?" An ethereal and soft voice came from beside him. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and saw Ming sitting on the edge of the bed with his wings spread. The golden Mei Mao stared straight at him. Her warm jade hand was holding his hand tightly. A sacred aura circulated around them. There was a faint sound around them. It sounded like holy music. The sunlight shone on her body and refracted on him, forming a thin layer of light screen. The 6-tailed cloud, Immortal Fox, stood on his head and lowered its head. Its big bright eyes were filled with concern. The 6 tails behind it swayed gently. This scene was very beautiful. Ming took out a soft pillow and placed it on the edge of the bed. He pressed his hands on Yun Nuoxing's shoulders and slowly leaned against him. He tidied up his messy long hair. Then he said softly, "Brother has been asleep for 5 days." 5 days. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He knew that he would sleep for a while if he completely released the restraints on the divine body. He estimated that he would only sleep for 1 or 2 days. He did not expect that it had already been 5 days. After a while, he thought, "Where's Little Purple Soul?" Little Purple Soul woke up on the first day. She's probably playing outside with you, and the others now. Ming Ming said softly. He sat down on the edge of the bed and turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. He said softly, "Brother's soul has the tendency to split after he fell asleep." Sister Zai and the others worked for a long time to suppress the splitting of his soul. Soul split? Yun Nuoxing's eyes widened. Ming nodded. It's like a soul being split into 2 souls of the same size and shape. However, each soul only has half of the original composition. Is it that serious? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head in confusion. He knew his limits. Releasing the restraints on the divine body and releasing all of its power consumed his mental energy and soul energy. His divinity had already been awakened. Even if he was suppressed in the 5 elemental realm to the level of a half-demon, it should not be this serious. It's actually not that serious. Ming shook his head. Yun Nuoxing let out a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could it be? According to the 24 hours a day in the realm of the gods, you've already slept for 10 days. Yun Nuoshing. Ming, you've learned bad things. Ming giggled when she heard that. She plunged into Yun Nuoshing's arms and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. She rubbed her pretty face against Yun Nuoshing's cheek. Yun Nuoshing had a helpless smile on his face. He reached out and hugged his sister, who always liked to act like a spoiled child. He gently stroked her silver hair with one hand. Big brother, do you still remember the dark energy I told you about the other day? Ming's soft voice sounded beside his ear. She even blew a breath into his ear, causing him to shiver all over. Yun Nuoshing's pretty face turned slightly red. He nodded and thought carefully. Then he said, "Let me guess. You're not talking about the dark energy that erupted in this world, right? That's the power of the void beast?" Ming nodded. "I've been paying attention to it for the past few days. There's a very high probability that the energy eruption occurred on that planet, the planet that the void beast occupied as its main nest. Nothing special happened in this star field. Ifan and the others also didn't notice any big movements. How did you sense it? Is the opposition of energy that serious?" Yun Nuoshing frowned. Although he asked this, he felt that Ming's senses should be correct. Something that could affect her should be related to the 8 elements realm. Currently, the only thing they knew was that fragment. Unless there was something else from the 8 elements realm left in this 5 elements realm, and it was related to the dark energy that erupted recently, the possibility was almost 0. "I don't know either." Ming shook her head. Don't think too much about it. Anyway, we should be able to confirm that the fragment is on that planet. We just have to hit it." Yun Nuoshing patted Ming's head and smiled. "Clang. Angel, is that idiot still alive? It's almost time." Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. A figure with wind under his feet rushed into the room with a majestic gait. He even carried a loud voice, causing the 2 people who were being intimate with each other to be stunned. The person who had rushed to the bed from the main door was also stunned. Seeing that the 2 of them were still in the same position, her pretty face blushed slightly for a second. Then, as if time was flowing backward, she abruptly retreated. "That. You guys continue. I didn't see anything. Everyone. Big news. That beast, he actually..." Before they even rushed out of the door, Chu Yingzhan's frantic cries rang out, as if she wanted the entire world to hear her voice. Ming's charming face instantly darkened. She extended her jade-like hand and lightly snapped her slender jade-like fingers. A strand of golden light broke out of her body and shot out of the door. 5 seconds later, Chu Yingzhan was tied up like a mummy in the corner of the room. At this time, Yun Nuoshing and Ming had already separated. The latter stood in front of the former and glared at her angrily. His eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. "Yeah, stop glaring, stop glaring. I admit defeat. I came in at the wrong time. I shouldn't have rushed in. I should have at least waited for the 2 of you to finish being intimate before reporting back. That's right. Sai, you guys are really something. Can't you just make a barrier? That way, everyone will know that the 2 of you are doing bad things inside. Idiot. Harem man. Don't come over. That's a divine sword. A divine sword. It's going to kill me." Hearing Chu Yingzhan blabber on and on, Yun Nuoshing was so angry that she took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. Ming had no choice but to use her divine power to seal her big tongue, so that she wouldn't be sent flying by the furious Yun Nuoshing. "Tell me, what do you mean it's about time?" Yun Nuoshing rolled her eyes and waved her hand to let Ming restore her ability to speak. Then she sat down on the bed. Chu Yingzhan blinked and giggled. your second clone, and the astrals were discussing how to break through the blockade of this region so that the astrals could send reinforcements. Right now, our forces are weak, and we have 12 planets. Oh, one of them was destroyed by you, so there's only 11 left. We can't clear them out one by one, can we? Furthermore, there's still a main camp out there, so you'll need some help to break through. As such, everyone came to the conclusion that we need Dumbo, Zero, and a few astrals to work together to break through the blockade of this region. Yun Nuoxing looked at her for a while with a dark expression. After a while, she saw Ming give her a reliable look. Then she nodded. That's true. Zero has lived for so long after all. Of course, he can see further than I can. My 70 eras are still fake. Ha, you are a soul leader after all. Your brain isn't important. Looking at how dumb you are, I know you don't have much. Ah, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't let go of the sword. Idiot, you can't do this. I've done my best for you. I've shed blood for you. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it. Clang! A book slammed onto Chu Yingzhan's head, causing her to cry out in pain. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and looked at Ming. She said in a strange tone, "What strange thing did this crazy girl eat? She was fine 2 days ago." "I don't know." Ming shook his head, puzzled. Ming sent out the message that Yun Nuoxing had just woken up. Yun Nuoxing immediately felt a lot of words pouring into her mind. Chu Yingzhan was right. Zero and the spirit race were already preparing. She was the only one left. The success rate is high. There shouldn't be a problem, but it's a little dangerous. Zero laughed quietly. What do you mean? The seal on this star field is maintained by the energy from the planet that the Void Beast used as its main nest. It's such a large barrier. Those guys don't have any intelligence. In other words, the barrier was formed automatically because of the large amount of energy gathered. Yun Nuoxing thought of something and said aloud, "Something like that." Zero nodded affirmatively and said, "If you can understand, then the next step is easy. We plan to seal off the planet in a short period of time to cut off the transmission of that strange energy. Then we'll drill a few more holes in the barrier at the edge of the star field. Without the support of the energy, the barrier will dissipate very quickly. If we release the planet at this time, we won't be able to control the energy released accurately. The barrier won't be established again in a short period of time." Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and said, "You want me to suppress that planet, right?" "Yes, that's right." Zero smiled. "You." Yun Nuoxing jumped up in exasperation. "Oh, don't worry. Ivan and the others will go over to help you. No matter what, they are the divine race of the 5 elements realm. They are stronger than you think. At least in the home field of the 5 elements realm, they are theoretically the strongest." Yun Nuoxing calmly sat down and thought for a while. Then she nodded and said, "Okay, but that planet is very big. I don't know if there are tens or hundreds of billions of void beasts on it. If all of them go on a rampage, I can't guarantee what will happen." I've thought about this. Theoretically speaking, if you don't actively attack the void beasts, they shouldn't be able to detect you. Can't you just make the seal a little bigger? After all, your various techniques rely on being big. Enveloping an entire planet with the help of the heavenly god's power of laws, I believe it won't be a problem for you. Zero said, Okay. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and said, "If you say so, then so be it. I don't dare to refute." Zero, what strange thing did you eat? After ending the conversation, Yun Nuoxing sighed, faintly. The operation this time was going to be very big, although it was a valuable move. According to the calculations, he would have to go all out again. Borrowing the power of the divine race's power of laws was a display of his full strength, and he would also have to completely seal a planet-sized space in that designated space. To be honest, it might be easier for him to move the planet away, but it would take a lot of effort to completely seal it off. Moreover, he would have to do it stealthily, so that the Void Beast wouldn't sense the slightest bit of hostility. Big brother, will it be okay? Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing worriedly. She could more or less guess what Yun Nuoxing could think of. She knew it just by looking at Yun Nuoxing's slightly strained expression. There will be some problems, but there's nothing I can do about it. This is related to me. I can't possibly rely on you all. Even if you can help me solve all the problems, I won't be able to do it myself. Seeing that Ming was about to say something, Yun Nuoxing quickly stopped her from saying what she wanted to say. Ming was also speechless when he heard this. There was nothing he could say to refute this. Capable people do more work. This proves how outstanding you are, little nerd. Chu Yingzhan looked at him with a smile. She was still stuck in the corner of the room and couldn't move. I hate this sentence. Especially when I work too much. Moreover, every time I work, I have to sleep for 2 or 3 days. I feel uncomfortable all over. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and waved her hand to remove the restraints on Chu Yingzhan. She sighed and walked out of the room first. Let's go and see how we can solve this problem. It's been a while since we crossed realms. I miss the realm of the gods sometimes. Chapter 880. During the few days when Yun Nuoxing was asleep, the Holy Kingdom had already settled down in the world of gray. It was not embedded in the ground, but simply floating in the air at the front line of the war. It looked down from a height of 10,000 feet, casting a large shadow that covered the mountains and forests. Looking down from the huge floating island, the first thing that came into view at the bottom was a magnificent fortress. Compared to the Blood Wing Fortress, this fortress was even more heavily guarded. Yun Nuoxing heard from Ivan that this was a mobile fortress. There were more than a dozen of them at the border, and each circle was shrinking the territory of the Void Beasts. Every time the fortress moved, it meant that there was one more clean place in gray. Moreover, there were many strong people in this world, each with a powerful aura. It was said that there was a 100-man group that was specially used to deal with the king-class Void Beasts. Oh, actually, it's just 100-soul warlock jobs. They're holding back a big move at the back. It's a spectacular sight. You guys have seen it quite a few times. That mother nest would throw a few king-level soul warlocks here every day. Without that bit of strength, Gray would have fallen long ago. Kroll Yongquan chuckled. That's true. In my world, the king-class Void Beasts have only come out a few times. But every time they come out, the territory of the people will shrink step by step. But here, you're fighting back. Ivan shook his head and sighed. In the entire Nanar galaxy, you have the strongest combat power here. I heard that you still have the strength to send reinforcements. Well, we've sent a few waves of reinforcements to Leviathan, but they couldn't get through. Once they got close to Leviathan, cracks would appear in the galaxy, and Void Beasts would be thrown out. It's like Leviathan would be the first to be destroyed by concentrated fire. Yun Nuoxing continued. Yes, it's more or less like that. Kroll nodded in agreement. After all, Leviathan's combat strength is the weakest among the Nanar. Picking the soft persimmon to pinch, right? Brother, it's been hard on you. You can't believe that you could hold on for so many years without being breached. Kroll patted Ivan's shoulder emotionally. It was destroyed in the end. Although we had no choice but to destroy it. In the end, only this is left. Ivan pointed helplessly at the huge floating island behind him. The current situation can be considered good. Kroll looked at the busy fortress below and said, the battles on the other planets are about to end. Gray only has 2 places left that are the most difficult to clear. This blockade hasn't been moved for a long time. Every time we want to push forward, the strength of the Void Beast's counterattack is exceptionally strong. There was even one time when they directly sent out a total of 20 king-level monsters to force our advance back. 20? Ifan's cheeks twitched slightly. 5 great spiritual gods might be able to fight back if they joined forces. It was only because Gray had an exceptionally powerful joint attack that he was able to launch an attack that could kill a king general. The most he had seen was 6 king generals besieging him, and it had happened not long ago. How long is a period of time? Yun Nuashing felt that something was wrong. About 3 million years ago. Kroll scratched his head. I don't really remember. Everyone. 3 million years was considered a period of time. Only these Protoss with long lifespans that were simply eternal could say such a thing. Gray is a world that you once thought highly of and favored the most. You must have more confidence in your own people. Kroll patted Ivan's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry, Gray is a world that you once favored the most. Yun Nuashing was surprised. After asking a little, she found out that the entire Nanar was managed by Ivan. He had single-handedly created it and watched it grow with his own eyes. It was said that it was an extremely powerful world, even in the void of the 5 elemental realms. In this world, Gray was one of the best, so it was even more not to be underestimated. The center of the Void Beast's gathering area, the center of the upper plane. It's not surprising that such a world could develop. Zero said in his soul. Zero whispered in his soul. I reckon that if it weren't for the Void Beast, they would have already become the rulers of this world. The blockade was supported by an extremely solid barrier of spiritual light. It was a long wall that could be connected into a circle. The golden wall was a wall that could be converted between physical and energy. It could be shortened at any time. As long as the battle progressed, this encirclement would slowly shrink along with the barrier of spiritual light. With such a tight defense line, not a single Void Beast could escape. Outside the blockade was a pitch-black land. 1,000 meters away from the blockade, the land turned from brown to black. It emitted the chaotic aura of the Void Beasts. A thick layer of black clouds that would never dissipate floated in the sky. Under the oppressive black clouds, the sky and earth were distorted. The light in space was also wavering. Looking from high up in the sky, the entire area seemed to be distorted by a mysterious force. The erosion is very serious. It will probably take a very long time for this land to be completely cleansed, Yun Nuashing muttered. Oh, that's not a problem. When the blockade shrinks, the divine power of the barrier of spiritual light will automatically sever the land that the Void Beasts have eroded. It will directly send the entire piece of land into the void to be destroyed. Then a new piece of land will be instantly replaced, Kroll said with a smile. So straightforward. Yun Nuashing's face twitched. This method of directly changing the land made him speechless. He was also a little envious. Not everyone could be like the Astrals. Their control of the world was so deep that it made people's hair stand on end. They could move a star with just a few words and actions. If it were him, he would have to release the power of a heavenly god and control it properly. Everyone let out a long sigh. The Astrals were a bunch of people who didn't know the rules. If it weren't for the fact that the Void Beasts were special, perhaps this Nanar wouldn't be a threat at all. Perhaps Ivan would be able to deal with it alone. Even with such a powerful force, we still can't take down that planet. Yun Nuashing asked as he raised his head and looked at the blue sky. His gaze seemed to pierce through the starry sky and saw the black planet. No, it's impossible. This has already been developed into a positional battle. We have the home field advantage, so of course we can advance step by step. However, according to what you said, that planet's land is surrounded by a barrier. There are tens of thousands of king-level warriors inside, and hundreds of billions of void beasts outside. Furthermore, this is their home field. Who knows if their power will be suppressed? We don't know much about that place. If we rush in rashly, we might suffer heavy casualties. Furthermore, if we can't reach the surface, we won't be able to establish a stronghold, and we won't be able to start a positional battle. Kroll shook his head. Yun Nuashing understood. Thus, they still had to break the barrier at the edge of Nanar so that the request for reinforcements could be transmitted back to the spiritual realm. With the entire spiritual realm as backup, they might be able to find an opportunity to attack that planet. When do we move? Wait until it's dark. Ivan raised his head and looked at the sun. When it's dark, the void beasts will attack the blockade. At that time, the void beast's attention will be diverted. Yun, you have to lock down the entire planet. This small amount of attacking forces will be transferred from the main nest. Even if it's only a fraction of a billion, it will still be of help. Speaking of which, the void beasts can sense that someone is approaching Leviathan. Can't they sense that someone is approaching their headquarters? Yuanxi asked. As soon as this question was asked, the air instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other in shock. That's right. I didn't even think of this problem. Yuanxi nodded. Everyone was stunned. If the main nest goes berserk before Boss can rush over, it will directly become an encounter. Pull one hair, and the whole body will be affected. If the army in the starry sky comes out in full force, it might become a decisive battle. Nightmare nodded. Everyone was still stunned. It's fine. I can run fast, so I'll go over first. You guys wait for orders in the star sector. There's no need to split up. Just work together and dig a huge hole. If I go over and cause the void beasts to go berserk, retreat. We'll come back and discuss the second method. If not, we'll act according to plan. Yun Nuashing waved his hand. Everyone sighed in relief and nodded. There was no other way at this point. Zero still had to discuss the shielding problem at the edge of the star sector with Ivan and the others, so he gathered together and muttered with a serious expression. Yuanxi, Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, and the others were helping out. At this moment, they were also listening from the side and mentioning their own ideas. Among them, the area Yun Nuashing was in charge of was the easiest and also the most dangerous one. He just needed to recover his strength. Gray had a full 48 hours a day, and the daytime was as long as 32 hours. For everyone who was used to a 24-hour day, this was a bit unbearable. Even though they had already stayed here for 5 days, they habitually looked up at the sky. According to their own calculations, the sky should be dark by now. However, when they looked up, the sky was still bright, and the sun was hanging high in the sky. Is this the disadvantage of a world that is too big? Sure enough, the realm of the gods is a magical place. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. On the wall of the Bloodwing Fortress, many of the powerhouses of the Leviathan world had been transferred to the mobile fortress below. At this time, the Bloodwing Fortress seemed a bit empty. This was a special period of the Holy War, so they didn't have much time to reminisce about their world. Not many people stayed behind. Most of them were either people with lower combat strength or old people. There were no guards on the wall. Only Yun Nuashing stood on the wall alone. Her elbows were against the wall, and her back was leaning against the wall. She raised her head to look at the sky at a 45-degree angle. A cool breeze blew past, and her black trench coat and colorful hair swayed slightly. Her purple crystal earrings also made a slight tinkling sound. Her colorful eyes were slightly dazed, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, this dazed state slowly disappeared. Yun Nuashing lowered his head and took out a jade pendant from his waist. A large Xian character was engraved on the front of the jade pendant, and a beautiful Xian character was engraved on the back of the jade pendant. He had been keeping this jade pendant with him for a long time. During this period of time, he didn't know how many battles he had fought, but he still didn't let it get damaged. He was already used to refining it with his own power every day. Now, the energy waves emitted from the jade pendant could be said to be a primary divine artifact. Yun Nuoxing held the jade pendant in his hand and gently caressed it. He suddenly missed Xian. It had been more than half a month since they left. He didn't know if the Jieshu mysterious land was doing well, and if Xian was doing well. That chaotic place wasn't safer than here at all. Sometimes people were more dangerous than beasts, and he didn't feel safe leaving Xian in that dangerous place. Unfortunately, they left in a hurry, and he didn't find her at that time. So he didn't participate in this magical trip. When he went back, he would probably have to coax Xian a little. "Brother, the things we discussed over there have already..." Ming's figure quietly appeared from the side. When he saw Yun Nuoxing looking at the jade pendant in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. After thinking for a while, he understood. "Brother, you miss Sister Xian?" Yun Nuoxing was startled by the sudden appearance of someone in front of him. When he saw that it was Ming, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded with a faint smile. "That girl was right. I've been by your side for too long, and I accidentally left for a period of time. I suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Back then, when Sister Yuan left, it was the same. In the end, I don't know where Sister Yuan went." Ming's Mei Mao's eyes flashed slightly. After a while, she smiled sweetly at him. She stood on her tiptoes and held his beautiful face with her jade hands. She gently rubbed it twice. "Brother, you still have us by your side. I know. I've been reminded like this a long time ago. I'm just a little emotional." Yun Nuoxing reached out to touch her jade nose and nodded with a smile. Ming pursed her lips and turned around to lean into his embrace. They looked up at the sky together. Mei Mao's golden eyes were slightly dazed. After a while, she suddenly remembered something. Mei Mao's eyes lit up. "Speaking of which, brother, your birthday is coming up." Yun Nuoxing. "Huh. That was 10 years ago. Didn't Sister Xian hold a birthday party for you? I've already remembered the time at that time. But brother, you don't even know it yourself. Now that I think about it, it's almost time in the realm of the gods." Ming said with a smile. "That, I really don't know. In the years when you left, I didn't pay attention to when my birthday was. I don't even know when I was born. Only Xian knows that. Also, if they're going to celebrate my birthday, what year is it? 35 years old. 3 trillion years old. Or 70 trillion years old." Yun Nuoxing's expression became more and more strange. Ming was also stunned when he heard that. It was really hard to say. From the time he fell until today, he was roughly 35 years old. But if he were to include his past life, I suddenly feel so confused. Yun Nuoxing and Ming sighed in unison. The two fell silent at the same time and just stood there quietly. Yun Nuoxing leaned against the wall and hugged Ming, who was leaning against her. After looking up at the sky for a long time, the latter suddenly remembered something. She turned around and said, "Oh, right, brother, there's a slight change in the plan. I'll go with you to seal off that planet." Yun Nuoxing was stunned at first, but quickly reacted and nodded. He had expected this. This brat was also a little follower, and she had her own reasons. Her divine power seemed to have a slight restraining effect on the void beasts. He estimated that if it weren't for Little Moon and you, or not being able to find a suitable reason, they would have come over at this time. Well, you have to be careful when the time comes. I'll open up a path in front, and you two support me from behind. If you feel that something is wrong, quickly retreat. Don't worry about me. I run faster than anyone else. Yun Nuoxing said, as she hugged Ming's wings. Hmm, I know. My worrisome brother is like an old mother. Ming lowered his head and muttered, Huh, nothing. After being blown by the wind on the city wall for a long time, the two of them decided to just sit down and look up at the sky. Perhaps it was because she felt very safe and comfortable in her brother's arms. Ming accidentally fell asleep. Her wings were pressed against Yun Nuoxing's chest, causing his chest to feel a little stuffy. When she fell asleep, he carefully carried her horizontally and hugged her small waist to let her lean against his chest. His eyes looked at this face that made him feel that it was one of a kind, and he smiled. A moment later, he raised his head and looked up at the sky in a daze. However, he did not see that Ming, who was in his arms, had quietly opened her beautiful golden eyes and glanced at him without batting an eyelid. She closed her eyes again and muttered something in her heart. The night slowly arrived amidst the anticipation, nervousness, and solemnity of countless people. The 32 hours of day had finally come to an end. There was no sign of dusk in the sky. One could see that the sky was gradually darkening, and then night came. At night in gray, the starry sky was especially strange. Other than a few bright spots of light and a few planets in Nanar, the rest of the starry sky was very distorted and strange. They were stretched into long strips, turned into rings, and twisted into ovals. The starry sky that one could see was especially chaotic. This was caused by the interference of the barrier at the edge of Nanar. At first, he did not pay attention to the starry sky. After all, he had only been here for less than 10 days, and half of the time, he had been sleeping. It's almost time, Yun Nuoxing murmured, and gently shook the sleeping angel in his arms. Little girl, wake up. Get ready to move. The golden Mei Mao opened her eyes the moment he finished speaking. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. So, this little girl was not asleep. However, he felt that this little girl's spiritual power was stable and had a weak fluctuation. She should be asleep. However, he did not think too much about it. He probably could not think too much about it. Yes, when the cherry lips pressed against his head was already burning. Moreover, she had even used a gentle choke that was specially made for him. In fact, his neck was held by 2 arms, and he could not struggle at all. The kiss of an angel can bring good luck to people. Ming looked at Yun Nuoxing with a blush on her pretty face and said with a smile, You little girl. Yun Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. In his memory, this had already happened countless times. Chapter 881. This was the first time Yun Nuoxing had seen the humans of this world use their own power to rush into the starry sky. The golden path was like a dazzling golden light curtain that fell from the sky, dispersing the darkness of the night. It was as if the gates of heaven had opened, leading everyone to that sacred place. The sky path, this is a special spiritual technique that the children have comprehended on their own to cross over to another world. This time, we will also bring some of the strongest children with us. We will try our best to make the hole in the barrier as big as possible. Ivan watched from the side with a smile. As he watched the strong people from Gray working on the golden light curtain, he could not hide the love in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at his children's father. He was very fond of these lives that he had created with his own hands. This was also the common mentality of the spirit race. They loved the lives that they created, although there might be some people with evil intentions among them. The latter were only treated as naughty children that needed to be disciplined. Yun Nuoxing pressed down her colorful hair that was being blown by the wind and looked up at the golden light curtain. She could not help but exclaim, "Gorgeous!" It's to my liking." After he finished speaking, he turned around to take a look. In the end, he saw Ming Ming and little Moon Yu are arguing. Bing was anxiously trying to calm them down. Instantly, he was stunned. What was going on? Before he could go over to calm them down, Ming seemed to be muttering something over there. Little Moon and Yu immediately hung their heads in dejection. Mei Mao looked at him with a wronged expression. This made him confused. These three brats. What's the matter? Yun Nuoxing could not help but ask when she saw Ming jumping overexcitedly. It's nothing. Big brother, let's get ready to go. Ming smiled and waved her hand. She subconsciously held his hand and smiled sweetly at him. Yun Nuoxing was puzzled. When she turned around and saw little Moon and Yu, she looked even more resentful. If they had not been divided into teams, they would have rushed over at the speed of light. "Are you ready? If you're ready, let's move out," Zero asked as he turned around to look at everyone. Just as everyone was about to respond with a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, a golden light flashed before their eyes. 2 seconds later, their vision stabilized, and what appeared before them was a pitch-black starry sky filled with strange and variegated starlight. Beside them was a gigantic barrier of spiritual light that flickered with specks of golden particles. Within this barrier, they could even feel the existence of air. You didn't even give him time to respond. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Zero and sighed. "Time is money, my friend. If you continue chatting, it won't just be a matter of a moment or two." Zero placed her hands on her hips and said something that no one could refute. After arriving at the starry sky through the Sky Vault Avenue, Yun Nuoxing turned around to look at Gray. Before they arrived, the battle at the blockade had also begun at the same time. This trip had taken away most of the combat power, and the remaining people would not have much of a problem guarding the blockade. This time, they only had to defend and wait for a group of special operations people to achieve the results of the battle. Yun Nuoxing looked at the black fog that filled the sky. With just one glance, he could see the wave-like waves of void beasts surging on the ground. Among them, even the junior generals were reduced to ordinary combat power, and the generals were reduced to ordinary team leaders. There were even a few king generals following behind them. This was indeed the first time Yun Nuoxing and the others had seen such a force after coming to this world. However, they did not have to worry. The human race and spirit race experts in the mobile fortress were also performing their respective duties, charging forward to fight, shooting arrows from afar, and waiting at the back for a big move. They were already used to it, as if it was a daily activity. When Yun Nuoxing saw a king general's collapse in a ball of super-concentrated energy, he could not help but sigh. As expected of the most powerful planet in the world of Nanar, he could also release the energy gathered by hundreds of people. However, he would need to hold it for a while, and after that, he might be exhausted. You alone are equivalent to the combat power of a few super organizations. Be content. Can't you leave us some face? Hearing Yun Nuoxing sigh, Yuan Shi and the others could not help but roll their eyes. Did this guy think that this combat power was not enough? How strong did he want it to be? Yun Nuoxing laughed awkwardly and continued to stare below. The king generals on the ground shrunk, their huge bodies in just a few breaths. Just as they shrunk to the size of one person, another huge ball of energy rushed over from the horizon and blew them up. It only took 2 hits to deal with the king generals. However, Yun Nuoxing observed very carefully. They did not kill the king generals. After the king generals suffered irrecoverable injuries, a space crack would open beside them, and they would disappear after entering it. Seems like it's not that easy to deal with them. Yun Nuoxing looked at this scene in astonishment. It's very difficult to kill king generals, unless it's a fatal blow. Like this, if they are only heavily injured, they will return to the main nest through the space crack. After a while, they will come out again. Kroll shrugged, helplessly. The king general's humanoid bodies were transformed from experts who died on the battlefield in recent years. Their shattered souls were eaten by void beasts and sent back to the main nest, where they reformed into a new body. I heard that Team 3's captain, Tuol Lu, has also become a king general. If we meet him in the future, I will think of a way to save him. If I can't save him, I will make him fall on the battlefield like a warrior. Yun's attack back then might have really killed 6 king generals, but the price to pay for that kind of attack is too high. We don't expect to be able to kill king generals every time. They sent out 5, and we only need to kill 1, Ifan said. In the past few days, he had also assisted in many battles. Gradually, he had become numb to the appearance of king generals. He was no longer as shocked as when he saw king generals in Leviathan. Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing could only roll his eyes. What else could he say? After throwing out that attack, he slept for 8 to 10 days. After that, he even felt the feeling of his soul splitting that Ming had told him about. Simply put, it was like his consciousness was divided into 2 parts. 2 parts of his consciousness were divided into 2 parts, and his thoughts were divided into 2 parts. One part was extreme, and the other part was normal. He even saw 2 parts in his vision. He did not want to experience this feeling again. If there was nothing else, it would be better for him not to release the divine body of received spirit in the future. Moreover, he probably would not have the opportunity to release it. Releasing the divine body of received spirit had to be fixed. When he returned to the realm of the gods, no one would give him the opportunity to release it unless he was protected by a group of people. According to their previous agreement, everyone first came to a huge rock 1 billion kilometers away. This journey was so fast that everyone felt it was unbelievable. Kroll snapped his fingers, and everyone found themselves standing on this huge rock. The spirit race's ability to change the laws of the world is really enviable. Yun Nuoshing glanced at Ifan and the others and sighed faintly. If he wanted to travel this distance, it would only take him a moment to teleport. As far as his vision could see, as long as he had enough spatial energy, he could teleport to his destination. However, Ifan and the others could directly change their location without consuming any energy. This was a place very close to the main nest. In the empty star field, there was only a huge rock floating here. In front of everyone, a huge planet appeared. Black clouds were moving at high speed on the planet. The black fog floated out from the planet like clouds. The chaotic energy seemed to be disrupting the time and space around the planet. Even from a distance, everyone could smell the chaotic energy leaking from the planet. That slowly rotating planet had a uniform black surface. Those were void beasts, a dense crowd of void beasts. That black planet occupied a large part of their line of sight, but there was still a long distance between everyone and it. It wasn't enough for them to launch an attack. Of course, this was for ordinary people. For Yun Nuoshing, this distance was only medium to long. If he wanted to launch an attack, he could still land on the planet. I feel like last night's meal is churning in my stomach. Nightmare's face turned green. At this distance, even without using the Book of Epics, they could clearly see what was on that black object. It was a dense crowd of void beasts swarming on it. If a void beast was compared to a drop of water, that planet would have been drowned by a black ocean. I'm a little hungry. Yuanshi rubbed his stomach. Everyone, can you not say something so scary? Zero tilted his head helplessly and looked at Yun Nuoshing. The latter had his arms crossed and looked solemnly at the huge planet in the distance that was constantly rotating in the distorted black, starry sky. He frowned from time to time and looked troubled. Zero couldn't help but reach out and pat his shoulder. Are you nervous? Are you ready? Yun Nuwashing. I haven't thought of anything that can seal an entire planet. Everyone was stunned when they heard that. They silently looked at the huge black planet. The size of the planet's halo was more than 1,000 times that of Gray and Leviathan. Its huge size gave Yun Nuwashing a headache. It's very difficult. There's a limit to the range of a magic formation. A barrier magic formation that covers such a large area. Yun Nuwashing pondered and opened the magic formation book. He then used the Book of Epics and sighed bitterly. That thing has a diameter of 1,000,000 miles. Probably the limit of a 6th grade god-level magic formation is that big. I haven't tried to expand a magic formation to such a large extent. Yun Nuwashing pondered for a while and flipped through the magic formation book. He sighed softly. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. If the situation permits, I'll directly set up the barrier. The moment it's sealed, you guys can drill through the edge of Nanar. I'm worried that something will happen if we maintain it for too long. Everyone nodded and looked at each other. According to what they had discussed earlier, the 5 members of Yifan's team stepped forward and walked to Yun Nuwashing's side. Yi Shi and Ming also walked to Yun Nuwashing's side. The former could help him with the magic formation, while the latter's divine power had a weak suppressive effect on the void beast. It could be used to deal with emergencies. No one had much to say about this. Be careful. If you can't do it, retreat. Qin Yen looked straight at Yun Nuwashing and said softly. Yun Nuwashing nodded and looked at Bing Air and Little Moon. He smiled and waved his hand. He lifted his foot and stomped lightly. A blue teleportation formation appeared around him. In a flash, they disappeared from where they were. Everyone saw that they had already moved. Their expressions became slightly serious. Kroll, Zero, and the others stretched their bodies and entered a state of battle readiness. The others also spread out. The large team that they brought also stood according to their formation. They were vigilant of the situation around them. Their eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Their bodies swayed slightly. Their feet left the ground, and a sense of weightlessness followed. Their vision wavered for a while. When they opened their eyes again, they subconsciously opened a barrier to isolate themselves from the influence of the starry sky. They focused slightly. They did not even need to look around to find their target. That black giant star seemed to be right in front of them, occupying their entire line of sight. Looking down from above, they could already see the dense swarm of void beasts wriggling below with their eyes alone. The entire surface of the planet was covered in a layer of high-speed black hurricane that spun madly around the entire planet. Occasionally, 1 or 2 void beasts would be accidentally separated from the swarm and would be blown to the horizon within a second before disappearing from sight. That black aura assaulted their faces, causing Ivan and the others to frown slightly. Ugh, it's giving off a crazy and chaotic stench. My stomach is about to flip over. It's disgusting. On Qian's melancholy, handsome face, 2 green veins popped out. His cheeks twitched. Yun, when can we do it? This place is too disgusting. Let's hurry up and finish it. Let's leave quickly. Don't rush us. It's such a big planet. Without a divine title, it will be very difficult for us to seal it off. Give Yun some time. Yifan knocked on his head. As for Yun Nuwashing, he was still busy flipping through the formation book. In fact, flipping through the book was useless. His soul and mind were immersed in the huge sea of runes and arrays in the book. Flipping through the book was just a subconscious action. He was looking for a suitable formation. The formations that were cast through the formation book were random. Other than ensuring that the formation's attack, defense, and grade was sufficient, the rest was uncertain. He could use his willpower to change these, but Yun Nuoshing had the spiritual godly body. After a long period of connection, he could take the initiative to extract the formations from the formation book. It was equivalent to millions of secret techniques, formations, and runes in the book falling into his precise control. However, the number of formations was a little too large. It was not easy to find a suitable formation. As for the range of the formation, he was not worried at all. The formation book was filled with extremely high-grade formations. He was only worried about how to cast the formation in such a large range. No one would be so bored as to expand the formation to its limit. Under normal circumstances, a formation of this grade would be in its normal state. It was already enough. Now, he wanted to expand it to 1,000,000 miles. It was possible to use the formation book's external energy circuit. He just needed to inject some energy to maintain the formation for a period of time. Without the external energy circuit, he could maintain the formation for about 10 minutes. Seeing a formation that slightly tempted him, Yun Nuoshing's fingers paused while flipping through the formation book. He pondered for a moment and passed the book to Yi Shi. He pointed at this area and said, "Little Shi, take a look. Is this suitable? I can't make a decision in this situation." Yi Shi quickly glanced at it. After a moment of silence, she softly said, "It involves the power of rules. It can freeze the energy of an entire area from the level of rules. This should affect those void beasts, right?" "It shouldn't." Ivan, who had been listening to them all this while, shook his head. "It shouldn't affect the void beasts if it's just freezing and dispelling the energy. In the past, when we were in Leviathan, we once touched a nest. They didn't react at all, even after we used all sorts of auroras to weaken them. However, if we showed any intention to attack and rushed up to them with great power, the entire nest would go crazy. Then let's do this." Yun Nuoshing nodded. He turned to look at the others and said, "Later, help me share some of the burden. Inject your energy into this book. I will maintain the formation of the formation. Once you feel that their energy has stopped leaking, send a signal to Zero, Kroll, and the others to break the formation." Everyone nodded solemnly and focused. If they made a mistake in this kind of work, it would be very difficult to clean up the mess. They had no choice but to be serious. Yun Nuoshing took a deep breath and opened the formation book. Recalling the runic formation that she had just seen, she nodded and abruptly opened her eyes. The formation book slammed shut with a bang. Her body glowed with colorful energy. The power of stars flowed rapidly within her body, endlessly instilling it into the formation book. After a moment, a soft shout rang out from the bottom of her heart. "Void formation barrier." As the soft shout rang out, purple-black energy, runes hundreds of thousands of feet long, suddenly surged out from the star field. Each rune was placed end to end, and the distance between them was less than 1,000 feet. They constantly appeared and connected in the sky, like a purple-black rope that rapidly extended. At the same time, for other soft purple-black rune, ropes wildly extended from the side. Ivan Ming and the others had all worked together to inject their energy into the formation book. The rune rope's speed of extension increased by several times. In the end, the 5 rune ropes were like chains, encircling the entire planet and sealing it within. The purple-black rune chains wrapped around the entire planet. 2 of the 5 chains intersected and spun around the entire planet at high speed. The purple-black energy condensed into a faint purple-black barrier around the rune chains, gradually becoming more and more solid. The moment the transparent purple-black barrier appeared, Ivan instantly sensed that the uncomfortable chaotic aura had weakened by several times. He immediately yelled in the spirit's mind, "Attack! Kroll, Zero, and the others who were far away had already seen the 5 thin chains spinning wildly around the entire planet. The aura had also weakened a lot in an instant. Without needing Ivan's reminder, Kroll led everyone to the edge of Nanar. As soon as Ivan's voice trailed off, hundreds and thousands of attacks had already gathered in a frenzy. At the edge, everyone thought that they would see a thick barrier, or, at the very least, some kind of solid barrier. However, what they saw was actually a thin, extremely thin layer of black mist that enveloped the entire Nanar. Countless rays of starlight passed through this thin layer of mist and turned into distorted starlight. It was this layer that cut off all connections between this star field and the outside world. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but it was only for an instant. The next moment, everyone roared in unison. Torrents of energy and strangely shaped attacks rushed out in all directions, falling on the thin layer of clouds like heavy raindrops. The layer of clouds that blocked everything was so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow. Just the slightly larger energy fluctuations disturbed it, causing it to dissipate in the starry sky. "Quick! Tear it! Tear a hole in the barrier!" Zero roared, and the time vortex in front of him surged and expanded. Within a few breaths, it had become a golden vortex tens of thousands of feet wide. Then he grabbed the vortex and rushed in a certain direction. When the golden time vortex came into contact with the black clouds, it would completely devour them. Large areas returned to normal. Everyone could see the normal starlight in the space that had leaked out. It was no longer twisted and circular. Instead, it was a little bit of brilliant starlight. "Send the signal!" Kroll yelled. The spirit unique to the spirit race had already been released from the hole. He held a golden ring in his hand, and every time he swung it, the space tens of thousands of feet wide would be cleansed. The people of the spirit race had already used all their strength to send messages to the stars outside. They were also waving their divine weapons or fighting barehanded. Without any backup, the thin layer of mist could be easily torn apart. The combined efforts of hundreds of people tore a hole in this place. It was as if the mist was slowly dissipating from the center. The hole expanded to a diameter of thousands of miles in 1 minute. This hole was only an insignificant grain of rice compared to the area that encompassed the entire Nanar. It was far from collapsing because it could no longer sustain itself. At this moment, dazzling rays of golden starlight descended from the stars, filling everyone's vision. Chapter 882. That day, the friends of the gods sealed the main nest with one hand, and the gods tore the sky apart. Billions of rays of light fell from the sky, and the endless golden light created a magnificent golden path that led from the edge of the universe to gray. The gods descended from outer space and sprinkled their holy golden light along the way, dyeing the entire world golden. The starlight lit up the galaxy, and Nanar washed away the black filth it had been tainted with. From then on, the horn of a counterattack was sounded, and then, what happened after the gods descended? And then what? The gods only descended last night. Didn't the horn just sound just now? It would take some time for the counterattack to happen. Tisk, on the street, a middle-aged man was surrounded by a group of baby-headed children. He was explaining the historical scene that happened last night to them. Even the onlookers pricked up their ears with great interest. Not everyone had seen such a brilliant scene last night. Endless golden light. That's a little exaggerated. Yuan Shi and the others walked past quickly. They were so engrossed in the story that they did not notice the friends of the gods strolling past them. When Yuan Shi and the others heard this, they could not help but sigh. The god style was really intimidating. They had watched the whole thing last night, and there was not the slightest accident. Yun Nuashing and the others sealed the main nest and Zero worked with them to get rid of the thin layer of fog at the edge of Nanar. They sent a spiritual message to the spirit realm, and the army of the spirit race appeared in a minute. Before this, the spirit race had been paying attention to this place for tens of millions of years, but they could not find the specific location. They could not find this place even if they wanted to. When everyone worked together to remove the shield at the edge, and the moment the signal was sent back, the dangerous battle formation that had been prepared for tens of millions of years came out in full force. They really did come out in full force. The 120 echelons all came, including the 5 great spiritual gods and the legendary lord of the spirit realm that even Ivan and the others had never seen before. It was said that the lord of the spirit realm had not appeared in the spirit realm for 100 million years. He had only hurried over from some corner of the world today, and it was about time for him to come. Zero had confirmed that the shield was formed by the power of the beast of the void. After the main nest was sealed, the shield went out of control. Now that there was a big hole in it, there was no possibility of it being restored. After all, it was formed naturally without anyone's control. The shield had been completely removed by the joint efforts of the gods. If there were no accidents, the next time it would be formed should be tens of millions of years later, assuming that the planet was still there by then. The descent of the gods involved the faith of the people of the grim world. The god they believed in was Ivan, and they had known about the existence of the gods many years ago. At this time, Ivan was busy explaining the gods of the spiritual world to his people, so it was not too troublesome. He just informed his pope, and then asked the pope to gather all the priests and believers to make an announcement. After that, everything was fine. However, the people who watched the whole process last night would proudly tell others about the brilliant scene. The infinite golden light was, in fact, a large-scale teleportation spell of a group of gods of the Ling tribe. After this incident, Yun Nuoxing did not disappoint. Oh, she did not faint. This time, it did not seem to be too big. With the power of several people, she cast the void barrier that could not exert the power of a 9th grade divine rank. Except for the power being suppressed to the limit of the 5 elemental realms, its size easily expanded. After that, everyone was surprised. This guy, who always made a lot of noise when he went on stage, and left very quickly, actually withstood it this time. Then Nightmare and Yuan Shi, who were surprised, were beaten up. As for Yun Nuoxing and the others, they were probably discussing something in the meeting room of the mobile fortress. They could not stand the serious atmosphere, so they sneaked out first. After that, they did not forget to leave a message in their souls. Call us if there's a fight. It's not very good for us to just leave Brother Yun and the others there, right? Lin Sheng frowned and looked at Yi Qinglian beside him. He could not help but say, "We don't want to join in the fun of that kind of high-end meeting. We don't know what to say if we join in the fun. We don't even know the slightest bit of information." Shui Lingfeng waved her hand casually. Lingfeng is right. Sneaking away is the right way. As a divine son or divine daughter, you have to be talented in sneaking away. Otherwise, the adults in your family will take you everywhere to participate in those boring and two-faced gatherings all day long, Yao Hua said with emotion. Is this why you were grounded for a month last time? Jining glanced at him. Well, Yao Hua looked embarrassed. In the church of the first mobile fortress of the spirit tribe's blockade. As for why it was a church, according to Ivan, they all descended from the church. Then, a large group of people gathered here. Although it was a large group in reality, it was only Ivan, Kroll, the 5 spirit tribes' great spiritual gods, Yun Nuoxing, and Zero who stayed behind. Ming and the other girls sat on chairs a few meters away obediently, so quiet that they did not disturb these people's meeting. Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and looked at the 5 spirit tribes' great spiritual gods. There were 3 young men and 2 young women. Their appearances were no different from ordinary people. The 5 men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. Just their 5 faces alone could charm a group of people to death. They also had the special effect of the spirit tribe. Their bodies emitted a golden light, and the 2 women's silver hair was so long that it almost reached their ankles. To be honest, before seeing these 5 people, Yun Nuashing had a good imagination. He did not expect that these 5 people looked no different from ordinary people. Apart from being particularly handsome, the one thing that was very similar to ordinary people was that they thought he was a woman. In an instant, he felt that the world was a little gloomy. At this time, these spirit race people were sitting on long chairs and chatting. Yun Nuashing and Zero were sitting on the side, looking at the ceiling of the church in a daze. Ivan and the others were reporting the events of the past tens of millions of years. The great spiritual god was 1 or 2 ranks higher than them. As for the 2 of them and the great spiritual god, they didn't have anything to talk about. In detail, they were discussing the various crusades that the void beasts would carry out in the following period of time. In passing, they talked about how to attack the main nest. In crudely speaking, they talked about how to kill it. In passing, they were also waiting for the arrival of the spirit realm's lord. As for why they were waiting here, because I'm bored. Anyway, lying down is just lying down. I'm still recovering. Now is not the time to fight the void beasts to the death. No matter what we do, we're just waiting for the right time. Waiting for someone is also something that we can do in passing. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. He's almost the lord of the 5 elements realms. The leader of the celestial race in the 5 elements realms should be considered as such. I'm a little curious about the highest combat power in the 5 elements realms. I feel that if you're here, the title of the strongest person should be shifted. Everyone was speechless. How bored was this guy? In the empty church, a group of people was talking in low voices. 2 people were simultaneously raising their heads in a daze. There was also a small group of people looking at one of the people in a daze. This continued for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, a weak fluctuation came from the space, sprinkling some golden light in the church. At the very front of the church, a spatial crack slowly opened. Then, a figure slowly emerged from it. Yun Nuashing imagined what the leader of the divine race would look like. Eternal lifespan, and what not were basic requirements. Next would be a hale and hearty old man, with a head full of white hair and a beard that hung down to his waist, making people suspect that the beard was his real body. Or perhaps he would look very dignified, but there was only peace between his eyebrows, and his eyes looked like they had seen the vicissitudes of the world. A young man about 25 years old emerged from the spatial crack. He wore ordinary white clothes and a transparent cloak hanging behind him. He had short black hair and a tall and thin figure. He could not be called powerful or dignified. His appearance could only be considered handsome among the Eldar gods, who had a lot of handsome men and beautiful women. His black eyes slowly moved in the church. His mouth maintained a warm smile as he emerged from the spatial crack. After a while, he fixed his gaze on Ivan and the others. His black eyes were like Yun Nuashing expected. There was a faint brilliance flowing in them, but there was no sense of vicissitudes. They were very peaceful. If he was in a gathering and did not speak for 10 minutes, he would be ignored. Master. Seeing this ordinary-looking young man, Ivan and the others did not hesitate to bow and salute him. The young man smiled and nodded at them. He raised his head, and his gaze penetrated countless distances to see the starry sky. Is this the world you were talking about? I finally found it. He then took a light breath, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, indeed, a very chaotic and violent power, and it's not a creature born in the void. It could be a mutation, or it could be, let's not talk about that for now. This chaotic power has spread throughout this world, and the power of the divine title has been completely sealed. That's pretty impressive. I've never seen an energy that could seal the power of the divine title so thoroughly in my life. Master, about this world, among the 5 great spiritual gods, the young man who had maintained a rather serious expression all this time spoke softly. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by the young man's soft exclamation. As soon as the Lord of the spiritual realm appeared, he scanned the world. Then, his gaze fixed on Yun Nuoshing and the others who were in a daze. Finally, he stared straight at Yun Nuoshing and Zero, and said with a smile, "Let me guess, you should not be from the void. I have sensed a strange aura on you before." As soon as he said that, Ivan and the others were shocked. Yun Nuoshing and Zero immediately came to their senses and looked at each other in astonishment. They blinked and slowly stood up. The latter smiled faintly. "It seems that you have seen people from other voids." "Ha! That was a long time ago, about 16 trillion years ago. At that time, I was playing in the depths of the void and saw a person fall from the starry sky. He was severely injured, and it was an injury that I could not heal with my power. It was very difficult for me to wake him up. That person kept saying very strange things, crossing realms, 5 elemental realms, crossing over the wrong place, this void world, and so on. At first, I thought he was talking nonsense." The Lord of the spiritual realm smiled as he recalled. He could not help but look at Yun Nuoshing and Zero. After a long while, he said, "It was only when I sensed the power in him that I could not recognize or understand that I raised a guess about the other void worlds for the first time." Hearing those unique terms, Yun Nuoshing did not think much of it. Instead, it was Zero who frowned and said softly in their souls, "There is a 90% chance that he is a god from the 8 elemental realms. When it comes to crossing realms, if it really happens, they will not cross realms in reverse. They will only cross realms to a higher realm, and the people from the other realms do not have the same understanding as the elemental realms. They will only think that they have come to a more powerful realm. Only the people from the 8 elemental realms know the truth about the entire great elemental realm. Even the term elemental realm is spread from the realm of the gods. As for who exactly spread it, other than the first-generation celestial gods, who else can say? Therefore, to be able to accurately say the term 5 elemental realms, even if that person is not from the realm of the gods, he or she must have come from the 8 elemental realms." Yun Nuoshing nodded. The people from the other elemental realms probably found it difficult to even understand how big their own world was. From the world he learned about in the Book of Epics, countless people thought that their world was already very vast. In fact, it was just a planet. Looking at it from a higher perspective, when they were able to cast their gaze into the starry sky, they thought that the starry sky was the entire world. Later on, someone discovered that there was more than one world. Following that, they discovered that the void and the countless worlds in the void. And then there was no more. Until their deaths, they did not discover anything higher than the void. Therefore, they felt that this time, it was the entire world. In the end, they were just wandering around in the elemental realm and would never discover the secret of the great elemental realm. According to Zero, this was a secret that only the people from the 8 elemental realms were qualified to know. Only the people from the 8 elemental realms could control this secret. All right. You're quite lucky, very lucky. Not to say that you've used up trillions of years of luck, but it's close. Zero scratched his head in distress. They did not intend to make this matter public. Long story short, it's been a long and arduous journey. Are you tired? Oh, I'm not tired. My old bones are still strong. Can you tell me about your origins? Although I don't think it's something I should know, I'm still very curious. The Lord of the Spirit Realm asked with a chuckle. Yun Nuwashing could tell that he was very careful and cautious. Even Ivan and the others beside him were tense. Well, it's fine to talk about it. Whether you know about it or not won't affect your lives. To put it bluntly, even if you know about it, it won't change anything. Zero shrugged, cleared his throat with a dry cough, and said quietly, "This world," Zero told them about the great Yuan realm very seriously. During this time, Yun Nuwashing sat down and almost dozed off. He had heard about this matter countless times. Meanwhile, the Lord of the Spiritual Realm, Ivan, and the others maintained a focused expression throughout the entire process. From time to time, they would reveal a thoughtful and solemn expression. For a group of people who had lived for countless years, these matters were not difficult to understand. It was equivalent to a witness telling them the truth of the matter. It was just that the impact of this truth was not small, so they had no choice but to treat it seriously. They had never sensed a second void world, and such a feeling did not exist. So, that thing that caused so much chaos in your world was thrown out from our world, and more or less has something to do with us. You won't beat us up if I tell you, will you? Zero looked at Ivan. He had explained everything clearly just now, including the purpose of them being outsiders. In response, Ivan laughed dryly and quickly waved his hand. "It's not your fault, isn't it? We won't simply blame others. You didn't want to see that fragment floating out either. You didn't instigate it either, and you're doing your best to salvage the situation. There's no blame to speak of." That's good, that's good. I thought I'd be cut into pieces if I told you." Yun Nuwashing breathed a sigh of relief at that, and waved his hand awkwardly when he saw the weird looks on Ivan and the others' faces. "Our world is very chaotic. Trivial matters can escalate into a war between countless people, and it only takes a single thought for a grudge to turn into a war. Things like this, letting such a dangerous thing wander into someone else's territory, and if it causes any serious consequences, and if they know who this thing is related to, the next second would be to pick up weapons and smash the place. Even if no one was wrong in the middle, there would still be a fight. The one with the bigger fist is right, and there's nothing you can do except fight until you die. Well, that's why we're used to dealing with things like this. That's why when we came here and saw Nanar being messed up by the power of the fragment, we actually felt a little guilty. We wanted to deal with it quietly and leave quietly or something." Zero shrugged. "That's really chaotic." Ivan had a weird look on his face. The Lord of the Spiritual Realm smiled and said, "Children, you're not unreasonable people. This matter didn't happen because of your subjective factors. At most, it's an accidental disaster, right?" Yun Nuwashing and Zero quickly nodded. They only found out about this matter not too long ago. The former had slept leisurely for dozens of eras, while the latter had lived for dozens of eras in a daze. Neither of them knew what happened to this place, not even tens of millions of years ago. If they hadn't opened the door not too long ago and discovered that the thing was missing, perhaps the matter would have been delayed for a while. Isn't that the matter? The Lord of the Spiritual Realm smiled kindly. "My name is Huwain. Let those small matters fade away. Right now, it's more important for us to deal with things that can be seen." Hearing that, Yun Nuwashing couldn't help but smile. The Lord of the Spiritual Realm had a good personality. If this was the realm of the gods, he would have probably fought with another faction until his head bled. Chapter 883. That's why you were seen through so easily. After an important meeting, Havana and the others still had important things to discuss in the church. Yun Nuwashing and the others didn't seem to be able to get a word in. They didn't understand what the astrals were talking about, so they greeted them and said, "Call us if you want to fight." They rushed out faster than anyone else, and then slipped out. Havana and the others solemnly sent them out, and then began to discuss the next battle. The group of people who slipped out quickly found Yuan Shi and the others who were resting in a golden forest. The group of people sat on the grass or sat on the trees or leaned against the tree trunks to sleep. Although they did not go to see the spirit realm lord, they had been listening to the conversation of Yun Nuoshing and the others in their souls. Seeing them come out of the forest and sit down in the open space in the forest, Yuan Shi could not help but tease, with a mischievous smile on his handsome face. After all, he's the most powerful being in the 5 elemental realms and has lived for 16 trillion years. It's okay for him to be a little sharp-eyed. Yun Nuoshing shrugged and pulled Ming and the others to sit down. Our presence has been tainted with the scent of the 5 elemental realms. The aura of the 8 elemental realms won't affect us, but we didn't try to hide our different presences. No one thought that the Lord of the spiritual realm would see through us. Look, Ivan didn't see through us at the beginning. An old guy who is 16 trillion years old. That's understandable. Yuan Shi nodded in realization. Yun Nuoshing and Zero felt a stab in their hearts when they heard the word old guy. Havana was 16 trillion years old and was called an old guy. One of them was 70 trillion years old, and the other was really close to 70 trillion years old. Everyone was taken aback when they saw the 2 men's faces turn from black to white. Then they understood what was going on. Thus, they shut their mouths. However, when they saw Mo Yen open his mouth, they all cried out miserably in their hearts. Hey, boss, you've reincarnated for 70 eras. Doesn't that mean you're 70 trillion years old? Counting the age of that heavenly deity, he should be around 80 trillion years old, right? Mo Yen let out an extremely loud cry of alarm. Everyone turned pale, with fright as they scrambled in all directions. Retreat. Yuan Shi was stimulated to the limit by the danger of life and death. He rolled several hundred meters away. Boom! Almost at the same time as everyone crawled away, an earth-shattering explosion sounded at the same time. Everyone was still in shock as they turned around, only to see a figure screaming miserably as he rushed into the sky, leaving behind a huge crater that was more than 100 feet deep in the ground of the Golden Forest. What did you say just now? Yun Nuoshing had a sweet and gentle smile on her face as she looked at everyone with incomparable beauty. If not for the black patch on her forehead and the 2 bulging veins on her temples, her face would have looked so beautiful that it could make people infatuated. Unfortunately, her forehead was black and shiny, as if it was about to rain, scaring everyone to the point that they shook their heads and pretended not to hear anything. Yun Nuoshing smiled faintly and said, I'm only 35 years old. I'm not that old. Really, everyone's cheeks twitched. He was lying to them. He was definitely lying to them. If he got his memories back one day, he would definitely not say that. Moreover, he would occasionally act like he had gone through a lot. These were things that could not be said. The person who said it had already become a hero and rushed into the sky. Everyone chose to observe a second of silence before they gathered together calmly. After Yun Nuoshing sent Nightmare flying, she sat quietly under a tree with her arms wrapped around her knees. She looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and was slightly lost in thought. Yuer and Mei Mao had a mischievous look on their faces. Like a child, they picked up the golden leaves scattered around them and quietly ran to Yun Nuoshing's side. Then they shouted, "Brother Yun!" When Yun Nuoshing turned around in a daze, she sprinkled the golden leaves all over him. It would have been fine if it was just him, but Ming and Little Moon, who were on his left and right, were also affected by the leaves. In the next second, they stood up with dark expressions and pounced on the troublemaker. The small forest was suddenly in chaos again. The battle circle of the three little girls expanded rapidly. In a short while, Yao Hua and the others who were lying quietly on the side were dragged into it. At the same time, Qin Yen, who was as quiet as a jade carving, was also dragged into it. Then, everyone joined in on this seemingly silly fun. Everyone slowly moved away from each other and quietly moved away from each other. Ling also got up and walked to the side, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone with her head tilted up and staring blankly at the sky. She did not even notice that her surroundings had become quiet, as if she was immersed in her own world. "Sister Ming, what's wrong with Brother Yun?" Yuer, who was the first to start the commotion and looked a little crazy, was now clinging to the back of a tree. She looked at Yun Nuoxing, who looked a little sad and seemed a little off. She asked worriedly. Ming shook her head lightly and flapped her pure white wings. "Brother should be thinking about something. He told me that his mind has been in a mess recently. Probably a part of his memory was accidentally touched. Maybe he is recovering his past memories." Ling crossed her arms and leaned against the tree trunk. She turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was more than 10 meters away, and said, "Memory? Which part of his memory?" "It should be Father's memory. The fragment is on him. Maybe because he has been in contact with it for too long, a part of his memory is flowing back. Right now, I'm just afraid that he will remember some bad things. 70% of Father's memories are dark. You know what I'm talking about. Those things happened during the longest period of his life, the longest period after the God Emperor advanced to the divine realm. The things that happened during that period were quite tragic, and it affected his mental state in the future. It is very likely that idiot number one has read those memories. If it really is..." Ling suddenly stopped talking and stammered a few times without saying anything. Everyone was so anxious that they wanted to stomp their feet. "No, it's nothing. Just forget about it. Maybe it won't develop to that stage." Ling shook her head. Under a golden tree, the golden leaves swayed in the wind. Under the tree, a young man with a beautiful face of a young girl sat quietly on the slightly swollen grass. His head was pressed against the tree trunk behind him, and his hands were hugging his right knee. His colorful eyes were looking diagonally upwards, lost in thought. His mind had already drifted to an unknown place. A gust of fragrant wind blew past him, but it only made Yun Nuoxing blink his eyes slightly. He was still listless, and his colorful eyes were covered with a layer of gray. He looked a little dull. Yun Nuoxing's blue-golden hair fluttered in the wind, and it was difficult to separate them from his colorful hair. Bing Er sat down next to Yun Nuoxing, hugging her knees with her jade-like hands and turning her head slightly. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was still in a daze, Mei Mao was a little worried. She looked at a place about 10 meters away, and everyone waved their hands vigorously as if to encourage her. She was pushed out, but she didn't know what to do. In the past, when Yun Nuoxing fell into such a complicated state of emptiness, it was always Xian who was responsible for pulling him back. Just as Bing Er was about to muster up the courage to say something, Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply. "I'm fine. I just remembered something. I remembered something that I don't know if it's considered my own." He knew why Bing Er was here. Perhaps he was used to it. Bing Er rolled her eyes, and her jade-like hands pinched the corner of her skirt anxiously. She didn't know what to say. She opened her mouth a few times, but she couldn't say anything. In the end, she gritted her teeth and said, "Daddy, what are you thinking about?" As soon as this sentence came out, Bing Er's pretty face turned red, and she slapped herself in her heart. However, she saw Yun Nuoxing laugh self-deprecatingly when he heard this sentence. "Thinking about it. It should be thinking about it. Those things clearly didn't happen to me. I was just like a bystander watching those memories play back in front of my eyes. But those scenes were so real. How should I distinguish them? Should I pay attention to those memories? Bing Air was slightly startled. She looked at Ming and the others in a panic. The latter and the other girls were also looking at her anxiously. They had all heard what Yun Nuoxin said just now. It's so ugly. This world. Yun Nuoxin sighed heavily. There was a trace of darkness that was hidden very deeply in his colorful eyes. That trace of darkness made Bing Air tremble with fear. She hurriedly held his hand and covered it with warmth. Betrayal, betrayal, and betrayal. Everything that we worked so hard in the past. Although we didn't deliberately pull anyone closer, the moment it happened, everyone seemed to have discussed it and chose to betray together. What are they afraid of? What are they worried about? In the end, the people who stood beside me were still the same few. I know. It's enough as long as they're by my side. Everyone else deserves to die. Because they're weak, they all deserve to die. There's no need to think too much about it. What does this world have to do with me? Why should I care about its life and death? In the end, everything was for nothing. Everything that we've done was fake. Since I've shouldered the sins of this world, naturally, I wouldn't care about a little more. The murmurs were like a curse. The first half was still fine, but the second half was like a demon. As the murmurs continued, there was something wrong with his entire person. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he was trapped in his memories. Oh, crap! F***CK. As expected, I bumped into the part that I didn't want to bump into. Zero slapped his head. It seems that it's still too early. He hasn't reached the elementary god level yet, so his divinity baptism is still a little lacking. His state of mind is already strong enough, but it's still a little lacking. Damn it, I shouldn't have put the shard on him. What's going on? Everyone was a little nervous when they saw Yun Nuoxing's strange appearance. What's going on? When he was reading the memories, he was trapped by the memories of the past. He can't distinguish between the present and the past, and thinks that he's quarter moon. Don't stare at him. This kind of situation is not rare. Recovering one's memories is not a wonderful thing, especially when the memories from so long ago are so dark. Oh no, I have to get him out. It's still too early. He has to wait until he reaches the elementary god level. And his divinity is still... Zero hurriedly roared and was about to rush out, but a golden figure beside him was faster than him. Before he could finish his nonsense, the golden figure had already turned into a golden light and rushed out. The speed of the golden light was about half the speed of light. Yun Nuoxing's expression was still dark, and Bing Air was still flustered and didn't know what to do. The golden light collided with the former's face, and then knocked him out. The two of them scraped against the ground and stopped abruptly, creating a deep trench in the ground. Ming pressed Yun Nuoxing to the ground and punched him hard in the chest. Then she pressed her hands on his shoulders, raised her head, and took a deep breath. She then slammed her head down and used all her strength to hit Yun Nuoxing's head. Boom! That headbutt created a sonic boom, and the sound of the collision was frighteningly heavy. Everyone could feel the pain when they heard it, and they couldn't help but grimace. The corner of Zero's mouth twitched. This girl was really ruthless. Yun Nuoxing was a little dizzy after being hit by the sonic boom headbutt. Both of their eyebrows were red, and there were even flowers of blood. This time, Ming really didn't hold back his strength. He used all his strength to hit Yun Nuoxing until he was half conscious and half conscious. His brain was a mess. Ming straddled Yun Nuoxing's legs and straightened up. Her golden Mei Mao was slightly red, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She looked a little wronged and grabbed his chest as if she was being unreasonable. Her fists were like raindrops hitting his chest. Wake up, stupid brother. Stupid Xingxing. Wake up. Wake up. That's not your life. That's not your life. That's just an unnecessary and unimportant memory. That's never a story you should pay attention to. That's not you. That's not something you've experienced. What's the point of willfully indulging in the past? What's the point of that? You're Yun Nuoxing. You're not Quarter Moon. You're not some heavenly god of chaos. You should be the stupid Xingxing hanging in the sky like a fool, waiting for big sister Yu'in to pluck you down. Why are you pretending to be profound? What's the point of pretending to be profound? You put yourself in an abyss every time. Is it fun? Is it fun? Can't you think of something else? Something else. Let those damned memories dissipate with the wind. Let them dissipate. What's the point of staying? Those damned memories don't belong to your life. The emotions that she had suppressed for more than 10 years exploded in the midst of her hoarse screams. Ming's tears fell along with her fists. She didn't use any strength in her fists and only used her physical strength to smash Yun Nuoxing's chest. Her delicate fists were bruised, and dark golden blood flowed down her hand, staining Yun Nuoxing's black windbreaker and her white dress. Everyone was stunned. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. Although Ming had a mild personality, she cared a lot about her brother. Among everyone present, only Little Moon knew Yun Nuoxing earlier than she did. However, in terms of time spent together, she probably couldn't compare to Ming. She was one of the few people in this world who understood Yun Nuoxing's personality. However, what shocked everyone even more was what could make this indifferent girl so angry. What exactly did Yun Nuoxing do in the past? No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like she had been suppressing her anger for a long time before exploding. Yun Nuoxing grimaced in pain and coughed up a stream of blood. Just now, Ming had hit him with all her might, and he didn't have the strength to resist. Perhaps even he felt that he deserved a beating and let her hit him to vent her anger. She was already very angry. She pressed her hands against his chest and stared stubbornly at him with her golden eyes. Her crystal-clear tears dripped onto his cheeks and were cold. If it were any other time, Yun Nuoxing might have let go of his worries and comforted this girl who had angered herself to death. However, at this moment, his eyes were still a little dim. He lowered his eyelids and sighed, faintly. Girl, you have to know that the memories that I felt were not as simple as just appearing. Every time I think about it, I will experience what happened that day again. Zero is right, and Xianin is also right. It's still too early. I can't bear these heavy things yet. I feel very heavy. Seeing that Ming wanted to say something, Yun Nuoxing raised his eyes slightly and sighed heavily. But I can't close them anymore. I can't stop myself from thinking about these things. The one who let the demons go has always been the light. Perhaps Ming flew into a rage. The wings on her back and her silver-white hair stood on end. She raised her right fist so high that it made a cracking sound. A ray of golden light even climbed onto her delicate little fist. You bastard! Yun Nuoxing's multicolored eyes stared fixedly at the rapidly approaching golden fist. He smiled helplessly, stretched out his hand, and calmly pressed on the head of the girl whose emotions were in a mess. Ming's delicate body trembled slightly. Her fist, which contained immense strength, fiercely slammed into the ground beside Yun Nuoxing's head. It created a hole that was about a foot deep. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Everyone who saw this was shocked. This girl had gone berserk. All right, girl, it will all pass. It's just a matter of time. Don't torture yourself anymore. Yun Nuoxing smiled helplessly. Just like in the past, he gently patted her head. There's still time. We still have time. That day won't come so early. If it comes, Ling's heart palpitated inexplicably. He stared at Yun Nuoshing with his golden eyes. A ray of golden light flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but gulp. This is bad. The plan has completely gone off track. Everyone was shocked. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Damn it. It can't be happening again. It can't be. Ling fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. No, I can't let that scene happen. I can't let anything go wrong in this life. I have to find a lock. I have to have an emergency stop. Hey, why have you gone crazy too? Yuer's face twitched slightly. She carefully took a few steps back. From the beginning to the end, she felt that there was something wrong with this guy. Was he finally going crazy now? Ling rolled his eyes and said, "What's there to go crazy about? I'm already crazy. Can I go even crazier?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Nuoshing. In his golden eyes, he could see a deep black color condensing in the former's soul. That black color made him feel extremely fearful. It was so dark and so crazy. Phew, forget it. Let's observe for a while. Hopefully, Father has thought of this step. We'll talk about it when the fragments are all gathered. If not, I'll set it up. That day? What will happen when that day comes? Ming's delicate body trembled slightly. Her hands tightly clasped Yun Nuoshing's fingers. She was a little afraid. She was a little afraid of the answer. Yun Nuoshing closed his eyes and took a light breath. If that day comes, please bury me with your own hands. Chapter 884. The inexplicable scene in the afternoon had caused everyone to have strange expressions. At this moment, no one knew what to do. The atmosphere was so strange that it could even distort space itself. Bing Air was still sitting under the tree, reflecting on her bewilderment. Yun Nuoshing, who had just been ruthlessly beaten up, was standing at the edge of the Golden Forest, which was also the edge of the Blood Wing Fort. There was a 10-jong-wide hole in the wall due to the commotion, just now. He stood outside the wall, quietly facing the wind. His rainbow-colored hair fluttered in the wind. His left hand was in his pocket, while his right hand was covering his messy hair. The sky was slowly darkening, and the weak sunlight didn't appear dusky. As it shone on his body, his rainbow-colored eyes shimmered with an indescribable light. This scene was somewhat strange and somewhat profound. Ming sat some distance away from Yun Nuoshing. She hugged her knees with her jade-like hands and lowered her head unhappily, her pure, white wings carefully wrapped around her body. Everyone was speechless when they saw this girl suddenly become depressed. She had been so ruthless when beating up her brother, but now her heart was aching. She might be thinking about something else. However, no one knew what the three of them were thinking about, especially the youth who seemed to be aloof from the world and standing alone at the edge of the floating island. Yuer and Little Moon wanted to go over and at least distract Yun Nuoshing so that he wouldn't sink deeper. However, everyone stopped the two girls. At this moment, Yun Nuoshing looked very strange. At least, he didn't seem like the heartless idiot they usually knew. It was better to let him be alone for the time being. When a man encounters something that doesn't go his way, it's better to let him be alone. Oh, if you stay by his side and let him be alone, he won't be able to calm down. Don't worry about him at this time. Boss should be able to figure it out. Nightmare sighed softly. You make it sound so easy. Yuanshi rolled his eyes and scratched his head. How strange. It was a good afternoon. Why did something happen all of a sudden? Something on his mind? A psychological problem? Can't you wrap your head around it and think wrongly? The memories of Crescent Moon in his mind went slightly out of control, and a part of them began to awaken. He can't treat it as a simple story. Every time a part of the memory awakens, he will experience that scene again. It's a very heavy scene. We did everything we could to make him stay away from those memories because he hasn't reached elementary God yet. He needs to go through the baptism of divinity, and when his state of mind reaches a higher level, he will be able to unlock those memories. Right now, he might not be able to withstand it, but unfortunately, those memories accidentally leaked out. Zero sighed heavily, and after he finished speaking, he sighed again. He felt that he had almost let out a year's worth of anger in one go. Recalling some memories can change a person's temperament. Yuan, she had a strange expression on his face. If it's some earth-shattering memory, why wouldn't it? Zero raised his head to look at the sky. Those memories are very heavy and very dark. In essence, they're basically an enhanced version of all the tragedies you can think of. That's the darkness that has accumulated over trillions of years. Xuanyue's memories from when he was alive have already formed a kind of resentment. Zero pondered for a moment. He couldn't think of a way to put it. Nightmare, who was a little smarter, jumped out with a whoosh. It's like all the negative emotions have materialized and become physical. Zero hesitated for a moment and nodded. That's a little far-fetched, but you can understand it that way. Didn't you say that you've forgotten a lot of things? You can start to recall things like Little Star? Yuanxi looked at him. Zero nodded again. Something like that. After the 8 fragments fused together, it slightly stimulated our memories. Dummy number 1 is reading the memories in the fragments, and I'm recovering the memories that I used to know but have forgotten. This shouldn't have happened. If it's a normal fusion of fragments, there shouldn't be a memory leak. Zero sighed with a headache. Let's find the last fragment as soon as possible. Maybe we can salvage it a little. Even if it's just a little, it's enough. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go blow up the planet and pick up the fragments. Then, Brother Yun will be back to normal. Clenched her fists and spun twice. As she spoke, she was about to rush out. Little Moon helplessly held her back. The brat was getting hot-headed again. If she rushed out like this, she might not be able to come back. Although it's a little reckless, it's not good for us to just sit here and do nothing, right? Aren't we going to do anything? Yuanxi scratched his head. There's no hurry. Havana and the others plan to clear out the other planets in the next 2 days. They can handle it there. We need to recuperate and prepare to attack the main nest together. It's very difficult for both of us to do this alone. The warriors also need to rest. Let's just relax for the next 2 days. The one who answered him was not Zero. The voice was a little ethereal and had a hint of warmth. Everyone turned around in shock and saw Yun Nuoxing slowly walking towards them with a familiar faint smile on his face. You're okay? Yuanxi looked at him in shock. I'm fine. I pulled myself out of that state with much difficulty. As for the rest, I threw the fragments into the divine flame and let Zai and the others seal them. There won't be any problems for a while. Just a while. Yun Nuoxing shrugged helplessly and laughed. Ming was still sitting under the tree with her head buried. Yun Nuoxing looked at her amusedly. He walked over and squatted down. He reached out and rubbed her silver-white hair. Are you still angry? This familiar tone and voice, along with a slight mischievous smile, caused Ming's delicate body to tremble. She rubbed her head against it, and only a moment later did she raise her head. Her golden eyes were slightly red as she looked at the beautiful face that was close to her. When she saw that he had recovered, she was stunned for a moment. She carefully whispered, "Big brother, it's me. I'm sorry. I made you worry." Yun Nuoxing had a helpless smile on his face. He reached out and ruffled the stupid angel's long hair. He then carefully and gently tidied it up. Only then did he pull the little girl, who had curled up into a small ball. He hugged her tightly in his arms and patted her back. He said gently, "It's okay. It's okay." It was as if she was the one who was frightened and not him. However, if one had to say something, Yun Nuoshing's state, which was as black as ink, had indeed given everyone present a shock. Ming Ming and the other girls were even more frightened. Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Just as they were about to nod, Yor and Little Moon pounced on them. Ming stared with wide eyes, but couldn't dodge. Then he could only watch the four of them piled up together. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed again. Everyone took a deep breath and wiped off the non-existent cold sweat on their foreheads. They looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. From each other's eyes, they could see the message of whatever, it's fine as long as it's fine for the time being. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when the time comes. Perhaps they were all infected by Yun Nuoshing. The Golden Forest occupied a large area. It was also a very important location in the Bloodwing Fortress. Even when the battle was intense, some people would sneak here, including Ivan and the others. The effect of resting here was surprisingly good. However, at this time, all the people in the Bloodwing Fortress had been transferred to the mobile fortress below, so there was no one here. In fact, there weren't many people left on this floating island. Although it was said to be resting, most people didn't just want to rest. From afar, Yun Nuoshing could see Yao Hua and the other teenagers pulling Nightmare and the others to roll around on the golden grass. They looked rather silly, as if they wanted to make up for their childhood that they didn't experience. As a result, Jining and the other girls had to keep a distance from them and silently move to another place. Yun Nuoshing found a small grassy slope with a gentle slope and looked at the sky that was about to darken under the shade of a tree. Because the clear sky was dim, there were already some bright stars hanging on the horizon. The cloudless sky made this scene very clear in front of everyone. Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes and gently took a deep breath against the wind. After a while, he became a little dazed. The Thousand Dreams Sutra automatically activated and prepared to lead him into a state of light sleep. Why are you sleeping in this place? Sleeping here, every day, you're almost turning into a pig. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded in his ears. Just by listening to the voice, Yun Nuoshing knew who it was. He opened his eyes reluctantly and saw the familiar men's clothes floating in front of him. The man looked down at him with his hands on his waist and said, "You seem to be very free. Your sisters are fighting again." Yun Nuoshing glanced at Little Moon and Yu, who were working together to suppress Ming. He didn't know what was going on. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's fine, it's fine. This place is not bad. Let them play." Bing Er is watching from the side. Chu Yingzhan raised an eyebrow and elegantly turned around. She sat down next to Yun Nuoshing and casually placed her hand on her knee. She stretched out her jade finger and poked his face. "You're fine now?" "I'm fine for the time being. I can't say for sure in the future." Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and turned his head to look at her. The latter had a playful look on her pretty face and a little mischievous. After a while, she narrowed her eyes again. Hey, don't sleep. Tell me, what serious thing did you think of?" Chu Yingzhan poked his face again. "What kind of person are you?" Chu Yingzhan poked his cheek again. Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He opened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. The latter looked at him mischievously. She didn't seem to be worried that this topic would cause any negative effects. Yun Nuoshing sighed softly and opened his eyes to look at the sky. He knew that he couldn't sleep anymore. He pondered for a while and said, "It's not a good memory. It's terrible." "Tell me about it," Chu Yingzhan said again. She looked like she wouldn't give up if he didn't tell her. Yun Nuoshing was even more speechless. Yun Nuoshing sighed and said, "There's nothing to talk about. I was betrayed by my friends, and I was stabbed in the back. The friends that I once helped turned against me. The whole world issued a kill order to him. I know him. I don't know him. I'm related to him, and I'm not related to him. I feel like I've been abandoned by the whole world, except for a few idiots. It's so funny. He was the one who pulled them back from the border of death with his own hands. What did he do in the end? What did he get in the end? It's just an even crueler war. Since we're going to be enemies, then we're enemies. No matter how friendly we used to be, no matter how close we used to be, the moment they drew their weapons against me, they would perish. I won't die. I won't die. I can't die. I can't die. Even if they used to be my best friends, I killed them one by one. This world is so ugly. They're all dead. Not a single one is left. The friends that I've known for hundreds of millions of years, the elders that I've called for hundreds of millions of years, everything is fake. From then on, I won't trust anything in this world anymore, but I won't question it. There's no need to. Whatever happens in the end, it's just a matter of raising my hand and chopping it down. This is all caused by you. This is the way you want to solve it. This is what you want. You have the bigger fist. Then, this is the ending that you want to see. Seeing my close friends fall in front of me, it's so pleasant. Listening to Yun Nuoshing's somewhat crazy words, Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. She poked his face with her jade finger and said, all right, don't think about it. Don't think about it. I'm wrong, okay? You're the one who told me to say it. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes. Chu Yingzhan patted her chest with palpitations and said, the problem is your expression when you said it was too scary, you know? Hey, that's something from my previous life. You didn't get it mixed up, did you? Hey, let me say this first. I can't betray my friends. No matter what the reason is, I can't do it. Don't hit me. You won't mess around, right? As if she thought of something, Chu Yingzhan quivered all over. She quietly moved 1 or 2 meters to the side to put some distance between her and Yun Nuoshing and asked with a worried expression, you already said that it's something from your previous life. Yun Nuoshing looked at her speechlessly and said, is it really okay for you to say this in front of me? What's wrong with it? This is a major life event. Oh, it's a matter of safety. How can I not ask clearly? What if you become mentally deranged and kill me? Chu Yingzhan muttered and moved back. I'm still 16 years old. I'm still young, and I'm a future fairy. How can I be killed by an ally's mental derangement? This kind of death is not on my death list. Death list? Yun Nuoshing's eyes twitched. What the hell is that? It listed a few ways to die. Yes, they're all ways I want to die. PFFF. As soon as these words came out, Yun Nuoshing directly spat out a mouthful of saliva and looked at her in horror. What was this guy thinking in his head? Thinking about how to die, when he had nothing to do, but he himself seemed to have thought about the ideal burial ground or something. He thought about it for a while and felt that he was in no position to say anything, so he simply shut up. Aren't you curious? Aren't you going to ask? Chu Yingzhan looked at him expectantly. Not interested. Also, this topic is too weird. Yun Nuoshing's cheeks twitched, and he closed his eyes to avoid looking at her. What? Birth, old age, sickness, and death are major things in this world. What's there to avoid? Anyway, my biggest wish is to die in the place I want to die on the day I die, and in the way I want to. Don't you think that sounds pretty romantic? Chu Yingzhan smiled sweetly. No, what a boring person. Hurry up and accept this fairy's teachings. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened. If he was persuaded by her, he would probably think about how to die all day long on the grassland in the distance. It was as if a circle of fire had been burned. There was a bare grassland, and grass roots all over the ground. Looking at the peaceful and lively scene over there, the corners of Yun Nuoxing's mouth could not help but curl up into a smile as he turned over and sat up. That's right. Smile faintly, smile heartlessly. Compared to fighting, you should choose to eat first. This is the path you should take. Chu Yingzhan saw that he had recovered his usual smile and carelessly patted him on the back. She spoke in a rather old-fashioned manner. You're a spiritual leader. You can't do anything like self-destruction. Didn't you see that this group of people was all gathered because of you? That's really scary. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes at her. However, he still agreed with the first sentence. Compared to those complicated things, he would rather choose to worry about what to eat for 3 meals a day. Now that he saw this harmonious scene, he couldn't help but sigh. This was life. It would be pretty good if it could continue like this. Just as he was sighing, a holy figure quietly landed beside him. The pure white wings behind her trembled slightly. Her jade-like hands were holding something, and she put it on his head without any explanation. Yun Nuoxing reached out and touched it. Only then did he see that it was a garland woven from the golden grass and flowers here. Yun Nuoxing smiled and turned his head. However, he saw Ming's gloomy face, and his cheeks were puffed up. He couldn't help but laugh. Why are you gloomy after bullying your elder sister and younger sister? Ming pursed his lips and threw himself into Yun Nuoxing's arms gloomily. I lost. When Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan heard this, they were both surprised. The two of them knew this girl, Little Moon, and couldn't suppress her even when they teamed up, no matter if it was just playing around or fighting for real. Now that she had lost, she actually ran over to her elder brother to act coquettishly. They tickled my wings. It's so itchy. I can't fight back. Ming mumbled. Yun Nuoxing and Chu Yingzhan. So wings are her weakness? Yun Nuoxing smiled and stroked the girl's silver-white hair to comfort her. He smiled and looked at the group of people who were playing around not far away. He couldn't help but laugh, stealing half a day's worth of floating life. Boom! Boom! Before he finished speaking, a violent explosion that was violent enough to overturn the entire world resounded through the entire world. At this moment, the dusky sky had just completed the transition from day to night. The sky became dark and starry. The scarlet flames from the explosion lit up the entire sky. Dang! 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 Almost at the same time, the mobile fortress's city defense bell rang loudly. The mighty sound of the bells spread throughout the entire gray world, causing everyone's expression to turn sluggish. Yun Nuoxing slowly stood up, and his expression became slightly solemn. It seems that the rest time is over. You seem to have something that you didn't say just now? Chu Yingzhan also stood up and looked at him with her arms crossed. Yun Nuoxing sighed deeply, stealing half a day's worth of floating life. Busy. Chu Yingzhan staggered and almost fell to the ground. Chapter 885. The scarlet flames rushed into the sky and extended to tens of thousands of miles away. At the same time, an overwhelming black fog had started to hover above the mobile fortress. The cross-shaped scarlet flames started from the center of the mobile fortress and flashed across the entire fortress. At this moment, all the people in the fortress were crying for their parents. Oh, they weren't crying for their parents. They were cursing angrily and rushing into the sky with weapons in their hands. Small void beasts that were more than 2 meters tall were constantly leaping out from the scarlet cross. Their bodies were burning with scarlet flames. The warriors in the fortress were using a sea of people to fill up the scarlet cross crack. Every single void beast that came out was instantly annihilated by the short-range and mid-range energy attacks. It couldn't even move 1 meter when Yun Nuoxing and the others rushed over and saw this scene, they couldn't help but sigh. They really are a race of warriors. If this was a normal city in the celestial realm, there would probably be people running for their lives the moment this incident broke out. Yuan-shi smacked his lips. In fact, from the time the incident broke out to the time when the emergency resistance was organized, it took less than 1 minute and 20 seconds. The people in the fortress, even those who are running small businesses, could instantly pick up their weapons and transform into warriors, Yun Nuoxing said. Every citizen is a soldier, 0 added. What should we do? Chu Yingzhan asked softly as the obsidian-like Mei Mao swayed on the chaotic battlefield below. In fact, the scarlet crack had already been filled up by countless people. The void beasts that came out from the crack would be annihilated before they could even let out a fart. There was no need to worry about the crack, but this battle, they hadn't been in contact with the void beasts for long, so they had never seen an attack of this level. There's a powerful life form that opened up this scarlet crack and is continuously sending in cannon fodder from the outside to stop Grey's warriors. So, what does the master want to do? Where is it? Unfortunately, I don't know. Yun Nuoxing spread out his hands. Attract the enemy's firepower, and then attack, Yao Hua said in a low voice. That should be the case, but he's hiding. Yun Nuoxing sighed, and slowly took out the nether void sword. Everyone was stunned by his actions. So, Yun Nuoxing swung her right hand and took the netherworld ruin sword from her left hand. She stroked the blade with her left hand and slashed it diagonally upwards. The purplish-black sword light was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, incomparably brilliant. Damn it, are you addicted to peeping? That action and that roar directly stimulated everyone's nerves. In the next moment, the dozens of people's eyes suddenly changed. Their auras surged, and they instantly entered battle mode. The purplish-black sword light rapidly streaked through space. After a while, it suddenly froze in the air as if it had come into contact with a transparent barrier. Subsequently, the sword light and the surrounding space slowly twisted into a whirlpool under everyone's gazes. In a few breaths, the sword light was annihilated with a poof. Chi. As the purplish-black sword light was annihilated, a scarlet spatial rift suddenly opened up. Even the background of the rift was filled with towering scarlet flames. The space violently trembled as a black hand reached out from the sea of flames and grabbed the edge of the rift, making a climbing motion. Then a demonic godlike figure reached out from the rift. It was a black figure covered in scarlet flames. It had a humanoid body, but its face had no facial features. Instead, it was covered in scarlet cracks that looked like 4 eyes. On its head, 2 goat horns pointed obliquely towards the back, flashing with a dazzling scarlet light. The demonic runes on its body were constantly squirming, and half of its chest was covered by crisscrossing cracks. It was incomparably hideous, and those cracks constantly flickered like a flickering, evil face. As the demonic godlike figure emerged from the rift, the cross-shaped rift in the fortress below became even more resplendent. Waves of violent aura continuously spread out from it. Big brother, this guy is very dangerous. Ming's pretty face was solemn as she took a step forward, shielding half of Yun Nuoxing's body behind her. Golden flames slowly rose from her body, and the angelic holy sword appeared in her hand. It was as if she was facing a great enemy. Turning around, everyone's expressions were also extremely solemn. They stood in a disorderly manner, and their energy had been pushed to the limit. Surging energy surged in the space, causing the space within a radius of 10,000 feet to distort slightly. It was as if they could erupt at any time. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and pulled Ming behind her. She took a step forward with 0 and took a deep breath. What's your name? As soon as this sentence came out, everyone's cultivation almost went astray. They staggered and almost fell from the sky. Can you be more serious? Can you be more serious? Can you be more serious? Chu Yingzhan was so angry that her pretty face turned purple. She almost rushed up and killed Yun Nuoshing. Damn it, the other side is already bursting with killing intent. And you only say this to me? Are we still going to fight? Are we still going to fight? Yun Nuoshing ignored everyone's angry glares and coughed dryly. Divine tools and divine weapons slowly appeared around her, and her expression also became more and more solemn. She raised the nether void sword and pointed it at the glowing black humanoid figure. Who are you? Everyone's faces darkened. The devilish figure raised its right hand. Its 5 slender fingers were like sharp claws, and it gently clenched them twice. The scarlet cracks on its face that looked like 4 eyes looked at Yun Nuoshing. A low male voice that sounded like a sinister laugh slowly sounded. I didn't think that the high and mighty heavenly God would fall to such a state. The figure chuckled. We're no longer bound by your power. Your power has affected us for countless years, but we've finally broken free. Now we're serving a new master. You're too much of an eyesore. Before I destroy this world, please be quiet for a moment. The moment his voice fell, the expressions of Yun Nuoshing and the others froze. Just as they were about to move, the space around them suddenly lit up with a scarlet color, and the entire circular space collapsed with a loud bang. The moment the space collapsed, Yun Nuoshing was about to charge out with the nether void sword. However, in the next second, he sensed something and stopped abruptly. He didn't even move a meter. Then he smiled calmly. Very good choice. You've won this round, and I'll remember it. The next time we meet, I'll get back at you. He. The scarlet demonic figure let out a low chuckle and waved his hand. The collapsed space suddenly turned from scarlet to deep darkness. Wait until you have the strength to appear in front of us again. Boom! With a low rumbling sound, a piece of space was dug out. Other than a few people who reacted in a short while, the others did not react to what had happened. They saw that piece of space rapidly moving away from them, and a huge golden barrier rose up beside them. Then a turbulent black tide rushed over. Everyone was shocked and slightly panicked. The moment the black tide broke through the golden barrier, a hurried voice sounded clearly in their minds. Hurry up and open your nomological domain. They were used to listening to this voice, so they didn't think too much about what was happening. They subconsciously opened their nomological domain. Then, a terrifying shock wave swept over them. They felt their vision turn black, and the smell of death came close to their faces. The scarlet space in front of them disappeared completely. There was an empty space in front of them, and it quickly returned to normal. The scarlet devilish figure clenched his fists and sighed. I didn't expect him to be able to come back. But it's nothing. A heavenly God who has lost his power is no different from a mortal. You can live, but you can die again. On the day we were subdued by you, we already said that if you die, we are even. Now we have a new master, and you are a huge threat. The scarlet demonic shadow looked down at the burning ground. Golden figures flashed from the horizon. It raised its right hand and gently waved it down. The scarlet cross-shaped fissure rumbled and trembled violently. Half of a huge black figure covered in scarlet flames emerged from the fissure. Its palm, which was the size of dozens of houses, slammed on the ground, leaving a huge palm print in the fortress. Countless lives were lost here. Now it's time to offer a sacrifice for the awakening of our master. Lin Sheng, wake up. Qing Lian, wake up. A familiar voice called out to him, causing Lin Sheng's consciousness to slowly wake up from his dizziness. The owner of the voice seemed to have seen him move and turned to call for someone else. He seemed to have heard the sound of a slap in the faint movement. He seemed to feel the golden sunlight. Lin Sheng used all his strength to regain control of his body. Then he slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was a brilliant golden light screen. At the edge of the light screen, there were countless golden lightning bolts jumping violently. It was like a layer of lightning barrier. Behind the barrier, there was an extremely deep darkness. It was as if nothing existed there. No, there was indeed nothing there. This was the depths of the void. There was nothing in the void. Ding Mingyu, Senior Mingyu, wake up. Now is not the time to sleep. The voice called out to him from behind. Lin Sheng turned around in a daze. He saw Yun Nuoxing with long, colorful hair. She was gently shaking Ding Mingyu's shoulders and calling out to her from time to time. Sensing the movement here, Yun Nuoxing turned her head. When she saw that Lin Sheng had woken up, she was slightly happy. She carefully put Ding Mingyu down and jogged over. You're finally awake. Yun Nuoxing squatted down beside him and shook her finger. How many times is this? Are you dizzy? Is your head normal? You didn't forget anything, right? Hearing her hurried question, Lin Sheng felt dizzy. After resting for a while, he checked his condition. When he found that he was fine, he nodded. I'm all right. It's nothing serious. I just fainted. What happened just now? The void shook. Seeing that he was fine, Yun Nuoxing also heaved a sigh of relief. She explained, the moment we met, that guy collapsed the space and even banished us. He banished us to the depths of the void. When we suddenly entered the void, we hastily opened our rule domains. It was not strong enough. You were almost swallowed by the void. Fortunately, it was just a shock. 0, and I quickly opened our large rule domains. You were all safe. Hearing this, Lin Sheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly looked to his side. When he saw that Yi Qinglian had only fainted and was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Don't worry. Your little girlfriend is fine. Everyone is fine. At most, she just fainted. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand. Lin Sheng nodded and looked around. Sure enough, he saw that everyone was lying dead and floating in the void. They were all unconscious. We are. Holding Yi Qinglian in his arms, Lin Sheng looked around blankly. He turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. At this time, he saw that the latter's body was flashing with layers of lightning-like energy. It was very similar to the edge of the rule domain. What are you doing? I am maintaining the rule domain. This is pure void. There is nothing to attach to. It is eroded by the void every second. The divine body of the spirit receiver has the power to devour everything. The void is no exception. Although I can't devour the void now, it is not a problem for me to maintain it, Yun Nuoxing habitually explained for a while. Then she quickly waved her hand. Let's not talk about this now. Quickly wake everyone up. We were thrown to a very far place. It is very difficult for me to maintain the rule domain alone. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on until we return. 0 is searching the gray world with all her might. Hearing this, Lin Sheng nodded solemnly and went to help wake everyone up. Not long after, everyone woke up from their daze. Yun Nuoxing let them rest for 10 minutes. Then she changed the rule barrier and sat down to rest. I am so tired, so tired. You have all been unconscious for an hour. Yun Nuoxing sat down in the void and took a long breath. Everyone was a little stunned. They did not expect it to be so long. They thought it was just a short coma. Who is that guy? Chu Yingzhan wrinkled her nose. She was very unhappy that she was killed instantly when they met. I don't know. What I can determine is that it should know me. It should be related to quarter moon. However, I don't have any memories of it. Maybe it has not recovered yet. Yun Nuashing shook her head. Everyone was a little helpless. Let's not talk about this first. Just now, we heard him talking about a new master. Yuan, she muttered, and immediately caught the main point. So, who are they listening to? They came out and messed up the Gray World, Leviathan World, and Nanar World. I didn't hear Ivan mention them. That guy is very powerful. It is impossible that he did not mention them. Now, my guess is Ivan and the others have not seen that. Let's just treat it as a person for now. It should have suddenly appeared today. It can directly summon void beasts. I don't know how chaotic the Gray World is now. Yun Nuashing scratched her head in distress. Big Brother Yun, why don't you hit them back? Fight back. You flew over and hung onto Yun Nuashing's neck. Her black eyes flashed with an unconcealable desire to fight. Everyone was a little embarrassed. Yun Nuashing took down the little girl who was always shouting and fighting. He patted her head and looked at Zero, who was working hard with the Book of Two Ages. He muttered, "It will take some effort to find the Gray World. We have been exiled to a very far place. If you are really bored, help me count the time." Yun Nuashing rubbed the little girl's long black hair. He looked at the little girl who was rubbing against him in his arms and could not help but say this. "Okay." You heard and nodded obediently. She sat down beside Yun Nuashing's legs and started counting. 1, 2, 3. For everyone, Yun Nuashing, you can count silently. Yes, count silently. You nodded and stopped talking. However, her delicate body was still swaying left and right rhythmically. Everyone could not help but sigh. It seemed that you was still very obedient to Yun Nuashing. If it were them, they would probably not be able to stand it after counting for 1 minute. Ming pulled Yun Nuashing's hand. The latter turned around and looked at her. He saw that the little girl's face was serious and deep in thought. It seemed that she had something to say. He blinked and asked in his soul, "Little girl, do you have something to say?" Ming nodded. His golden eyes sized up everyone. He muttered to himself for a while and said, "Brother, the power on that person is the one I sensed that day." Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered slightly. He was silent for a while. "It seems that it was that day. It woke up. I'm not sure. I sensed an extremely strong dark elemental energy on its body. However, it was a power that was even more violent and chaotic than the dark elemental energy. It was a power that we have never understood. It exists in the Void Beast and is somewhat related to the realm of the gods. Is it a mutated dark elemental energy?" Ming and Mei Mao's eyes flashed. Yun Nuashing nodded. "Perhaps. However, this kind of mutation is too extreme. The water elemental energy is an ice elemental energy. When it mutates into something related to water, it will more or less retain some of the characteristics of the water elemental energy. However, the energy on the Void Beast, other than its smell being somewhat similar to the dark elemental energy, it has nothing else in common, be it the form or the characteristics of its energy. Sometimes I even feel that this kind of energy, could it be the power of the void? No, it shouldn't be. I know what the power of the void is like. There is no order and everything is nothingness. Just based on these 2 points alone, I can be sure that it is not the power of the void. The power of the Void Beast is chaotic, violent, and formless. It can even affect light. The void can directly turn light into nothingness. However, that kind of power changes the nature of light. Zero's voice faintly rang out from the side, startling the two of them. They then heard Zero continue. The two of you can whisper to each other. I'll have to trouble you to block off other soul powers." Yun Nuoxing and Ming awkwardly scratched their heads. After a while, Ming tugged on Yun Nuoxing's sleeve again. Her red lips moved close to his ear. A burst of orchid fragrance blew over, causing Yun Nuoxing's body to tremble. His beautiful face turned slightly red. However, the next sentence that he heard caused his heart to turn cold. "Big brother, I haven't told you. There are a total of 10 gigantic dark elemental bodies on the main nest. 9 of them are of the same level as the one we saw today. There is one more. I can't sense it clearly anymore." Chapter 887. After a day of running back and forth between the void and the real world, the group of people were physically and mentally exhausted. First, they were thrown into the void and rolled around like trash. Then they collectively jumped into the void and swam around as if they were swimming. Then they returned to the gray world in a daze. After that, they went through a series of high-intensity battles and collectively collapsed. The main reason was that they were tired from running around in the void. Now that the battle was over, they all found a place to rest like corpses. Sacrifice. On the wall of the mobile fortress, Yun Nuoxing didn't go to sleep. Behind him were a few girls who didn't go to sleep because of him. Havana and the others were standing at the side. When Yun Nuoxing heard these 2 words, he was stunned. What sacrifice? What is the sacrifice for? I have a guess. Havana rubbed his chin and said, "When we rushed over, the goat horn said, 'Sacrifice for the awakening of the master.' I guess that the person behind it hasn't awakened yet and needs the vitality of the people in these worlds to awaken." Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. He tried hard to find out something from his mind, but the fragment had been suppressed by Ziyi and the others, cutting off his connection with the past. If he ran into the soul world now and shamelessly asked them to release the fragment, he probably wouldn't be able to come out once he entered. "I can't remember anything special. I also can't feel any special or familiar aura from the goat horn. I have forgotten the past too thoroughly." Yun Nuoxing sighed. His colorful eyes flickered slightly. "If what you said is true, they are preparing for the awakening of the person behind them, and this preparation even requires the sacrifice of all the lives in the 12 planets. The person behind the scenes should be terrifyingly strong." Havana chuckled helplessly. His dark eyes looked deep into space, as if he could see the planet that was completely occupied by the void beasts. "It's unsettling. That might be the biggest threat I've ever seen." Is there a threat in the 5 elemental realms to you?" Yun Nuoxing was surprised. The spirit race was the god race of the 5 elemental realms. In theory and in reality, they were the strongest race in the 5 elemental realms. How could there be a threat to them? Of course, there are countless worlds in the void. It's not impossible for 1 or 2 beings to be stronger than the God clan to appear in the boundless universe. From the perspective of mortals, the God clan is strong because we are powerful and can control the entire world. Compared to those who are as powerful as us, the God clan is just SOSO. Havana smiled. Ming held a golden ball of light with both hands. Mei Mao's eyes were closed. Her soul power entered the Book of the Era and spread to the entire Ninaku world. Yun Nuoxing saw her focus on observing for a long time and could not help but ask, "Girl, how's the situation?" Ming slowly opened her eyes, and a glint flashed through her beautiful golden eyes. After a while, she blinked and said, "The void beasts on the other planets have been completely eliminated. Apart from that scarlet demon, there were 3 more that attacked the other planets. However, they were all blocked by a few planets that used the power of their races. At this moment, All of them have retreated into their lairs. As for the planet we are on, there are no more void beasts in these two territories. Only empty shells are left. Yun Nuoshing's expression was strange. Giving up all external forces and retreating, are they preparing for a decisive battle? Until today, we still thought that void beasts were creatures without intelligence. Ivan scratched his head. However, there are a few intelligent commanders behind them. Ming looked at Yun Nuoshing and asked softly, "Brother, what should we do? What should we do? There's nothing we can do. They've retracted all the void beasts outside and placed them in their lairs. What else can we do other than attack?" Yun Nuoshing sighed, helplessly. "The enemy is defending. We can only attack. The longer we drag this out..." Suddenly, Yun Nuoshing paused and blinked. "Girl, you said that only 4 demons came out. Other than one that we caught, what about the other 8? How are they doing?" Ming was stunned, but soon understood what he meant. Mei Mao closed her eyes. A wave came from the Book of the Era. After a while, she said, "In the lairs, other than the 3 high-energy life forms showing signs of activity, the other 6, including the one I can't sense clearly, have no signs of movement." "Oh, they haven't woken up yet." Huwain sensed something. A glint flashed across his eyes. He pondered for a while and said, "Now we can be sure that the person behind the scenes hasn't woken up yet. Even the other commanders are in a state of deep sleep. We can't miss this opportunity. Let's reorganize and attack. We're short on time, but there's no other way. Ivan." Being called by his boss, Ivan quivered and nodded. His figure flashed as he ran down to give orders to the others. "Don't be too anxious. We need some time to rest. We've been wandering around in the void beasts today. Everyone is tired." Yun Nuoshing waved his hand, indicating that Huwain didn't need to be anxious. "You guys should rest well too. We'll try to take the initiative to attack before the day after tomorrow." Huwain nodded. They did need to be prepared for war. Even though the spirit race was very powerful, they still needed to rest. Attacking a place like the lairs of the void beasts was extremely dangerous. There wouldn't be any time to rest from the beginning to the end. He knew how dangerous it was, so he didn't refuse. He pointed at Ivan and said, "You should rest too. I think you're barely in your best condition." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked back at his colorful hair that had turned half white. He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll rest too. See you tomorrow." Then he waved his hand and jumped down the city wall with the girls. Along the way, he saw little purple Soul hugging his head and sleeping soundly. There was even drool at the corner of her mouth. "It won't be too quiet these few days. There's still some quiet time. I'll stretch myself too." After watching Yun Nuoshing and the others disappear into the street, Huwain stretched himself and looked at the night sky again. He smiled. It's time for this long expedition to end. The night passed by very quickly. The morning sun slowly rose from the horizon, casting its slightly dignified sunlight onto gray. Within the mobile fortress, many warriors slowly woke up. The morning that Yun Nuoshing had once looked forward to was like this. Early in the morning, he would be blinded by the sun's rays and slowly wake up. He would spend 10 minutes to sit up on the bed, 5 minutes to wake up, and another 5 minutes to wake up the person beside him. Then, the two of them would be in a daze for 3 minutes, comb each other's hair, wash up, and then hug the little purple soul who was sleeping so soundly that he had forgotten who he was. After taking care of the little purple soul, they would almost completely wake up and go downstairs to have breakfast or something. That was the ideal situation. In reality, the moment Yun Nuoshing opened her eyes, the meditation of the 1,000 dreams mantra ended. It only took her a minute to wake up and 5 seconds to find a beautiful and holy face in front of her. Their noses were pressed against each other's noses, and they breathed weakly on each other's faces. Half of her body was wrapped in a pair of huge white wings that wrapped around him tightly. One of her hands was placed on his back, and the other on the front of his shirt. He was used to seeing an angel sleeping peacefully after sleeping with little purple soul last night. Anyway, the door to his room was fake, and it was just a decoration. He was not surprised to see any of the girls' faces when he woke up. He was glad that he did not have the habit of sleeping naked. Otherwise, he would have suffered a great loss. Girl, it's time to wake up. It took him a minute to wake up the angel, who was sleeping all over the bed. He habitually took out a comb from his pendant and combed the messy silver hair of the angel, who was in a daze for a while. He then awkwardly tugged at his own hair to wake up the little purple soul, who was also unwilling to get out of bed. He put her under his armpit and dragged the angel to wash up. When he was done, it had already been half an hour in the morning. Yun knew washing liked this kind of peaceful daily life. He would look at the sun, cultivate for a while, worry about his 3 meals a day, read a book, or stand on top of a mountain and look at the sea of clouds. He would wait for time to pass slowly. There was no chaos, no battles, and no need to think about the messy memories in his head. Occasionally, he would watch the girls at home play with each other. This kind of peaceful life was exceptionally comfortable. Morning, big brother. Ming stretched her body and combed her feathers. Then she pounced on Yun Nuoshing while he was in a daze. She opened her mouth and bit Yun Nuoshing's lips. After a few seconds, she pulled away and licked her red lips with her little tongue. She smiled with satisfaction. Strawberry flavored. Yun Nuoshing. Girl, do you know what it means to be a man and a woman? Anyway, every time Big Brother says this, I don't see you doing anything special, right? Ming rolled her eyes at him. She held his hand and went downstairs. Time for breakfast. I'm hungry. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while, and then threw the matter to the back of his mind. He didn't know what to do with them. He didn't know what to do with them at all. They went downstairs to the hall. The hall was very spacious. It could accommodate 20 to 30 people. Yifan had found a place for them to stay. Considering that they were all going to live together, he had to find a luxurious loft. When they went down to the hall, they rubbed against you, and Little Moon for a while. Then they rubbed against Bing Air for a while. After that, they greeted Yuan Shi and the others who came back to their senses. They finally sat down at the table under Chu Yingzhan's gaze. It was reasonable to say that a group of people like them wouldn't have a problem eating or not. They weren't suppressed to the level of mortals after going to the 3rd elemental realm. At this time, they had the strength of a half-demon in the 5th elemental realm. They wouldn't die even if they didn't eat, drink, or breathe. Eating some mortal food and letting their bodies be stained with the flames of the mortal world could be considered as experiencing life. This morning seemed to be very peaceful and tranquil, but everyone could feel a sense of urgency permeating through the air along with the sunlight. However, no one mentioned anything about it, as though they had forgotten everything. They just leaned against the window and basked in the sun without thinking about anything else, allowing the energy in their bodies to slowly circulate in their bodies one round after another. From time to time, they would let out a burp filled with energy. Then, in the next second, a guy with surging energy rolled out from an unknown corner. The energy burst out of his body, and the movement was so loud that it directly caused everyone in the hall to let out their breath. A dozen energy beams condensed into light pillars and shot into the sky, attracting the attention of countless people outside. Well, everything is normal. Everything is ready. We can move around. Boss, we've rested enough. How's your side? Nightmare, who had just walked out, stretched and picked up a mutant fruit on the table and took a bite. Then he asked casually, Nothing much. I haven't rested much. I shouldn't be able to recover to my peak strength in a short period of time. He squeezed his palms and looked back at his long hair that had all turned into colorful flowing lights. Then he shook his head. What's wrong? Did something go wrong with your training? Yuanshi raised his eyebrows and asked, Didn't I just release the shackles of the divine physique of receiving soul not long ago? Yun Nuoshing sighed and turned around to sit on the table. Then he put his hands on the table. When they heard him mention this matter, everyone nodded. What happened that day was very spectacular and very beautiful. How could they forget it? There are some side effects. The meridians in my body are still faintly swollen. Yun Nuoshing twisted his neck. There was a slight discomfort coming from his body, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The sudden excessive energy, although 99% of it was absorbed by the divine runes, even that 0.1% with my body as the energy channel has squeezed my meridians a little. It won't affect the energy output during battle. It's just that I won't be able to recover to the state of overflowing energy for a while. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. Yuanshi sighed and said, Oh, you should do less things that put your life on the line in the future. Huh, who would want to put their life on the line if they don't have to? Look at this carefree morning. This is the beginning of my ideal day. Unfortunately, it's only temporary. Yun Nuoshing sighed and shook his head. Father once said something similar, Sui Xiong said. Zero smiled and said, In the end, the burden on one's body, whether one wants it or not, will come with the shadow. In the end, that kind of comfortable life is far away from him. The mortal realm has its own meaning in life. The demon realm has its own things to do. The god emperor has his own responsibilities. The god spirits have their own responsibilities. And even the heavenly gods have their own righteousness. In the end, they still can't rest. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and spoke as if he was mocking Yichun. That's true. It can't be helped. Zero let out a long sigh and said with a sigh, Everyone saw that the two of them were acting out a play and successfully made the atmosphere a little gloomy. They waved their hands and said, Let's not talk about that anymore. What are we having for lunch? This. Let me think about it. Yun Nuoshing was very serious and deep in thought. Everyone. Zero glanced at him and coughed lightly to indicate that he wasn't being diverted from the topic. Anyway, from the looks of it, that kind of comfortable life is far away from us. At least, it's far away from idiot number one. Hey, now you want me to escape for a few seconds and lie to myself whether I've hit the jackpot or not. Yun Nuoshing rolled his eyes and looked at him with displeasure. I've been through a lot in my life. Can't you let me forget for a second? Zero took a deep breath and said, You win. Although they were chatting, they were not people who did not know their limits. After they were done, they chatted with each other in their souls for a while. After confirming that there were no problems with the others except for Yun Nuoshing, the group of people popped their heads out of the attic and rushed towards the city wall. Under the hot sun in the morning, it was time for them to solve the troublesome matter in front of them. Havana and the 5 great spiritual gods were discussing on the city wall. His handsome face had a warm smile, and he nodded slightly from time to time and said a few words. When Yun Nuoshing and the others appeared, he turned around and nodded at them. He smiled and said, Friends, you're here. It seems that everyone is in good spirits. It's all right. We've finally recovered after one night. I've calculated with my fingers. It's about time to talk about the attack. Yun Nuoshing coughed lightly and spread his hands with a smile. I have a plan. You, immediately jumped up and waved her hand vigorously. Everyone was surprised and focused their attention on the little girl. The little girl smiled and waved her hand. She waved her hand and said, Charge! Beat them up. Yun knew washing, and the others looked at each other and coughed, lightly. Then Yun knew washing said seriously, "Now let's discuss how to charge over and beat them up." Everyone said, "You too, be serious." Hee hee, it's a good idea when there's no other way. Havana smiled and nodded. Everyone was shocked. We had a brief discussion last night and realized that we don't know anything about the situation. At most, we can add some conditions like being careful and cautious when we charge over. What do you think? Everyone pondered for a while and looked at each other. They realized that this was the situation. They did not know much about the main nest. The only thing they knew was that it was the enemy's base camp. There were hundreds of billions of void beasts, and there were 8 demons that had been passed down since the ancient era. There was also a mastermind who had not shown himself. That was all they knew. That's true. Zero nodded. Then let's charge over and beat them up. There are also tactics to charge over. It's not a big deal. There is a powerful life form in the deepest part of the planet. I think that's the battle you're looking forward to. Before that, the Eldars will be the front line. After all, this is our battle. Havana said with a smile. Yun Nuashing and Zero looked at each other and nodded. They did not refuse. In a battle of this level, the more helpers they had, the better. Then we'll have to trouble you,